Hello everyone. If you are new to my channel, then consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do it. Thanks. By the way, I also have a Naruto fanfiction channel. If you are interested, the link is in the description. One Piece, reborn as Enel by Vegan. Master Alexander Nicoli is a person of many talents, a genius in the eyes of many. After a bizarre string of events, he ends up getting reincarnated into his favorite anime, into the body of one of the most underutilized, overpowered villains in the story. The world was bound to change in some way, whether that change is positive or not. That's up for interpretation, really. I don't own anything now. Let's get started.
Buggy huffed as his face twisted into a fearful scowl. His face was filled with bruises, and his head had a few bumps on it, noticeable even through his long blue hair. He was sitting on his nice and expensive velvet couch. All of his body parts were stuck to the couch, held tight against it with sand. To his side sat a smoking and rather frustrated crocodile, wearing his usual tuxedo, black coat and golden hook. "What the hell did you feed those idiots? Why can't they understand that you're not the leader anymore?" Crocodile growled as he huffed a bit of smoke. "How the hell should I know?" Buggy's squeaky voice in itself was grating on the former warlord's ears. Buggy noticed Crocodile's brows furrowing a bit, and he immediately shut up and looked to the side, a bit of snot coming out of his red nose. He was just as confused as Crocodile. He didn't need a reminder of the fact that his men had doomed him. The moment Crocodile arrived on the island and sought to form an alliance with Buggy's delivery, all of Buggy's men instantly thought that he was their leader's subordinate now. Countless voices praised and hailed Buggy, even more so when Crocodile drove Stussy, a government agent, away from their island. Crocodile made sure to get rid of any agents he could find. He and Mr. One swiftly took control of the joint, but despite all of that, Buggy got the credit for all of it in front of his men. No one saw Crocodile as the leader or listened to his commands. It was almost as if Buggy had managed to brainwash all of them. It would have even been slightly impressive to the former warlord, were it not so annoying to deal with. Still, Crocodile had somewhat decided to use Buggy as a figurehead now. Killing him and taking control of Buggy's delivery was an option, but some of the strongest members under Buggy were bound to leave if he did that. In the end, the most optimal choice for Crocodile was to continue acting as the clown's subordinate in public. Thankfully, he could still take his frustrations out on Buggy in private. Crocodile took one more huff from his cigar, before sticking the tip of his golden hook on the couch cushion beside Buggy's head. He huffed one last time before putting out his cigar into the clown's large hat. "It's just a matter of time before the war starts. I wanted to gather some allies, just to make sure." Buggy himself turned out to be a disappointment, but his men are quite capable, all New World-faring pirates. I still find it difficult to understand how this clown managed to get them to work for him. Crocodile closed his eyes for a few seconds, one of his hands clenching some rocks and turning them into powder. You'd think that he must be some manipulative genius, but he's clearly a moron. Unless, is that what he wants me to believe? Crocodile's eyes shot open, and he glanced at the quivering mess that was Buggy, who was currently ugly, crying with snot still coming out of his red nose. Instantly, the veins on his forehead became more visible as his eyes almost turned bloodshot. The former warlord immediately punched the clown in the head. He huffed in annoyance. He had gotten angry at himself as well, for even thinking that Buggy was in any way in control of the situation. Crocodile was about to punch Buggy once more, but his hands stopped as his ears perked up. He could hear it, the distant beat. A thundering drum that clearly signified one thing. The time for preparations was mostly over. "El leader." Mr. One immediately ran into the tent, looking panicked and rather frightened. It was an unusual and rather unsettling look that Crocodile had never seen on Mr. One, but Crocodile himself remained calm. "There's a large cluster of islands flying towards us on the horizon." Although calm, Crocodile couldn't help but choke on his own spit as soon as he heard that. He immediately coughed and jumped out from the couch. He dashed out of the tent and looked in the distance. It was still small, merely dots in the distance. But the sound was getting louder and louder. He couldn't help but gulp a bit when he saw just how long the line of islands in front of him was. Each island in that cluster was likely larger than the one he was currently on. Damn, I guess he's not pulling any stops, huh? The former warlord couldn't help but sweat as more and more of his associates and subordinates took notice of the islands overhead. Fear spread throughout the Buggy Deliver-owned island. Crocodile closed his eyes tightly as his jaw clenched for a few moments. He had tried his best and struggled as much as he could, but it seemed that the war was a lot more grand than he had anticipated. Hell, Enal may have explained his allied forces to him previously, but seeing them in person was something else entirely. There was also the fact that Crocodile knew very well that Enal was absurdly powerful. So the Sky King gathering that many people to work with him meant only one thing. However you swing it, this war won't be an easy one. Even then, they seemed to be going around the world and collecting allies, and Crocodile knew that he was one of Enal's prospects. And thanks to his appearance there, Crocodile could safely assume that Enel planned to take Buggy's delivery with him as well. Buggy himself walked out of the tent, somehow escaping the startled sand user's restraints. His eyes widened instantly as he saw the scene overhead. He almost felt like fainting, every minute detail of his features was trembling in fear. But his men were not interpreting the situation in the same way. "Ha! The boss is out. Look, he's trembling in excitement, there's nothing to worry about." Buggy and Crocodile both heard that, and they both instantly cursed at their stupidity. The last thing they needed was Buggy's brainwashed subordinates to piss off the strongest emperor alive. But thankfully, such a thing was unlikely to happen. Buggy sighed as he remembered Enel's offer clearly. His mind lit up in hope actually. His gaze shifted slightly towards Crocodile. "I can finally escape from this bastard. Hee. Your days are numbered, you crooked bastard. Enel will not stand by you mistreating me like this." Well, his misery was only amplified when Enel did not in fact fight Crocodile for him. No, he just assigned Buggy's delivery an island in the fleet, and they were all moved on to head for war. Crocodile even held Buggy by the scruff of the neck as he briefly talked with the Sky King. Enel either seemed to not notice it or did not care. Buggy's men didn't need that large an introduction, they were willing to head into war for their captain. And the fact that the Sky King was asking for Buggy's help was something that just made them idolize the clown pirate more. Crocodile just looked up to the sky and thought about just getting rid of Buggy the moment they all boarded Enel's wild ride. But a voice stopped him in his tracks. "By the way, if you try and kill Buggy, Shanks will likely kill you. So you may want to just stick to beating him up for relief." He recognized the voice that rang right into his ear. It was that of Enel, but the man himself was nowhere near or in sight. Crocodile just sweated a bit more as he felt almost as if even his thoughts were being intruded on whilst being there. Enel likely just read his intentions and felt his killing intent, but it was still creepy to have someone spy on him at all times. Whatever. I just need to get used to the fact that he's a monster already. No point in overthinking things. Thankfully he didn't put me close to Dragon and his revolutionary bastards. Crocodile sighed and went back to his people. They still had to set up their tents on their new residence. The former warlord wasn't going to help, of course, but he was going to find a good place to sit down and admire the view. As for the next stop in the journey, well, it was rather obvious. A place that Enel both had some expectations from and dreaded going back to, Whole Cake Island. But of course, he wanted Zunisha along the way. But Enel's most concerning matter was the fact that he now had to face the Big Mom pirates after the whole fiasco that was Big Mom's last tea party. Let's just hope they aren't the type to hold a grudge. The Whole Cake Chateau had certainly seen better days. Months had passed, yet the Big Mom pirates were still working and fixing the castle and its surroundings. The attempt on Big Mom's life had been a devastating affair for her entire crew. The only reason she was now alive was explicitly because Enel, the only one capable of fighting him at the time, didn't want to murder her. Even though he didn't kill Big Mom, Enel had still done a lot more damage than anyone else would have been able to in such a short time. It was to the point where Charlotte Linlin was still bedridden, despite her inhuman endurance and physique. In stark contrast, Katakuri and even Oven had already recovered from their fights. Oven himself was beyond salty at having lost to two rookies, not even captains of their own crews. But the real reason he had lost was because he had not gotten to maintain his mechanical limbs whilst in prison. Had his limbs been up to scratch, he would have crushed the newbies he faced. However, he may not have been able to kill them due to Enel's interference, which ended up saving him in the end. Even with his failure to stop the Straw Hat, he was still given a lot of praise for helping his siblings and holding off two rather powerful combatants. Even if he hadn't won specifically, they had still been stopped from doing further damage to their family. And because of that, as well as their mother still being unconscious, Oven was allowed to roam free after the Tea Party assassination incident. But he wasn't exactly ecstatic about that. He had a lot of work on his plate now, and most of it was concerning rebuilding the palace. All of his siblings had to let go of their rivalries. They all came together under the leadership of Perispero, Katakuri and Oven to start rebuilding. Thankfully their family hadn't lost any siblings. Even Bruel was left unharmed at the shore of one of their islands. Overall, it could have gone much worse, and it likely would have if Enel really wanted to kill any of them. Oven made sure to point that out and didn't allow any of his siblings to antagonize his friend, even though he had fried their mother. In the end, the entire incident had started due to a third party's assassination attempt, which Big Mom took as an affront and attack from Enel. The Lightning Emperor hadn't been the first one to make a move, although he did seem to be protecting the Straw Hats and their associates to some extent. Oven just rationalized it as Enel wanting to minimize casualties in general, and most agreed with him. Katakuri had gone deeper and deeper into his training as soon as his body could move from the beating that Luffy had given him. He had lost, but the bout had been really close. Luffy was sickeningly talented, consistently getting stronger throughout their fight until the very end when Luffy overcame Katakuri's observation and future sight. It was a final clash that thundered throughout the mirror world, but it ended with Katakuri receiving a punch that had knocked him out cold. The doughman was sure that he had damaged Luffy as well, but by the time he woke up, there was no one left nearby. A hat covered the lower half of his face. His injuries were also mostly closed as well, but his mind was still rattled. Oven also continued his training, this time altering his mechanical limbs even further to withstand his devil fruit's power. The two of them spared for days on end when they could. Most of the time they ended up drawing, but most of the time Oven won. Katakuri's dough was getting cooked constantly. Oven was simply a bad matchup for him. Even then, his future sight gave him an advantage, and it allowed Oven to learn some new tricks to surprise his opponents. In those few months, Oven had even attained a small glimpse of future sight, although he was still not at Katakuri's level. Currently, most of the Big Mom pirates were gathered in the largest hall of the rebuilt castle. And in the middle of that hall sat a gigantic bed in which lay their mother. She was still covered in bandages from head to toe, parts of her skin were burned off, and her eyes were still firmly closed. Mother should be waking up soon, right? Smoothie, the tall juice devil fruit user, sighed as she eyed her mother's current state. Without her, they were a lot weaker. That was true for both physical and mental strength. They weren't prepared to lose their mother, simply put. I think she'll be up any second now, purr and musical note. Parasparrow chimed in as he took another lick of his large candy cane. Any second since last month to today. Charlotte Compote, Big Mom's first daughter, scowled a bit as she spoke. Her features were very similar to those of their mother, although she was a lot smaller in stature, and her hair was green. She was wearing a dress and had what seemed to be a fruit bowl with ice cream on her head. Let's try to be more positive, big sis. Charlotte Daifuku, Big Mom's third son, responded with a scowl of his own. He was one of Oven's older brothers, and overall not one of his bigger supporters. With a mean look and a tall stature to match Katakuri, as well as broad shoulders to match Oven, he was a mountain of a man. Although he was far weaker than both. At this stage, our doctors have done as much as they could. I think it may be an internal conflict as well at this point. Oven sighed as he crossed his arms. Mother is not weak. She will wake up, and she will want to grow stronger as well, I reckon. Katakuri shook his head as he remembered how quickly their mother had lost to Enal. Her burnt figure falling out of the sky, even consuming some of her lifespan to face Enal, was ineffective. It was surely to be a traumatizing experience. The Doe human doubted that their mother had ever lost to anyone in such a fashion. But can someone at her level really grow much more? Smoothie sighed as she lamented on her own strength. One can always grow stronger. If anything, I think our friend Enal had proven that there are powers even beyond our understanding. Katakuri responded to his little sister's lament quite comfortingly. But his tone was also etched in frustration. There were simply levels that he was never going to be able to reach, and that thought in itself was likely what stifled his growth. But it couldn't be helped. He simply couldn't envision himself doing what Enal could, raining thunder and destruction upon entire islands without even breaking a sweat. The powers of a god were sure to stir envy in the hearts of others. Silence descended upon the room for a few moments, as everyone stared at their mother and thought more about Katakuri's words. Although the assassination was unsuccessful, the entire Big Mom Pirates was humbled that day. They had yet to even recover from it fully. The silence stretched further as they all seemed to enter their own worlds. That silence was broken only by an outside sound, something that Katakuri and Oven seemed to pick up on first. The two of them raised their heads and looked at the side of the room with confusion, almost as if they were staring through the wall. Then everyone heard it. Drumming. Rhythmic and brooding, steady and powerful. The sound of war. Are we being attacked? Smoothie immediately drew her blade, and they all ran outside, only to stare at Enal's army in the distance. At that point, Smoothie couldn't help but drop her blade, her grip on it loosening out of shock. Is that? Katakuri's red eyes widened for a moment, his eyebrows shooting up in recognition. Enal's army? Yes, it is. Oven spoke out as a smile grew on his face. The closer the Sky Islands got, the louder the drumming was, and like always, it adjusted itself to not hurt the eardrums of any regular folk that happened to hear it. The Charlotte family was transfixed on the islands as they got closer and grew further and further in size. The closer they got, the more amazing the scene became. Many felt as if the heavens had descended a bit closer to the earth, allowing them to tenancy of the afterlife. But the Charlotte siblings had all heard Oven's words. They knew the truth. The islands in front of them belonged to a man. Not just any man, but the man that had wreaked havoc on their home a while back. But even if any of them held a grudge regarding that, they weren't able to do anything now besides staring up in awe, fear, and envy. A range of emotions that all of the siblings shared. Katakuri felt both envy and awe. He also felt conflicted, unsure how to face Enal after all that had happened. And Oven simply felt happiness. He was finally going to be able to join his friend. He was happiest knowing that Enal hadn't forgotten about him, that he was passing by their islands. When the islands finally reached the skies above their home, they all looked up to it. Do you all think we should join him despite everything? Purr and musical note. Sparrow couldn't help but ask his siblings. He was unsure if everyone would be on board with it, but he knew something for a fact. Oven and Katakuri are definitely going with him. He could already see it in their eyes. They saw a challenge. They wanted to participate in the upcoming war, to take that opportunity to hone their skills. That would be, Smoothie was about to speak her mind, her tone a bit annoyed at the notion of joining Enel's army. But she was swiftly interrupted by a much more imposing voice. That would be only natural. It was womanly, loud and confident. Everyone immediately turned back and looked to see their other, still wearing a large hospital gown and covered in bandages. Mother, you should be resting, while you're awake? All of her children rushed to her, crowding around her and making her sigh a bit as she also looked up. The sweet empress couldn't help but smile as she took in the size of Enel's army. She didn't need a newspaper to realize that Kaido was likely out of the picture already. And even if he wasn't, she now knew that neither Kaido nor her were ever a match for Enel. I am healthy and fine, I just needed some rest. I got enough now. Big Mom responded to her children's concern with a rather unusual warm smile. All of her children seemed to be taken aback by it, in a good way of course. But Sparrow also had something else gnawing at his mind. Mother, are we truly joining the Sky King's march? The Candy Devil fruit user looked up at his mother with a conflicted gaze. Of course we are. At this point, it's either we join him or we sit idly by while the score gets settled. Whoever is likely to win, is also likely to erase us as well. Lin spoke in a rather defeated tone. She truly felt as if she wouldn't be able to defend her homeland from whoever managed to win the war. Swooping in and trying to finish off the winner was also not something she was confident of doing on her own, so she only really had one choice. But when she looked around, she could still see some confusion on the faces of her children. So with a deep sigh, she proceeded to explain further. If the government wins, they would want no influential figure from this era to survive. If Enel wins, then he is likely to eliminate piracy. He may spare us, but I don't like taking chances. Well, it's true that I would spare you. A voice responded to her, and the tall figure of Enel appeared right by Big Mom's side. The atmosphere turned tense for a moment, but it seemed to immediately calm down as they noticed the placid look that their mother gave Enel. Nice of you to make an appearance personally. And here I thought you'd tried to avoid me. Lin smiled as she spoke, further unnerving some of her children with her cheerfulness. Why would I be avoiding you? I am not the type to get hung up on misunderstandings. Enel gave her a small laugh as he crossed his arms. He then looked up a bit, and a stone seemed to descend at great speed. Lin looked up at it as well, and immediately she seemed to become more guarded. From it jumped down the figure of a youthful man with long blonde hair. He had deep blue eyes and he wore a rather simple opened-up white shirt and loose black pants. At his waist was a saber that Big Mom recognized as well. Guzman, you've certainly not aged a day, or rather, you've aged backwards. Big Mom smiled a bit, her eyes shifting a bit towards the sheath of Francisco's blade. What can I say? Good thing I remembered to put on moisturizer, huh? Francisco laughed a bit, before turning around slightly and looking at the members of the Charlotte family. Damn, you got the biggest family I've ever seen. I sure hope one of those is mine. Francisco narrowed his eyes, and immediately everyone gave him a weird look. What? We were both young and available. Now that I think about it, this may just be another one of the reasons why Kaido detested me. Francisco rubbed his chin as he seemed to suddenly remember something. Enel just stared at him, blinking a few times. He didn't even know where to begin to respond to such a statement. Big Mom was the same as Enel at first, but she burst out laughing at some point afterwards. Mama, you really haven't changed a bit. Her hearty laugh dispelled some of the awkwardness that Francisco's words had brought. Honestly, I was worried that you were holding a grudge. I guess you were always the bigger person, huh? Big Mom's tone became a bit melancholic as she spoke. Hey, I may have held a grudge for a while, but after so many years, I'd rather look forward to the future instead of lamenting on the past. Francisco smiled at Big Mom. He decided not to comment on her appearance at all, knowing that age just had its way with some people. We have a lot of catching up to do. How about we do it in the sky? Big Mom laughed a bit as she then gestured for all of her children to start packing up. We will continue our journey in 5 hours. Anyone that wants to come with us is free to do so. Enel spoke out before waving to Oven and Katakuri. He then turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. At that point, everyone got to work, and the strongest members of the Charlotte family joined in. Some decided to stay back and defend their home in case something happened, but most of them boarded the Sky Islands, and Shiki was more than happy to give them a small island to inhabit. After they were settled in properly, Enel started looking forward to their next stop, which was Wano, of course. Since he hadn't felt Zunisha anywhere yet, Enel assumed that he'd find him nearer to Wano. Or maybe the elephant had decided to hang around Joy Boy. Regardless, Enel was going to find out one way or another. On a flowery hill on the precipice of a Grand Canyon stood two figures. One was a young man with long flowing black hair wearing an orange and white yukata. He had very sharp features, dark eyes, and a large smile on his face. By his side stood the figure of a voluptuous woman, wearing a sleeveless traditional samurai garb, showing some rather deep cleavage. On her back was a chipped and cracked metallic club. She had a rather round and beautiful face with fair features, and shining and large blue eyes, which seemed to contrast well with her flowing white hair that stood caught in a ponytail and the two small horns on her forehead. The two people were none other than Momonosuke and Yamato. One being the biological son of Kazuki Oden, and the current young shogun of Wano. The other was a young woman who had been deeply inspired by Oden's story and the courage of his subordinates. She was inspired to the point where she decided to become a man. The two were staring at the valley below. Just months ago they had bid farewell to the Straw Hat and the people who had saved their country. So much time has passed. I wonder when they'll be back. Momonosuke crossed his arms as he looked in the distance with a fond gaze. It hasn't been that long, you know? Yamato narrowed her eyes at the young shogun to her side. Hey. The passage of time does seem a bit confusing to me, but I'll get used to it. Momonosuke rubbed the back of his head, keeping the wide smile on his face unhindered. Usually, children perceive time much differently from adults. Although his body was that of an adult, his mind was still that of a child, so there were some discrepancies there. Still, it's been a good few months. I wonder how everyone is doing. Yamato sighed, her boisterous voice sounding a bit more restrained as she looked into the horizon. I'm sure they're fine. Luffy is strong, same for Enel and all of his retainers. The entire land of Wano remembered the moment when Titans touched down in Onigashima. They remembered the rhythmic beat, the drums of liberation that resounded when Luffy rose from the ground. It was certainly memorable. Even more so when his gigantic fist the size of an island struck down Kaido. Very few had noticed Enel assisting him in those last moments, but Yamato and Momonosuke both knew what had happened. They saw Enel supporting Luffy in that last clash. They saw how Enel had pressed Kaido to the ground, how he snipped the dragon's wings and made him earthbound with his thunder. It was a legendary fight, and it was also extremely therapeutic to watch for those who had suffered under Kaido's rule all those years. Yamato did feel a smidge of pity towards her father. She had at some point hoped that there was a softer side to him, but it seemed that she had always been mistaken. One part of his habits sure never changed. He was always looking for Joy Boy. There was a reason why he very rarely killed prisoners in the past. He believed that one day he would be brought down, and that only Joy Boy would be able to do that. No, he could only accept dying at the hands of Joy Boy. Yamato didn't really ponder on his death for too long, as she saw it as good riddance to some extent. She did regret not getting to join the Straw Hats in their journey, but at the same time, she wanted to be there to protect Wano just in case. The country was still closed, but there was a possibility of there being visitors in their lands. She also took that time to teach Momonosuke more about hockey. The dragon cub had a very long way to go still, but he had made outstanding progress in a short few months, being already able to use the most basic form of armament. His control over his dragon artificial devil fruit had also improved a lot, although he still had troublesome the flame clouds that Kaido controlled with so much ease. But now they took a break from training, and Momonosuke was free to wander the flower capsule for a bit. The people of Wano were welcoming to him and his reign. Many felt as if they were waking up from a nightmare. Momonosuke was not yet at the point where he was making decisions by himself. He was still quite immature. His grandfather, Kazuki Sukiyaki, was the one currently in charge of most duties. Momonosuke still had a lot of work in front of him before he became a proper ruler, one that Wano deserved. But he was willing to learn, and he wanted to give his people the best. Wano shines best at night, huh? Momonosuke sighed as he then turned back and looked at the sunset. It was then that he noticed it. A slight shadow cast over the sun, looking like a small dark cloud in the distance. Then he heard drums, not like the ones that he heard from Joy Boy. No, these weren't the drums of liberation, but Momonosuke couldn't quite put his finger on it. Drums of war? The person by his side seemed to have an idea, however. Immediately, Yamato also became vigilant, narrowing her eyes and grabbing the handle of her metallic club. What can you see, a flying ship? Yamato asked as he squinted and tried to see further into the distance. I can't tell either. Momonosuke was sweating a bit, unsure if someone was declaring war upon Wano. We should meet them halfway. Give the others time to prepare. Yamato was not quite as stressed. She simply looked forward to engaging those who dared declare war on Wano. Momonosuke nodded, seemingly agreeing with her. In an instant, his body morphed and transformed into that of a long pink dragon. He was smaller in size compared to Kaido before awakening. Yamato immediately jumped on his head and grabbed onto one of his horns. Then, at the top of his lungs, he shouted, "Samurai of Wano, prepare for war." His voice thundered, even overshadowing the slight drumming heard in the distance. Panic quickly spread through the people of Wano, and the samurai who heard the drums and Yamato all immediately got to work, gearing up for battle. In the distance, Momonosuke and Yamato were already treading the air towards their opponents. It took around 10 minutes of flying for them to realize just how far away their enemy was. And then, after around 20 more minutes, they realized the actual size of the one sounding the drums of war. That. Yamato's face seemed to fall as he realized that what they were looking at was no mere ship. Flying islands. Momonosuke sounded just as scared and confused in that instant. And immediately, Yamato and Momonosuke looked at each other, contemplating what to do next. Yamato was strong, but he wasn't confident in fighting that many islands at once, and Momonosuke could at best provide some supporting fire. They still had some 30-odd minutes before they came close enough to the flying islands. Maybe it would be smarter to retreat and try to prepare in Wano instead of fighting them in the air, Yamato thought for a moment, his hand tightly gripping the metallic club's handle. Just as he was about to speak out, Yamato felt the air behind him shift slightly, and Momonosuke felt something heavy land on his back. Yamato, Momonosuke, really nice of you two to come out and greet us so early. The two of them were filled with cold sweat for a moment, but quickly recovered as they realized who the person behind them actually was. Lord Enal. Momonosuke recognized him first. Yamato immediately let go of his weapon and turned around fully, facing the emperor with a wide smile on his face. Holy shit, that scared me. Enal, it's great to see you. I've heard and seen so much about you, yet I never got to meet you properly. Sorry for scaring you. I figured you were getting the wrong impression regarding the drums. We are waging war against the world government. Wano is safe. Enal smiled apologetically as he explained. He had somewhat expected the people of Wano to be a bit more aggressive when hearing the drums since they had just come out of a war. He was planning on heading to the island first or sending Shiki there before the army got too close. Boo is no longer needed. War on the world government? Momonosuke immediately became squeamish at the notion. Another war, huh? Yamato seemed a bit less shocked at the notion, though Enel didn't expect that to mean any one of them was willing to join in. Indeed, we are merely passing by Wano, and I was planning on saying hello to Lord Sukiyaki as well before flying off. You know Grandpa? Momonosuke couldn't help but ask, his childish tone not fitting his large dragon body too well. I know him briefly, Enel muttered as he remembered his short conversation with the Kazuki elder. Enel passed by Wano exactly because of it. He wanted to find out if Wano was ready to open up its borders so that they could finally get their hands on Pluto. Great, we'll lead you there then, Momonosuke mouthed off as his body started twisting and turning around. Sure thing. My people will follow behind us. The island started moving as well, following the dragon and keeping up with his speed. Momonosuke noticed this and started flying faster and faster, the islands adjusting their speed accordingly as well. You won't be losing them anytime soon, Momonosuke. The emperor laughed slightly as the dragon cub turned the small journey into a race. The young shogun seemed embarrassed for a few seconds but recovered quickly enough. And after around 30 minutes, they were back above Wano. By that point, the samurai who had been getting ready for war noticed what exactly was approaching them. Very few could keep their cool when faced with such a scene, but seeing Momonosuke and Yamato leading the islands was a bit calming to the samurai. Them landing in the flower capsule, and the sky islands hovering over the skies of Wano did make them quite anxious, but there wasn't much for them to do. No one among them had the power to slash through islands. Thankfully Yamato was quick to go and explain the situation to everyone, finally allowing the weary samurai to rest easy. Even if not everyone knew of Enel's involvement in Kaido's death, plenty knew that the Sky King's men were among the ones who took part in the extermination squad that marched into Onigashima that fateful day. Momonosuke landed in the courtyard of his family's compound. He waved off the guards that had gathered around him and quickly led Enel towards his grandfather's office. Now then, let's check if Wano is ready to open up its borders, shall we? Enel sat cross-legged as he blew silently toward the large cup of tea that was placed on the table in front of him. On the other end of the small round table stood none other than Kazuki Sukiyaki, the old man who was currently making decisions concerning the land of Wano's leadership. The old man was dressed in formal clothing made of the finest fabric. His white hair was now caught in a rather elaborate bun. He now sported a spiky white beard and mustache. The conversation up to that point was just some frivolous greetings while Enel's island settled in the skies of Wano. The drums of war now much quieter and bearable for the people below, acting more as a background melody. The samurai, especially the red scabbards, were still a bit wary since a massive army was essentially over their heads now. But knowing that it was Enel's army made things a bit more bearable on their nerves. For Sukiyaki, things were a lot clearer than for the rest. He had somewhat expected Enel to return to Wano at the end of the day. Now then, I think I know why you are here. I guess it is quite obvious, isn't it? Enel sighed as he took a sip of his still hot tea. There are very few reasons why someone of your stature would return to Wano. You're looking for Pluton, aren't you? Sukiyaki took a deep sigh as he remembered the name of the ancient weapon residing beneath Wano. Yep, Pluton. But it is my understanding that the country needs to open in order for it to be released. Enel nodded. one of his earlobes gesturing towards the ground and then towards the sea. I guess I do remember that being mentioned during our last conversation, but there is something else that occurred in the meantime, some information that I am now privy to, if you will. Enel raised an eyebrow at that and gestured for the old man to continue speaking. The closing of the country of Wano's borders was specifically done to contain the ancient weapon, that much I knew of as well. But now I found out that there was never a designated way for someone to take the ancient weapon out of Wano, even if the borders were to open. Enel seemed a bit taken aback by the news. He hadn't quite expected to hear such words. After all, he had assumed that the people that had sealed Pluton had planned to use it in the future. But by Sukiyaki's words, it seemed that they never meant for Pluton to ever see the light of day again. They'd rather it doesn't fall in any hands than having it fall on the wrong hands, huh? But that is not the most alarming part. After doing a bit of digging, I was able to discover that even attempting to take the ancient weapon out of Wano would lead to the entire island sinking, along with the ancient weapon. The old man's voice sounded quite distraught, but Enel still had plenty of questions in his mind. For starters, how were you able to find out exactly? Upon searching through the ruins of Onigashima, I was able to find some interesting texts, poneglyphs, but not written upon the stones, on paper. It was faded and hardly readable, but it had a rather clear message, that the ancient weapon was never meant to leave Wano. And we, as the descendants of the writers, are meant to serve as a last line of defense against anyone looking to use this ancient weapon. Enel slowly stopped listening to the old man's story as his senses spread out. He had not sensed any hidden rooms within Onigashima at the time. At the very least, it was difficult to tell if there were any. His senses couldn't really be deceived. Not even a room laced with sea stone could hide from his sight now that his radar was active. So Enel had no choice but to assume that the old man was either lying, or that he had somehow found ancient poneglyphs on paper just standing around in a collapsed library by sheer luck. It was hard to tell if Sukiyaki was lying just by looking at his expression. The old man seemed to have a perfect poker face. But the other scenario was not quite believable. No matter how many blind eyes Enel was willing to turn to the conveniences in that story, it was simply improbable. Sukiyaki would never have ignored such writings if they truly existed. Sure, the old man was now able to provide ancient-looking paper with poneglyphs written on them. But the old man had failed to account for the fact that Enel used to be an archaeologist in his past life. Enel spent decades of his life validating and examining countless pieces of history from many civilizations, some much older than the Void Century. With a side glance, Enel was easily able to tell that the type of paper that the poneglyphs were drawn on was not the type that would survive for more than 200 years even under perfect circumstances. It was not treated in any way to last longer and to be passed on to the next generations. Enel assumed that Sukiyaki had chosen paper as it was a lot harder to forcefully age stone quickly. Enel did remember that there was someone among the red scabbards with the ability to age things, but it seemed that no such powers were used on the paper. Enel didn't really know much about that person's abilities anyway. There was a chance that they only worked on humans. In the end, the Lighting Emperor was forced to concede. He could try to force Pluton out of Wano, to ask Shiki to make sure that Wano didn't sink in the process, just in case. But it was all likely going to cause a lot of chaos for the people of Wano, and that was likely something that Sukiyaki wanted to avoid. Enel didn't blame the old man for lying, nor did he feel insulted in any way. At the end of the day, Sukiyaki was simply choosing what was best for his people. He was essentially asking them to open their gates whilst a war was happening in the outside world. It was likely difficult for the old man to outright refuse Enel twice on the same matter, so to avoid any conflict arising from that he prepared an elaborate lie. Regardless, the Sky King was forced to leave the country of Wano empty-handed. He didn't make any fuss, he simply bid farewell and sailed off. He was going to the next island on his radar. At first, he had pondered going towards Egghead, to pursue Luffy. But the Straw Hat had likely already passed the technologically advanced island. So Enel decided to go where most of his allies within the New World had already gathered. Elbaf, the Island of Giants. Another one. For the good days ahead, Shanks shouted, raising an oversized cup of sake to the sky, his eyes shining a deep red as he celebrated with his allies. At least the ones that were still standing. Gurararara by his side stood none other than Whitebeard. His long yellow hair flowed with the wind, and his children were also by his side, celebrating his health once more. In the background, hundreds of giants roared simultaneously, raising gigantic cups to the sky and drinking heartily. Their celebration had already lasted for weeks, to the point where few even remembered what the celebration was even about. But at least they were all in one place. God only knew it had been a long time since they all gathered there. All that was missing was Roger, and their party would have been completed. But they also had some new faces around, like Hawkeye Mahawk, who was rather reserved. He still raised his cup out of respect, but it was not accompanied by a roar of excitement. Instead, he drank in silence and observed the people around him. He was rather confused at first, as to why his old friend would call him towards Elbaf. He claimed that there was a surprise for him there, but upon his arrival, very little was explained to him, and he simply stuck around out of curiosity. For one, there were the giants. Among them were some rather legendary pirate captains. Mihawk had even heard legends about them in the past. Dory and Brogy were among those figures. Pirates and captains of the giant warrior pirates. The celebrations in place were partly because of the fact that the crew had now reunited and reformed after a long break. But aside from the two captains, there was also the royalty of Elbaf present. The king, Ymir the frozen giant. A gargantuan man, twice bigger than a normal giant, with an extremely bulky build and well-defined muscles. He had a long white beard and wore a blindfold. His clothes were not all that regal, but he did wear a crown on his head, clarifying his rank and position. But despite that, he fought and drank with the other giants without any restraints. On his back, bound with leather straps, was a gigantic club that looked as if it was carved out of an unmelting block of ice. Mihawk had heard tales of that weapon, he had read plenty of books mentioning it. A weapon passed down within the Elbaf royalty, said to be impossible to destroy or melt, supposedly a frozen chunk of ice so heavy that normal giants could not lift it. He had also read some strange stories that within that gigantic club was frozen the legend of the All Blue, or at least a piece of it. With such interesting characters around, it was hard for Mihawk to leave. Besides the giants, there was also another man who required the strongest swordsman's attention. And that man was none other than the strongest human, Whitebeard, who was now young and seemingly stronger than ever. Mihawk had taken part in the war against him back in the day, but the hawk-eyed swordsman had made sure to not contribute much. He never did have any grudges with the old man and was truly at Marineford just to keep up the facade of a warlord, whatever would bring him less trouble. Shanks never did like that part of him. That lack of ambition when relating to anything other than swordsmanship was always frustrating for Shanks, who always set his sights higher. But that was simply Mihawk's nature, so it couldn't be helped. Regardless, Mihawk had plenty of frustrations with Shanks as well. Like the fact that the red-haired emperor still didn't tell him what exactly he had been called for in the first place. He had heard snippets. That a war was coming, and hell, with the current ongoing climate in the world, anyone could have guessed that much. But Mihawk had no interest in going to war, he only really cared about swordsmanship. If he hadn't gotten to duel with some of the sword-wielding giants on Elbaf, then he likely would have left quite a while back. His curiosity could only stretch so far after all. I'll drink a few more cups and take my leave. But he didn't even get to finish his cup before his ears perked up and his eyes turned to the sky. Well, damned liquor must have left me delirious. Ymir's voice rang out from amongst the giants. Is this the party that you claimed was coming, red-haired Shanks? Dory asked as his eyes narrowed, looking into the horizon. Gurarara, of course it is. That lightning brat sure took his damn sweet time. So we'll finally get to meet this Sky King individual, huh? Ymir stood up at his full height, towering over the other giants with a wide smile on his face. I'd say give it a few more minutes, those islands still look quite far away. But this here is the grand fleet that we'll all be joining. Shanks laughed a bit as he took another sip from his drink, only to be stopped by Mihawk, who gazed at him with anger. What's the meaning of this, Shanks? I told you I had no interest in the war. Mihawk scowled as he expressed his displeasure loudly. I didn't call you here specifically for the war, Mihawk. Shanks just gave his old friend a smile. In truth, there's someone among Enal's people who I figured you'd be interested in meeting. Apparently, the strongest swordsman before you, now turned young like Whitebeard. I figured you'd want to clash with him at least once. Shanks looked off to the side whilst whistling a bit. That's interesting. Mihawk whispered as his muscles seemed to stiffen for a moment, but he was still a bit confused. Why didn't you just tell me that from the beginning? Faced with Mihawk's piercing gaze, Shanks just laughed and turned his head. Well, the main reason I called you here is a bit more embarrassing, honestly. Let's just say that maybe I wanted my best friend and rival to see me off when I go to war. Gather up for one last drink, you know. Just in case things do go to shit. Shanks sighed and looked at his crew with a bit of embarrassment. None of his men seemed to judge him though, they all knew how deep his rivalry and friendship with Mihawk ran. Mihawk himself was taken aback by Shanks's words, especially the last part. Tisk. Is the situation so dire that you're jumping into a war without the assurance of victory? The strongest swordsman simply felt odd just saying those words. Shanks had always been the man with a plan, he never was in way above his head. Honestly, I thought I'd be able to make a difference at first, but now it's hard to say. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Shanks clenched his fist and looked at his missing hand for a few seconds. He remembered how powerful IMU's means were, how even he couldn't properly block an attack. At the very least I can help hold back the God Guards and the Elders. But Enal and Luffy will have to deal with the greatest threat. The future is currently on Thea's shoulders. Mihawk seemed surprised when seeing the unsure figure of Shanks. His crew around him all had rather sour faces, making it clear that the red-haired captain's words were no joke. Fine, I'll join you for now. But only to face that swordsman you were talking about. Not because I am in any way concerned about you. Mihawk kept his scowl on before taking one more sip from his sake. Shanks blinked a few times when hearing that statement, and not long after a wide smile spread on his cheeks. Hey, he's always been like this, but I'm glad he's tagging along now. Before long, Enal's islands hovered right above the gigantic island of Elbaf. Whitebeard and Shanks both looked up to it with wide smiles. Marco was already flying up there, turning into a bird and looking at the multitude of islands and people in Enal's army with fascination. Huh. That's a familiar stench. Ymir scowled as he also looked up. The islands above seemed so much closer to him, but they were still large and out of reach. But what attracted his attention most was not the number of people, but some of the people present. Oh yeah. Seems the Big Mom pirates joined in the end. Shanks as he looked at the sky and felt them as well. This isn't ideal for us. We giants made it clear that we want nothing to do with that demon. Ymir huffed, cold air emitting from his stuffy mustache. Now, isn't that a bit petty? A voice rang above Ymir's head, making the giant raise an eyebrow as he felt a weight pressing on his head. He could sense a faint figure there. He felt a rather unfamiliar stench. Tisk. The giant quickly slapped at the top of his head, hitting nothing but his helmet, causing a loud bang to slightly overshadow the drums that thundered above them all. The figure reappeared among the people below, right in front of Shanks, Whitebeard and Mihawk in fact. Shanks, Whitebeard. Seems that a lot of people are gathered here today. That figure was, of course, none other than Enal, dressed in his usual formal attire this time. Enal. You could have made a better entrance, honestly. Shanks smiled wryly, unsure why Enal had decided to antagonize the leader of the giants in such a way. I'd say it was good enough. And this one must be Mihawk. It's an honor to formally meet you. The Sky King extended his hand towards Mihawk, who shook it without any hesitation. It's nice to meet you as well, Enal. He didn't care about the giants being antagonized at that moment. Instead, his gaze burrowed deep into Enal's eyes, searching for an answer to a question that went unasked. Yeah, he's certainly grown stronger since Marineford. Mihawk then turned his gaze to Ymir, who seemed to be growing angrier with Enal standing around and ignoring him. You have some gall. Stepping into my kingdom and disrespecting me in such a way. Ymir huffed some cold air before reaching for the mace that was still strapped to his back. But before he could even clutch it in his firm hand, Enal appeared right in front of his eyes, floating in midair, his eyes sparkling with energy. Touch that weapon, and it will be the last thing you'll ever do in this world. I wonder what'll melt first, that ice or your flesh? The air around the Emperor's body sparked dangerously, his glowing gaze staring straight into the giant king's eyes with a resolute look. Shit. This isn't looking too well. Why is Enal so hostile? Shanks couldn't help but sweat a bit as he had given his word to the giants that they'd be welcomed in Enal's army with open arms. Now the entire situation seemed to be on the cusp of blowing out of proportion, with the other giants also preparing for a fight to defend their great warrior king. Well, if a fight does break out. Shanks stared at Mihawk and Whitebeard, and both of them nodded silently. Let's see how things unfold. Touch that weapon, and it will be the last thing you'll ever do in this world. I wonder what'll melt first, that ice or your flesh? The Emperor's words echoed in the wind as the air around him continued to buzz with energy. You came into my home, disrespected me in front of all of my people, and now you dare threaten me? Ymir clearly didn't take kindly to Enal's words. The other giants below all started getting riled up as well, not appreciative of Enal's apparent disregard for their king. I was not threatening you, King Ymir, I was giving you a warning. Maybe I was a bit disrespectful to you, Giant King, but I couldn't help but get mad at your words. Enal sighed and decided to take a step back, not wanting the situation to derail any further. It wasn't like it was difficult for him to defeat the entirety of Elbaf even alone, but he was not exactly in the habit of genocide, at least not anymore. At my words? Ymir raised an eyebrow, not quite sure if he had said anything specific to the Sky King to gain his ire. Oh, let's just say I didn't appreciate you calling one of my associates a demon. You see, I happen to be very good friends with one of her children as well, and I didn't take kindly to that. Ymir, as well as the other giants that heard Enal's words, seemed to be a bit taken aback by it. I was unaware that you had heard my conversation with the red-haired one. But even then, it was in relation to our past with with Charlotte Linlin. Her actions spoke for themselves, she earned her name. Ymir seemed to stand by his earlier words regardless of how they may have affected Enal. I do happen to know that past you speak of. The actions of a child who couldn't control herself. That is what you have based your entire judgment of her on. I always thought you giants were great warriors with honor and wisdom. I guess I was wrong? Enal shook his head as he remembered a bit more about Big Mom's rather tragic story. She hadn't shared it with him in that life, sure. Oven had mentioned some bits and pieces, however, and they were enough to help him remember her story that he read in his past life. The fact that the giants still held their animosity towards her for an incident that happened while she was an uncontrollable child was rather pathetic. She, as a child, could simply not control her hunger. Her special body made her always desire more, and she went mad with that hunger. Of course, she didn't remember those fits of anger, she didn't remember eating all of the people that she cared about at the time. She only remembered waking up to no one left around her. It was a rather strange twist of fate. Had that not happened, then she, as well as all of the other children, would have had to go through hell due to being sold into slavery by their dear Mother Carmel. The giants seemed to have witnessed her massacre, and they had judged her as a demon from that day forward. Not that they were much kinder to her beforehand, as another episode of hers destroyed one of the giants' villages. Those actions were not easy to forgive, Enel could understand that. But they were the actions of a child who couldn't control herself and who didn't know any better. The giants, the strongest race alive. One of the wisest races alive. But they couldn't spare the time of day and manpower to actually try and help Big Mom. It was just ironic. Big Mom would go on to cause a lot of suffering to a lot of people, yet that all could have been avoided had the giants stepped up to help a child in need. In the end, the event lowered Enel's opinion of the giants drastically. HMPH. Her actions were inexcusable, and I stand by our decision to not associate ourselves with her. Besides, her actions throughout her life make us want to associate with her even less. She is an evil pirate and the worst of scum. And the fact that you would keep someone like her by your side makes me question you as well, Sky King. Ymir's tone seemed to become a bit condescending by the end, but Enel didn't seem all that bothered by it. Back on the ground, Whitebeard, Shanks, Mihawk and the others were still looking at the situation with the expectation that things could go down at any moment. The red-haired emperor didn't like the idea of fighting against the giants, but at the same time, he knew that Enel's army was the only one capable of facing the world government. In the end, he couldn't afford to stay impartial right at that moment. In the skies above Elbaf, Big Mom and Enel's other allies looked down at the situation with quite a bit of confusion. Big Mom herself was unsure how or why Enel knew about her story, but she could at least assume that Oven had told him. She felt a bit flattered that Enel would go that far for her, although she was not the type to have others fight her battles for her. Despicable? Maybe. Maybe they are beyond that. Maybe they are the worst scum of the earth? Okay, maybe Enel wasn't actually defending her all that much after all. But that was okay with her as well. She didn't care much about how others saw her actions anyway. But you know what? Now that the time has come, Linlin, as well as all of her children, chose to fight by my side, for the sake of giving this world freedom. What do you plan to do? Enel took a short pause as he stared the giant king in the eye, awaiting his answer with a challenging gaze. The world's freedom? From my seat, it just looks like a change of leadership. I am not going to endanger my people to fight for your cause. The kingdom of Elbaf will take no part in this war. Alas, it was not exactly the response Enel wanted. This isn't just my cause, Giant King. But I doubt I'll be able to make you see reason no matter what I say. But the Sky King wasn't going to keep pressing the issue endlessly. Some of the giants, Brogy and Dory among them, seemed to have been moved by Enel's speech. They seemed to want to speak out, but they were forced into silence by their king's decision. In the end, Enel decided to no longer waste his breath on the Giant King. He just ordered Shiki to lower the islands for the Whitebeard pirates, red-haired pirates and Mihawk. Even if he left without the giants, he still gathered quite a large army just within the island of Elbaf. But before he left, he took one last look towards Ymir, who was now standing with his arms crossed and waiting for Enel and his army to leave. Your choice today is to stand on the sidelines and hope for the best. Something that I am sure the great warrior giants of old would find laughable. You proved yourself to be a ruler of cowards, and a cowardly ruler. But no matter, I bid you farewell. And with that, Enel vanished with the clap of thunder, and the island started moving once more. In the skies above, Mihawk's eyes were as wide as saucers as he entered the command station room where everyone else was present. What? He felt as if his eyes were deceiving him. Whitebeard passed by the massive doors and laughed a bit when seeing the figures inside. Sengoku. You old crook. Seems we're fighting Togator this time. He was a lot less affected by the sight of so many legendary figures in one room. HMPH, don't get used to it. Whitebeard, the Marines plan to go back to their previous job after we win the war. Sengoku scowled a bit, not commenting much to either Shanks or Mihawk. Marco was also joining them momentarily, and his reaction was a similar state of shock to Mihawk. The strongest swordsman did manage to regain his composure, however, although he still felt a bit strange. Even compared to Shanks, he wasn't lacking in terms of power. He was used to walking into a room and being the most dangerous man within it. He wasn't expecting that to be the case with Enel's army, but the extent to which that wasn't the case was simply astonishing. I guess I can understand why Enel didn't feel it a priority to convince the giants to join in. This place is already crowded. Well, there won't be enemy to become pirates if we win. Freedom is the goal of every pirate. The only thing left would be the criminals. So I guess Linlin would be the one in danger here? Whitebeard walked up to the table and sat on his larger-than-normal chair with a wide smile on his face. HMPH. Stop living in the past, old man. I am a proper queen now. Big Mom's face morphed into an amused scowl as she heard her old comrade. Living in the past? With the amount of relics in here, it's hard not to. Shiki laughed a bit as he looked at the table. Suffice it to say, it was a gathering of old legends, each powerful in their own right, rulers of their generations. Even though there were some exceptions to the rule, like the admirals, the table was still mostly filled with old people. You folk are sure lively today. Enal appeared already sitting down on his golden throne, as the table and map in front of them opened up. Of course we are. Lots of new people to introduce to the shit show, Garp said as he gave Enal a toothy grin. Well, I'm sure you'll all have the time to get acquainted. In the meantime, we should all start heading for our next stop. The Sky King smiled at everyone present and raised his gauntleted hand, pointing a finger at one specific island. Egghead, the most technologically advanced island in the world, home of Vegapunk. Enal yawned as the voices around his table continued arguing and bickering like children. I guess that, at some point in our lives, we do all revert to being children. Big Mom continued to throw random jabs at the Marines, seemingly enjoying their reactions. Akainu was especially livid as he considered Big Mom scum, but he couldn't harm her as they were currently allies. Enal looked at the two of them with a rather conflicted gaze. Akainu was not going to be an extremist when it came to his justice. It was absolute justice at the end of the day. His hate for pirates like Big Mom ran deeper than anything in the world. The only difference was that he now saw the difference between pirates like Big Mom and the Straw Hat. It was a combination of Enal and Aokiji's influence on him, as well as the fact that he was no longer blind to the many flaws of the world government. The Magma user was still very much inclined to slay any pirates, but he now understood that some people got the title of pirate just because the world government couldn't control them. It was a rather disheartening discovery for Akainu, finding out that his fists had been pointed at the wrong people so many times. After all, Ohara was not the only example of the world government harming others. Akainu and the Marines had gone along and allowed the world nobles and government to do a lot of despicable things. From assisting in enslaving and killing off entire races to committing mass murder on their behalf on multiple occasions. The Marines in general, the admirals and fleet admirals specifically, were more than complicit to those crimes. This fact was among the things that enabled Akainu to work together with pirates. It was a stray thought that happened upon his head at some point. In fact, it happened upon the heads of most of the Marines present at Enal's round table. How have we been better than pirates all these years? If anything, pirates like Whitebeard had done a lot more good in the world than someone like Akainu and Kizaru. It was sickening. Now that they had this new perspective, they couldn't help but see the arbitrary and downright evil ways of the government. They were never fighting for justice. No, they were just working constantly for the world government's interest, to maintain and expand its power whenever needed. The Marines were nothing more than a tool, and Akainu was mad at that realization. Sengoku, however, always knew that. He had never had a doubt in his mind that the Marines were nothing more than tools. But there was no other choice for him. He knew of no power that could stand up to the world government, so for so many years, he tried his best to climb to the top of the Marines. When he was younger, he hoped that he'd bring about change in the world, but he ended up becoming nothing more than another cog in the machine. Working with the world government's best interests in mind, if only just to preserve his own position and life, he had fallen into a trap that had swallowed up many before him. In a sense, Garp was smarter than Sengoku in that regard. Instead of trying to make changes through the world government, he just did his own thing. Refusing to work directly under them as an admiral, and going off to start his own organization within the Marines that worked outside of the government's view for the most part. Unfortunately, not much was left of said organization currently. Garp had no way of knowing how they had ended up, but not all of its members had come in with the Neo Marines, so it was safe to assume they were either dead or no longer allies. Things were looking up, however. At the very least, they had built up a force large enough to reform the Marines after the war. Garp had also managed to train up Kobe and Helmeppo into capable Marines, future leaders even. But that future hinged on the results of the upcoming war, so it was easier said than done. It's only a matter of time before we reach Egghead. I wonder if Vegapunk has finished those serifs. Enal pondered for a moment, his mind clear as the atmosphere around him continued to rage on. Shiki, Francisco, Whitebeard and Big Mom seemed to have formed a clique of their own, seemingly just like back in the old days. Mihawk and Shanks seemed to be conversing more with Dragon and his revolutionaries. Mihawk had already proposed a duel to Francisco, but it was said to happen after a few days, giving Mihawk some time to get accustomed to his new surroundings. At least that was the excuse Enal gave the two swordsmen to stop them from going for each other's throats moments after they met. Francisco was loyal and disciplined, so he understood that his captain didn't want them to cause too much damage by fighting. Mihawk was a bit miffed, as he was eager to prove himself against someone from an older generation. The two of them had already studied each other, and at the very least they were able to tell that their understanding of the sword was reaching a similar level. When it came to Haki, however, it seemed that Mihawk fell a bit short. Not by much, but from Enal's observation, It was enough for the stronger between the two to be decided in the Lightning Emperor's eye. Enal, have you been in contact with Vegapunk at all lately? I've been meaning to ask, as this has been bothering me for a while now. Dragon approached the Sky King with a rather concerned and questioning look. I have not been able to reach him as of late, no. The Emperor just shook his head, immediately dashing the revolutionary leader's hopes. Well, I doubt anything bad could ever happen to that man. He is after all the smartest in the entire world. I'm sure he can look after himself. Sengoku, who seemed to have overheard their conversation, decided to join in. I would tend to agree, but it seems that fate had other plans. Enel immediately stood up. He felt something finally reaching the limit of his radar far into the distance. Before anyone at the table could ask him what he meant by his words, he vanished, turning into a spark and flowing through the clouds, reappearing far into the distance and right above the structure he had felt. Egghead. Or rather, what remained of it. It was similar to a cracked shell. With the naked eye, Enel could deduce that more than half the island had been erased. It wasn't like this before. Enel had activated his awakened state for training around 2 or 3 weeks back, and Egghead appeared normal. But now there was almost nothing left of the previously sprawling and technologically advanced city. No sign of life. Well, this is quite concerning. In an instant, Enel's heartbeat thundered and his eyes lit up and sparked with lightning. The tattoo on his back shined through his white coat, and the wheel of drums manifested behind him. His senses spread out far and wide, his mind bombarded with countless streams of consciousness, new information to digest. It all would have been way too overwhelming, but his awakened state allowed him to think at inconceivable speeds, allowing him to study that information carefully. After a few seconds, with his radar spreading far and wide, he smiled. The Straw Hats seem to be just fine, and it seems that the Vegapunks are with them. Seems Vegapunk managed to transfer most of his brain on the Straw Hat ship at least. But Enel couldn't help but notice something rather important. York, Vegapunk's greed, was missing, and the Seraphims were also missing. There was no trace of any remains within Egghead, not a whisper of a soul there. Well then, this complicates things a bit. At least the Straw Hat and Vegapunks are safe for the most part. Better let the others know about this as well. Enel sighed and rubbed the back of his neck as he arrived back on his throne. His awakened state already turned off. He was already sitting down as he reformed in front of everyone at the table. He didn't really know how to break the news to everyone. Especially since Kizaru and some of the other Marines were supposedly quite close to Vegapunk and some of the people on Egghead Island. But then again, most of the people that were important in Egghead were with Luffy. Hell, even Sentomaru was now sailing on Luffy's ship for some god-forsaken reason. So in the end, the best way to break the news was to just be blunt. Yeah, so, Egghead is somewhat in ruins. The Emperor's serious gaze scanned the table before his lips turned into a scowl. Kizaru snapped his head at Enel in that moment, his overall mood and the atmosphere around him changing instantly. The Light Admiral immediately started to bombard the Emperor with questions, breaking his usually lazy facade. He calmed down and returned to normal quite quickly when he found out that Sentomaru and Vegapunk were both fine. Sengoku was quite composed, seemingly expecting something like that to happen. It's only natural that the world government tries to get rid of Vegapunk. He's always been a bit of a wild cannon, and they can't risk having him at their side in the upcoming war. The former fleet admiral's reasoning was quite sound. He also had the most knowledge regarding the dynamics between the government's deals with Vegapunk. But they do seem to have taken the Seraphims, and one of Vegapunk's satellites was missing. Greed, I think. Enel seemed to accept Sengoku's reasoning as well. I did hear word that the elders had a mole on Vegapunk's side. I thought they were just referring to the agents on the island, but I guess not. Akainu scowled as he remembered a few meetings with the elders where they had spoken briefly about the scientist. This doesn't bode well, especially if they can somehow control the Seraphims. Sengoku's hair seemed to be whitening more and more from the stress of the situation. Well, they have one of Vegapunk's satellites on their side, so it's safe to assume they can control the Seraphs. Garp chewed on a cracker as he made a point that most people also thought about. Well, not really. I doubt the satellite currently with them is functional currently. Vegapunk's satellites all need to be within a certain distance of the Punk records, and I am assuming that it is currently with the Straw Hats. Kizaru rubbed his chin as he remembered some details about Vegapunk's brain. This caused Sengoku to give the Light Admiral a sideways glance, as he remembered no such information from Kizaru's reports regarding the mad scientist. Among the people in the room, Borsellino was the one with the most knowledge regarding the way that the scientist worked and operated. He always reported to Sengoku at that time, but he also kept a few things secret at the behest of Sentomaru. It took no effort to omit some details after all, not that Kizaru's reports were ever all that specific or detailed due to his laziness. Well, in that case, we should be able to override their authority with the help of Vegapunk. Unless the world government finds some way to alter their programming in the meantime. Dragon remembered that the government still had plenty of scientists on its side. The Seraphs were rather complex in nature, but they were still androids at the end of the day. Genetically modified and mechanically enhanced Lunarians. Their minds were constantly controlled by orders, and the only thing that mattered was the order of priority that Vegapunk had set. The elders had obviously requested that they were to be the highest priority, but Vegapunk had likely not done such a thing. Unless York, Vegapunk's greed, had altered the Seraphs without anyone's knowledge. Whatever. We're still just dealing with Kid Lunarians. Even if they somehow inherit Zebek's skills through lineage factor, they will still be rather simple to fight. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Garp sighed as he remembered just how vicious Zebek was during his time. But the Zebek of back then was a fully grown adult, not a child grown out of a test tube and given cybernetic enhancements. Well, there's also one silver lining here. One of the Seraphs has Zebek's soul. It should still be able to influence the body to some extent, and Zebek would sooner kill himself 10 times over than take orders from the celestial dragons. Whitebeard laughed a bit as he thought of the former rock pirate captain's reaction to being ordered around by any of the elders. Needless to say, even if the elders were strong, the Golden Lion didn't imagine that they would have survived trying to pull such a stunt. Well, they are robots at the end of the day, even if more fleshy than others. I'll just fry them with a wave of my hand if necessary. Enel shrugged and shook his head, choosing not to worry about that anymore. There was a chance that fighting IMU was going to take his full attention, but with Luffy's help, he was sure to be able to spare some glances to the side, even if very brief. In his awakened state, Enel needed only the blink of an eye to wipe out an island. But the government was more than likely aware of that as well, so they must have had something prepared. Hell, Raijin himself was obviously capable of that, and he still lost. So Enel expected IMU to be able to counter most of anything thrown his way somehow. But Enel was not going to give up as easily. IMU was bailed out by fate all those years back, there was no such thing as saving him now. Enel sighed as he felt a bit more confident with that train of thought. He then opened his eyes and smiled. So, mind telling me why Mihawk and Francisco are facing each other on one of the islands right now? Enel's smile strained a bit as he looked at the people around the table with scrutiny. He had trusted them, and he had left for a whole 2 minutes while looking at Egghead. He noticed they weren't at the table first thing as soon as he came in, but decided to hold off on it at first. Well, it was clear that they wanted to fight. The only way for us to stop them would have been to physically hold them back, and I doubt either of them would appreciate that. Dragon recalled the strained atmosphere in the room as the two swordsmen stood up. Shiki was the one to point them towards an empty island, and they went there without any hesitation. Yeah, boys will be boys at the end of the day. Big Mom seemed to be quite excited to find out which one of them would come out on top. Enel just sighed. Most of the Marines didn't bother stopping the two as they couldn't be bothered. The revolutionaries didn't want to antagonize them and the pirates wanted to see who would come out on top. It seemed that the only one against them fighting was Enel. Majority vote huh. If they come close to injuring each other too much I am stopping them. The Emperor shook his head and spread out his senses, closing his eyes as he moved his mind to that scene. Dracul Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the world, with Yuru already drawn and held in both hands, with its blade aimed at Francisco, the strongest swordsman of the previous generation, already clutching his blade, the saber of Zebek in one hand. Without a word, they launched themselves into action, their swords flashing in a deadly dance. They didn't use any haki at first, instead, they displayed their skill with their blades. It seemed like a blur of movement, each strike and parry executed with precision and grace. Each time one gained ground, he was forced back. All the same, every slash, swipe and thrust was matched in intensity, strength and skill. The ground around them became filled with scars, as they continued their dance, each and every slash aiming for an ending, but only serving to prolong their battle. Eventually, the two pushed each other back, and Francisco smiled, dust rising as their unmoving feet dragged on the BR hem. Neither swordsman took a step back, and neither one made a move at that moment. Throughout that confrontation, it was clear that the two of them were matched in skill, but they were entirely different. Their understanding of the sword was fundamentally different. Francisco relied on speed, accuracy and surprise bursts of speed and strength. Mihawk on the other hand was a lot more steady, his style more heavy, sharp. T was hard to describe for Enel, who was a layman when it came to swordsmanship, but Mihawk's style felt more refined in a sense. But even though their levels were similar, results still varied. Mihawk had a few very small scratches on him, including the one on his cheek, and Francisco had one slightly larger scratch on his torso. Overall, one could say that the first round had ended in a stalemate. I must say, I was not expecting you to be this skilled, but the true winner will only be decided in the coming bout. Francisco smiled, his blue eyes glistening with a red tint as a wide smile spread on his lips. No need for words. Let's let our blades speak for us. Mihawk matched his gaze in intensity. A calmer smile spread on his lips as his yellow eyes glistened with a green hue. The gazes of the swordsmen met in the middle, and in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the world around them slowed down, and the air crackled with energy. The clash of their swords had sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. But now it was time for a different type of clash. Suddenly, the sky above them split open. A burst of green and red lightning sprouting from each fighter's eye and meeting in the middle, the colors swirling and dancing between them like ethereal ribbons. A clash of conquerors. A battle of wills that transcended mere physical combat. At the end of the day, willpower was the most important component of a swordsman. In fact, a man wielding a sword would never be called a swordsman, no matter how skillful, unless they had at least some basic understanding of hockey. So for two master swordsmen, a clash of willpower was simply natural. As their auras collided, the very space between them was bending, the distance seemed to become meaningless. Mihawk's eyes narrowed, his focus unyielding as he poured every ounce of his strength into the clash. Francisco met his gaze head-on, his own determination shining through the storm of concentrated willpower that surrounded them. For what felt like an eternity, they stood locked in a stalemate, neither willing to take a step back. Francisco's conqueror's haki seemed to be sharp and threatening. Mihawk's conqueror's haki was steady and resilient, neither willing to lessen in intensity. Yuru, the black blade immediately started glowing in Mihawk's hands, green lighting rolling off of its edge in an instant. The saber of Zebek also gained a metallic sheen, as red lighting started enveloping it completely. The intentions of the swordsmen were clear. They were going to conclude their duel with one last clash. But before each of them could take a step forward, a gigantic flash of light filled their vision, breaking their concentration. A gigantic pillar of lightning hit the middle of the battlefield in that same instant, a thunderbolt resounding in the skies and cracking the ground, splintering the island that the swordsmen were on completely. Mihawk and Francisco were both forced to stop and jump away, both of them sweating a bit. Both of them sheathed their swords swiftly. With a tacit understanding, they nodded towards each other. "It's better if we stop now, but we shall settle this another day." Enal sighed as the island he had just fractured started healing thanks to Shiki's interference. He felt the displeasure of both swordsmen, but he knew that one of them could easily have died if he had let that final clash continue. Why do swordsmen have to always be so stubborn? Enal just shook his head and set his sights on the next target. The Thousand Sunny. In one random corner of the New World, a gigantic ship cut through the waves swiftly. The ship was truly grand. Rays of sunlight seemed to reflect off of it seamlessly. It was built of the finest wood, a brigantine to put even the most wealthy pirates to shame. Its figurehead was like the head of a sunflower, with the face of a lion in the middle. The ship was the Thousand Sunny, the flagship of the would-be Emperor, Monkey D. Luffy. In another world, then he likely would have been an infamous emperor already, with a grand fleet of his own, filled with New World-faring pirates. But now he was mostly just a journeyman. His bounty had not increased at all since he had started his journey into the New World. The government couldn't be bothered anymore. It couldn't afford to waste too much time with raising his bounty. But they should have paid more attention to him, because now, he was headed for the one place where it all started. Or rather, where all of it would end. Is this truly the way? It was unusual for Nami, the orange-haired navigator of the crew, to ask for directions. She was always sure of herself and had a charted course, even through the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, but not now. They weren't going to a location that could be found on any of her maps, or on any maps in general. But she did have a compass, though it was not one she was used to. "I am sure. That's where the poneglyphs are pointing us." Nico Robin was her guide. They had finally managed to collect the road poneglyphs. Law had given them a copy of the poneglyph he found with Enzo. They had gotten Kaido's poneglyph and had stolen the one from Big Mom. The last poneglyph they had gotten was just after Egghead. More specifically, it was while they were on their way to Lodestar, the last island of the New World. Well, it was the last that could be reached with a log pose. Luffy and his crew were rather miffed that they were reaching the last island without any sign of the last road poneglyph, but there wasn't much they could do in all honesty. Egghead itself was quite dangerous, and they had only gotten away through the skin of their teeth. One of Vegapunk's satellites had betrayed everyone and took the Seraphs away, but Shaka, 01, Good, and Stella, Og Vegapunk, managed to move their collective brain into the Straw Hat ship, so they were able to flee before the giant eye that had appeared in the sky destroyed them. They didn't know if York had managed to make it out, they only knew that she had also taken a piece of their brain and fled. The Seraphs had certainly survived, however, as several agents as well as an elder had shown up to ensure that they would be retrieved. Luffy's fight with the elder in question was not exactly an easy endeavor. Even though Luffy was strong, he still was stuck in a stalemate with the strange spider-like elder. A fight between a demon and an infant god was never going to end easily. Luffy had a lot of space left to grow. And he was given that opportunity to grow alongside the last road poneglyph. It was a gift seemingly, from a man of few words, Hinokizu, the one that was touched by flames. His black ship had appeared in front of them, emerging from the center of a whirlpool untouched and stopping right before coming in contact with them. The man touched by flames was a deeply scarred individual, with not a hair on his body. No one knew what his origin was for the longest of time. The world only knew that he had appeared on Fishman Island and had taken the poneglyph from there. That was where the information started and ended. The man had no wanted poster, no history to speak of, nothing at all. He was, by all definitions, a ghost. But Luffy, upon laying eyes on the badly burned man, felt a bit of recognition. Their conversation was a bit hard for Luffy to understand as well. Well. If it isn't the remains of a pathetic loser. Hinokizu started the conversation in a hostile manner, the waters around the Thousand Sunny flaring up and twisting dangerously, putting everyone on high alert. What do you want? Zoro immediately stepped up, unsheathing his blades. But Hinokizu didn't even spare him a glance, his gaze transfixed on Luffy, who was now, for some reason, sweating heavily. The young pirate felt, for some odd reason, that a piece of him recognized the man, but he could not put his finger on why that was. Before any of them could even blink, Hinokizu was already on Thair's ship, face to face with their captain. Sanji and Zoro acted first, kicking and slashing at him, to get him away from their captain. But the man just stood there, and their attacks passed through him, regardless of Thair's use of armament. Sanji immediately took a step back, feeling his leg a bit colder and wet. He's a water logia? Sanji narrowed his eyes as he shouted in annoyance. Jinbei tried his masterful fishman karate, but every attempt was met with the same reaction, and that was a lack of reaction. Some of Vegapunk's satellites tried to send some lasers in Hinokizu's way, same with Frankie. But they also just passed through, causing giant explosions in the distance and splitting parts of the raging sea apart. How are we supposed to deal with this guy? Usopp was growing frustrated as he tried shooting some explosive seeds into the man's body. But it was all in vain, all of their attacks did nothing. Many in the crew tried some way of attacking the man, but nothing worked, and he just stood in front of Luffy, staring into his frozen eyes as if he were looking into the abyss. Luffy's confused and befuddled expression seemed to morph into a smile, as his body seemed to naturally transform, his hair growing and flowing before turning white. She, stop attacking him guys. You can't kill a ghost. The awakened Straw Hat captain spoke with an unnaturally large toothy grin. Ghost, don't tell me. Usopp immediately reacted, running behind Zoro and looking at Hinokizu with fear. Brook tilted his head at that. I guess he does feel ephemeral. He was the one who had the most experience when it came to souls among the crew. He himself was technically just a soul inhabiting a skeletal body. About time you woke up. These kids were getting on my nerves. Hinokizu spoke, his burnt lips splitting into a smoking smile. She, no need to be rude. You're also just a wisp of a soul. You were a watcher only, but you got a bit too close to the war, and suffered for it. Luffy, taken over by Nika, spoke in a rather high-pitched voice. His tone felt different to the whole crew. They all seemed to be taken aback by that. And whose fault is that? You burned me to death back then, but I guess that doesn't matter anymore. You're not even the same person. Hinokizu shook his head and looked deeper into Luffy's eyes. Sun God Nika was one who fought for liberation. Hinokizu was no such warrior, he only watched from a distance and tried to document the situation. But during that last war, he had gotten too close for comfort. Nika's abilities were based on imagination, and the old god's mind was a lot more keen on destruction than Luffy's. Simply put, a rubbery piece of the sun that Nika had pulled down from the stars had incidentally fallen on Hinokizu's head. Although not a god, the Watcher's will was just as strong as that of the gods. He was determined to see the story through to the end, so he was able to keep his soul bound to the earth, bound to his ship that had already turned to charcoal. The Watcher wanted to live through it, to see the ending with his long dead eyes, so he decided to judge the current Nika. You have a lot of growth to do before you are ready to face him, alongside Raijin's incarnation. The man marked by Nika's flames could easily tell that Luffy was still lacking, and Nika, who had momentarily hijacked Luffy's body, thought the same. True, but there is still time. Luffy stretched his body in odd ways as he spoke, turning his head towards the black ship. His what he wanted. HMPH. I guess there is still a chance for me to see the dawn of a new age. Fine, take the poneglyph. The Watcher marked by flames then snapped his fingers, and a wave of water washed over the ship, carrying with it a large red stone, the road poneglyph. Find Raft till no one's touched the treasure you prepared there. Get your soul in order and prepare. I will be watching on. With that, Hinokizu turned into mist alongside his dark ship. His presence was blown away by the wind, and the waters finally calmed down. He left the Straw Hats quite confused and rather scared, but they were more scared because Luffy had passed out as soon as Hinokizu left. Of course, there was also the fact that Luffy had seemingly been controlled by his devil fruit. It was worrying for the crew to watch their captain turn into someone completely different. They were only able to really calm down when Luffy woke up and was back to his normal self. He didn't seem to remember anything at all but just claimed to have a greater desire to train his awakened state. The others weren't exactly worried by his newfound desire either, since Luffy was still in a stalemate with an elder, someone that was underneath IMU greatly. By that point, all of the Straw Hats understood what their captain was going to face, so they understood that their captain needed to at least be as strong as Enel. And something was sure. If Enel were to have fought that elder, then it surely would not have been a stalemate. And since that encounter with Hinokizu, Luffy had done nothing but train and eat. Even on Lodestar, that was all he did. He had advanced to the point where he had turned the ocean into a bouncing castle with very little effort. But he still could not maintain that for too long. He felt as if he was still lacking something. Every time he used his awakening, his appearance changed. He felt as if he had grown. His beard also started showing at some point. His muscles had become more well-defined. This prompted a very thorough investigation by Chopper and Vegapunk satellites. They were able to rather quickly determine that Luffy became a bit older each time he used his awakening. It was as if his overflowing imagination was powered by his vitality. But Luffy didn't stop training because of that. He figured that he was going to find his answers in Raftel regardless. And, incidentally, they were not that far from Raftel. Land ahead. Nami's shout caused every head on the ship to turn towards the horizon. In the distance, shrouded by mist, and barely visible, was a large island, and in the center of it was a large white and gold temple. "We're here." Luffy's eyes sparkled as a large smile grew on his lips. Onwards, to the One Piece. It was said within the story of One Piece, the great pirate king's treasure, that upon finding Raftel, Roger laughed. He laughed so heartily that it remained ingrained into the memory of the crew members who were still alive to tell that tale. But what exactly was so amusing about the treasure he found? Well, Robin could never quite put her finger on it, neither could Luffy. The rubber human had heard the story from Rayleigh and Ace during their training, but Rayleigh never did tell anyone what the One Piece actually was. Rayleigh and all of the crew that had seen the grand treasure had kept silent about it for the longest time. It was truly odd how secretive they were about it. But soon, everything would come to light, the missing piece of the puzzle. The beginning of Luffy's great end goal. The very thing that started the Great Pirate Age, the thing that lit the fire underneath Luffy and made him set out on his journey. It was finally within his grasp. With this, I'll become the Pirate King. I'll finally be able to spread freedom to the world. The young Luffy felt elated as his dream came closer to its realization. Luffy always said that he wanted to be the Pirate King, but that wasn't because of his fixation on piracy and his reverence for Shanks. That was because he revered something that Shanks always stood for: freedom. And freedom was what Luffy sailed out to find. But as he traveled, his vision expanded, and his goals did as well. He subconsciously pursued the ultimate freedom, the title of Pirate King, but at some point during his travels, as he saw the struggle of many in their unfair world, he decided that he would spread his freedom to the world too. He no longer wanted to just become the Pirate King, he wanted to spread as much freedom as possible to the world. It was his ideals that allowed him to awaken as Nika, the Sun God, or rather, the God of Liberation. Of course, Luffy's mind couldn't quite articulate those thoughts, but deep down, he knew what he wanted, and he knew how to achieve it. In the end, his dreams seemed to align with Enel's goals. The war was going to be the vehicle that brought freedom to the world. And Luffy knew that he was a key to winning that war, he understood that much. But despite that, he also felt strange. Right now, with a foot through the door, he felt as if his heart was tightening in his chest. It wasn't due to a sense of accomplishment, but rather a feeling of melancholy. All the hardships he had been through, all leading them to that moment. But there was one question on his mind. What if the One Piece isn't going to be able to help me end the war? Subconsciously, the young pirate had been somewhat banking on the fact that the One Piece would be something of substance, something that would help him get stronger faster. He was well and truly running out of time, and it wasn't just time for the war, he was running out of time in general. Throughout his adventure, he constantly risked his health for others and for his own dreams. He had developed techniques that greatly strengthened him, techniques that relied on his rubbery constitution. But those techniques had a price tag on them, and each adventure seemed to take some life out of him in some way or another. I don't know how long I have left, but I hope I'll at least get to see it with my own eyes, a free world. Luffy's childish mind had greatly developed throughout his journey, and now, that he was reaching the twilight of his life, the climax of it all, he felt strangely lucid. That lucidity and his worries prevented him from reacting much when he finally stepped foot on Raftel's shores. All of the stress was finally getting to him, but in that moment where he felt anxious, he heard a voice behind him. "We've finally done it." It was the voice of their sniper, Usopp. The long-nosed man shouted at the top of his lungs, smiling as everyone around him seemed to join in the excitement. Whilst looking at them, Luffy's expression morphed greatly. He felt his stress seeping away. He grasped the straw hat on his head tightly and smiled widely. She, I told you I'd become the king of pirates." Luffy patted himself on the chest, immediately gaining new energy and strengthening his will. "It doesn't matter if the One Piece can help me. I can't fail at this stage, I won't allow myself to." "Ho, I never doubted you once, Luffy." Nami, the orange-haired navigator, immediately smiled and walked over to him. "Ha, as if, I still remember when you first stole our ship." Zoro also walked forward, sipping on a gourd of sake as he stepped to his captain's side. "Zoro? That was literally ages ago." Nami seemed to be rather offended by his comment, but the green-haired swordsman didn't really care. "And I ain't ever gonna let you live it down." Zoro just gave her a playful smile as she punched his shoulder heavily. "Don't be disrespectful to her, you simple-minded mosshead." Sanji, the woman defender, was always going to do his job and take Nami's side. "Well, at least the ship can't be stolen anymore since it's super." Frankie was already scoping out the island with his cyborg eyes, just as excited as the rest. Should I prepare anything? Do you guys think we'll run into any trouble?" Chopper seemed to be more fidgety than the rest. "I doubt it. Finding this place was damn near impossible." Jinbe shook his head and put the deer doctor on his shoulder before jumping down to the shores as well. Finding Raftel was never meant to be an easy task. It was not as easy as just following directions on a map. Without the poneglyphs leading them using strange formation of clouds as landmarks, it would have been genuinely impossible to find. There was little chance of danger being on the island, and even if there was danger, there was no reason to worry. After all, Luffy was with them. The Vegapunks and Sentomaru remained at the ship, mostly to guard it, but also because they didn't feel as if it was their journey to complete alongside the Straw Hats. The island itself seemed to be large, but it was just a forest, with a big trail that led to a gigantic golden temple. The promise of treasure made Nami's eyes sparkle, but Robin was more interested in the historical value that could be found in such a structure. If Enel's assumptions are correct, then this place should hold something that was meant for Nika, or for Luffy. The archaeologists had been mostly silent when they stepped on the shore, and as they were walking on the forest trail with smiles on their faces, she couldn't help but remember Enel's findings. The Lightning Emperor seemed to have realized that Roger's crew had been preparing Luffy for the One Piece ever since he ate the gum fruit. At the very least, that was what Enel confirmed. Shanks inspired him to search for freedom. Crocus tested him alongside his journey and found out more about his character, and Rayleigh was the one to shield and train him. Of course, the fruit was initially meant for Ace to eat. That was why Shanks had brought it to Fuchsia Village that fateful day. But fate itself had a habit of playing jokes, and it seemed that no one from Roger's bloodline was ever fated to be Nika, to bridge the gap into that period of freedom that the world so badly needed. At the very least, Ace still survived, at Whitebeard's side alongside the family he chose for himself. Roger's woe was inherited by Luffy, and now it was time for the young pirate to walk the very steps that the former king had taken. Luffy felt almost as if he could see their footprints in the dirt, almost as if they had never faded away. "Wait, why are there footprints here?" Luffy tilted his head and looked around, and the rest of his crew seemed to notice those steps too. Immediately, they all gulped and took to running. They panicked. Had someone gotten there before them? That couldn't be it, right? Luffy immediately entered second gear, steam rolling off of him as he turned into a blur and sprinted forward through the even deep imprints in the dirt. He reached the temple in mere moments, and surprisingly, the entrance was not opened. He stopped in his tracks. He sweated a bit as he closed his eyes and did his best to look for anyone within the temple. But there was no one. He could feel traces as if someone had been there just moments before, but the place was seemingly untouched. He turned around to see the rest of his crew trailing behind him. Usopp and Nami were riding on Chopper, and Frankie had turned his legs into wheels. Zoro was the first to make it to his side, blades already drawn and ready for a fight. "Where are they?" The swordsman was seemingly itching for a battle. He couldn't allow it. He couldn't allow his captain's dream to be snatched up from right in front of them. Even if he wasn't the strongest, he was going to put his life on the line for it. He was more than willing to do so. "There's no one here," Luffy said as the steam rolling off his body dissipated and his skin lost its redness. "We might have been too late." The young pirate seemed conflicted. It felt so strange that no one even knew how to comfort him. But he still stepped forward, his hands opening the gigantic doors of the temple in stride. The temple was golden, filled with shimmering lights that turned on as soon as the doors flung open. It was filled with treasures of all kinds, from gold to jewelry to paintings. Everything that one could consider valuable was there, in those grand halls. Truly, it felt as if everything that the world had to offer was there. "That's odd," Sanji muttered as he also stepped inside. None of the treasures in front of them seemed to have been touched by the ones that had come before them. It just felt bizarre. "This isn't the treasure we're looking for," Luffy muttered, and everyone looked at him curiously. No one knew what the One Piece was, so how could their captain be so sure? Roger had said that he had left all of his treasure there, all the wealth he had gathered throughout his adventure. No one truly knew how much there was. But Luffy looked at that treasure and felt as if he was looking at an empty room. Instead, he walked further into the temple, past the piles of gold and treasure, not even sparing them a glance. The crew decided to trail behind him. Nami had to be dragged off by Usopp and Frankie, not willing to split up from the treasures in front of her. Eventually, through the twists and turns of those golden corridors, Luffy's heart finally found the treasure he had been looking for. A long hallway, a red carpet with golden linings, a room somehow even grander than the rest. And at the end of that red carpet was a pedestal. Within it was not a grand weapon, nor was there a chest full of more treasure. No, it was something a lot more simple, something that made Luffy's heart beat in a funny way. It was a small golden pot with just regular earth within it, and within that earth was grown a very small tree. The tree had only 2 branches and only a few leaves, but the thing that stood out was the large swirling apple that was grown on it. What is that? Jinbei asked as he felt a strange but powerful aura coming out of that small tree and fruit. It felt overwhelming, and everyone else seemed to feel it as well. There's no one else here. All the treasure is untouched. Luffy smiled widely, unaffected by the pressure as he stepped forward. But what about the tracks? Usopp asked as he suddenly felt a bit of fear welling up inside him. He didn't like the idea of ghosts after all. Meh, who cares? Luffy just shrugged it off as he walked in front of the tree. On the platform that the tree pot was sitting on, was a lot of writing that felt very familiar to Luffy. Robin, can you translate this? Luffy turned his head around and shouted, the same wide smile present on his lips. The archaeologist of the group nodded and immediately followed her captain's steps on the red carpet, ignoring the pressure emitted by that small tree. She put her reading glasses on as she looked at the last poneglyph of their journey. Seconds turned into minutes as she read the giant bit of ancient script, and Luffy patiently waited with the same smile on his face. This is. Robin's expression morphed as she read the ancient scripts in front of her. The text went as such. Amidst the verdant embrace of primordial forests, there stood a tree, its roots delving deep into the essence of creation. As branches reached skyward, so did the aspirations of mortals, entwined forever with the essence of this grand life form. A symbol of manifested desire, a symbol of freedom, granting others the capability to defy fate. A symbol that was burned down by those that wished to usher in a different era. Robin felt a bit conflicted as he read those words out loud. Luffy and the Straw Hats behind her listened intently as they all looked at that small tree. It somehow didn't feel as grand as the description, but the next paragraphs that Robin translated cleared some things up. And with its death, humanity's desire shifted, and freedom became stunted. All that remains is a small echo. A branch that grew out of a branch. A new desire has formed. A desire for freedom. One that grew and festered over time, to spawn a fruit that shall grant humanity the possibility to break a new dawn. The fruit of immortality. To be immortal is to break the shackles that fate has placed upon humanity, to achieve true liberation. And he who is liberated must work to free the others as well. A picture, once blurry, was now becoming clear in Robin's mind, and Luffy smiled as he turned his gaze to the fruit growing on that tree. May these words guide the next Joy Boy, the chosen bearer, on his quest to free the world from shackles and limitations and usher forth the dawn of a new era. It felt grand, regal, greater than anything she had read before. Hell, the golden plaque that it was written on exuded elegance and power. It felt as if a god had inscribed those words with his very own hands. Robin smiled as she read that last part, realizing the significance of the message and slowly turning around to her crew members. But just as she did so, she noticed something written on the side of a pillar, and she immediately walked towards it. Poneglyphs carved out by the tip of a blade left on a golden pillar. I may not have been fated for this treasure, but I pray that the one who reads this is. Thank you for following my steps. Signed, Gold D. Roger. Robin couldn't help but smile when reading that. She also pointed it out to Luffy, who seemed to gain a conflicted expression upon hearing the message conveyed. But he quickly shook his head and turned his head towards the fruit. It's time to take the final steps in fulfilling my dream. Robin furrowed her eyebrows as she looked at the walls around her with quite a bit of intrigue. Her eyes scanned each and every corner with curiosity, and the crew had already split up and started stocking up on treasures and whatnot. Luffy had already eaten the strange fruit. His body emitted a golden light, almost as powerful as that of a miniature sun, but thankfully not causing any eye damage, and the young pirate captain fell to the floor. Everyone was concerned for a few seconds, but Luffy's loud snoring assured everyone that he had just fallen asleep. Even after the golden glow had dissipated, their captain's skin had gained a youthful luster. It was clear that the fruit had worked. Chopper remained by Luffy's side to make sure nothing happened to him. Zoro and Jinbei also remained by his side to protect him just in case. They still didn't know what the tracks leading to the temple were about at the end of the day. Sanji decided to stick around Nami and Usopp to protect them, and Frankie and Brook also trailed behind Robin. The temple was deemed otherwise safe for everyone else to start looking around, but they still decided to travel in groups regardless of that. The archaeologist of the crew was a lot less interested in the treasures, but she wanted to know more about the island itself. Who could build such a place? The more I look at this place, the more super it gets, Frankie muttered as he touched one of the golden pillars on the side. Yo ho ho, I tend to agree in this case. This place feels ancient, yet brand new at the same time. Brook nodded as well, his bony fingers tracing one of the pedestals nearby. Not even a speck of dust could be found within that temple, not a trace. Robin had also found that quite amazing. There was either a group of people cleaning the place regularly or something is preventing dust from settling within these halls. She didn't know what at that point, but the corridor she had taken was one that, going by the writing on the walls, led to a library. The temple itself was seemingly a place that housed a lot of history. Robin had no doubt that it was older than the world government itself. The library was not as grand as she had expected it, unfortunately. Only a few dozen books were present, and to her delight, they were written in a common language. It was a slightly more dated dialect, but it was still a lot easier to make out than poneglyphs. Most of the books that Robin laid her eyes upon seemed to be about the grand empire that the gods had led. They were all in mint condition, there was no blemish on them, almost as if they were just printed. But the book that interested Robin most stood in the middle of the library. Reset onto a golden pedestal was a book that was a lot thicker than the rest. It seemed to be already open as well. Sunlight shone from the ceiling onto those pristine pages. It was like a spotlight, making the golden pedestal the very centerpiece of the library. Robin walked forward whilst Brook and Frankie seemed to take an interest in some books. Frankie found something regarding mechanical contraptions that the Grand Kingdom had devised, and Brook had found a piece relating to the music that had been most popular during the Void Century. Robin's slender fingers traced the pages of the large book, as her eyes shone with interest. The name of the book, The Island Where Time Doesn't Exist. Robin blinked a few times as she read the title out loud. Immediately, she felt a few more eyes landing on her. Is it referring to this island? Frankie asked as he rubbed his sharp chin. I would wager a guess that it does. In fact, I'd be willing to bet a liver and a lung on it. Not that I have any. Brook's skeletal features shook a bit as he gave a hollow chuckle at his own boneless humor. Robin chose to ignore their antics, and instead, she immediately started reading the book. It spoke of an island without a name, a piece of the red line that had drifted off at some point in history, the place that Nika had chosen as his tomb. Indeed, the island itself was meant to act as the final resting place of Luffy's predecessor. Yet there was never anybody to bury within it. It was likely that his associates had amassed all that wealth, and had left in the temple to honor their friend, alongside the gift for the future descendant of Nika, the one to sound the drums of liberation. In order to make sure that their gift for Nika's descendant didn't spoil with time, they used the power of an awakened, time devil fruit user. The awakening allowed the user to permanently change the laws of reality within a small place, and it seemed that he had chosen to create something akin to a dome around the island. It was a bit absurd, and the book didn't explain it in great detail either, but in simpler terms. Time on the island simply did not flow for objects. And the people that stepped on the island? Well, time didn't flow for them either. They were not going to get hungry, they were not going to grow older, and they were not going to get sick. It almost sounded too good to be true. Then Robin read out the warning on the last page of the book. To all that may visit the grand halls of the Golden Sanctuary, heed my warning. Time is a frightful mistress, and should you spend too long outside of her embrace, then you will one day be unable to return to it at all. Do not lose the warmth of her touch, or you will be forever stuck within these halls, nothing more than an object for future visitors to observe. It seemed a bit cryptic, but at the same time, Robin could safely assume what the words meant. The dome that the time fruit user had created stopped time for all objects, and if outsiders were to enter it they could technically still move, meaning their time was not stopped completely. But the more time they spent within that dome, the more likely they were to be marked off as objects. Robin shuddered at the thought of being stuck in time. It wasn't like they were going to become immortal if they stayed too long. No, they were going to become statues. Life could not function properly without time. And as soon as they lost the warmth of the outside world's time, they were going to be stuck on Raftel forever. Robin blinked a few times, as she remembered Enal had once called Bonnie's fruit the time fruit. The archaeologist couldn't help but sweat a bit. She remembered Bonnie to be a rather open and friendly woman. It was hard to imagine that she wielded such a scary power. But one thing was for sure. We can't afford to spend any more time here, Robin muttered before turning around to Frankie and Brook. She wasted no time in explaining the situation to them, and their reactions were quite mixed. Frankie did start packing some of the books to take with them, which Robin was all for. Brook did have something to add too, something that she hadn't the chance to think about either. Now that I think about it, this may mean that the steps we saw outside belonged to the crew of the former pirate king. The skeleton muttered as he patted his afro. Robin couldn't help but blink a few times when hearing that. She had somewhat forgotten about the steps outside, but Brook's reminder surely made her think of the former pirate king more. Gold D. Roger walked these halls before us alongside his crew members. The steps outside surely belonged to them. Robin slowly turned away from the library and started tracing her steps back to meet up with those who had stayed with Luffy. Brook and Frankie both went off to get the other teams. They needed to leave as soon as they could after all. As she walked, she couldn't help but remember the story. Laugh Tale, the way that Roger had burst into laughter upon finding the One Piece. And for the first time, Robin believed she had a concrete answer to the question she had asked previously. Why exactly did Roger laugh? Well, upon further consideration, and after reading the message he had left Boyd clear. To put it simply, fate had played a prank on him. Although he was strong, and although he had made it to the end of the line, he was simply not fated to be the one to free the world. In a sense, Robin couldn't help but feel thankful that it was someone like Roger who found the fruit of immortality first. After all, anyone else would have jumped at the opportunity to eat such a fruit even if they didn't take part in any prophecy. But it seemed that Roger, more than anything, hoped for the world to be free. He wanted the prophecy to come true, and if he couldn't be the one to make it happen, then he was at the very least not going to impede it in any way. Still, tragically, one could say that Roger's journey had all been in vain, or it would have been. But because he was a great man, he had decided to give his life meaning, or rather, his death. With his death, he sparked the fire that was the golden age of pirates. He instilled into others the desire for freedom, through the promise of great treasure to be found at the end of the line. Roger had been born a few dozen years too early to fulfill the prophecy, but it was his will that many had inherited, and that lived on through Luffy as well. And in the end, Roger's will was going to manifest and make way for the new age that was to come. Robin's mind was filled with thoughts as the Straw Hats gathered up and left the temple behind them. Nami had stuffed her coffers with as much as she could, and she had already pleaded with everyone to do the same. Finding Raftel was a miracle in the first place, so she wanted to take as much as she could from the countless treasures within. Luffy was being carried by Jinbei, still sleeping heavily. By the time they arrived at their ship, they felt as if plenty of time had passed. They were quite tired even. But the time outside didn't seem to have changed. The sun was still up in the sky, making many quite confused. But what Vegapunk told them on the ship was even more surprising. "Oh, you guys are already back? You just left a few moments ago." The next time Luffy opened his eyes, he was already on his bed. Wires were connected to him, beeping machines that he didn't know a lot about. Luffy just knew they belonged to Vegapunk. "Oh, looks like you're up, Stella." Vegapunk's main body was the one to greet him first. The Straw Hat captain craned his neck to the side and noticed that Chopper was still asleep by his side. The reindeer doctor was always doing his best to treat others, especially his comrades, but oftentimes he forgot to take care of himself. Seeing him asleep always managed to put a smile on Luffy's lips. It was almost as heartwarming as seeing a juicy piece of meat in front of him. "Wasn't I in the temple or something?" Luffy immediately slipped out of the bed. The wires connected to him came off easily. "You certainly were." Robin made a rather concerning discovery regarding the island, which prompted everyone to evacuate it for now. "We decided to monitor your vitals to ensure that nothing too concerning happens to you. After all, a human containing 2 different devil fruits is rather unheard of." Vegapunk spoke and immediately started going through his notes. They were surprisingly full, as he seemingly observed a lot of strange phenomena during Luffy's sleep. Although it had not lasted a full day, Luffy's body had undergone a lot of changes, his skin becoming a lot stretchier and healthier. He had gained a glow of youthfulness that Vegapunk hadn't even thought possible. A human aging backward wasn't exactly an everyday occurrence, at least not without the interference of some devil fruits. But Luffy had technically not aged previously either, only his vitality had consumed by his devil fruit usage and adventures. As an effect, he had started looking a bit older, but his body had technically not aged at all. The fruit that the incarnation of Nika had eaten seemed to have a simple yet miraculous effect to increase someone's vitality endlessly. Vegapunk proceeded to make some rather important tests as soon as Luffy woke up. For one, he tried testing whether or not the Straw Hat Captain's powers were affected. They were quickly able to find, through his testimony, that Luffy's body had reached an entirely new level of stretchiness. Rubber he was previously, but he could technically still harm himself by stretching a bit too much. At the very least it would put a strain on his body. But now, Luffy's body could inflate to much greater proportions than before without even using his awakened form. All of the moves within his arsenal seemed to suddenly gain a long variant. They took a bit longer to stretch out fully, but they dealt a lot more damage. That was both thanks to the boost in elasticity and the one in overall strength. Every aspect of Luffy's body was improved to inhuman levels, not that he was in any way average to begin with. But now he was really worthy of the Sun God title. At least he would have been if he had full control over his newfound strength. "Luffy, I would appreciate it if you stopped breaking the doors around the ship. It's getting more and more annoying to fix them." Frankie seemed a bit annoyed at the extra work that Luffy kept giving him. Shaka and some of the Vegapunks did offer to help, but Frankie refused them almost immediately. The Thousand Sunny was his baby, he was not letting anyone else work on it, at least not while he was still on it and alive. "The door's too weak. I'm not even gripping the handle that hard." Luffy seemed half apologetic, half deflecting. On one hand, He did feel bad about wrecking his ship each time he tried to do anything. On the other, he felt that it wasn't his fault at all. It can't be helped. It may take a few weeks for Luffy to get used to his new strength. His change was quite substantial after all. Shaka, Vegapunk's #1 satellite, was always near Luffy by that point, constantly documenting any other changes that could occur. It was just a basic safety precaution. Chopper was going to take his place as soon as he rested enough. But that didn't mean Vegapunk's work was over. He was quite fascinated by devil fruits after all. And now, within the island, he had a branch that was said to be a fragment of the tree that had first materialized devil fruits. Human desire manifested. It was something that Vegapunk had been studying closely. Hell, he had even managed to copy the effects of some devil fruits and create proper artificial ones. Now, he could study what was essentially the source of it all. Of course, studying the field around the island was the first priority. Testing started almost immediately. He did the sensible thing and sent in some robots to set foot in the time bubble. One of them was set to dance in a special sequence. Each sequence was documented and numbered. The other one was a simple clock that was stationary, fully digital and powered by a cable that ran outside of the bubble. Both robots had only stayed there for 1 minute in the real world, but by the time Vegapunk sent another robot to retrieve them, the dancing robot was already a statue. To be clearer, it seemed that the dancing robot had become frozen in time after around 1 month within the bubble. Thankfully, the robot started dancing once more after being taken out of the bubble. It only took a few seconds really for it to readjust to normal time. The digital clock test also indicated that both robots had spent an entire year within that time bubble. That very simple and efficient test gave him a very good indication of how dilated time was on the island. But the next test showed a different result. The dilatation seemed to grow weaker. It was only by a few days, but further observation made it clear that it was gradually growing weaker. Each minute in the real world a week would decrease. He quickly theorized that the dilation itself was in some way linked to the One Piece that Luffy had consumed. But it was also an odd explanation. The time bubble was said to have been caused by the awakened effects of the time fruit. It was supposed to be a permanent change, at least the text that Robin had found mentioned that. Of course, it was possible that the ones who had written it were not aware of how the awakened time fruit worked. Alas, it seemed that the time bubble was taking power from the branch and the fruit within it somehow. That was the only explanation that Vegapunk could come up with. Especially since he tried retrieving that branch, only to find it completely withered. It seemed that the entire temple, and the time bubble around it was made to serve one purpose: to aid the future Nika. Those findings were all quite instant, and Vegapunk's brain and various satellites were thankfully able to calculate the logistics of everything rather quickly. The robot they had sent calculated the years to last around 365 days to the exact number. Each minute that passed in the real world, a week was erased from that equation within the time bubble. So it stood to reason that the time bubble itself would fall after around 52 more minutes, give or take, as long as the decrease was gradual and stayed consistent. He quickly informed Luffy and his crew of his findings, before quickly delving into the time bubble to start doing some experiments. The time bubble was just what they needed after all. Extra time, around 53 years to be exact. Just enough time for Vegapunk and his satellites to cook something up for the upcoming war. And Luffy followed suit. All he needed to hear was that the time bubble was the answer to all of his worries regarding training time before diving in. Of course, one of Vegapunk's satellites had to pull him out when the 1 month mark came within the bubble. Not to be outdone, the entirety of Luffy's crew joined in on the fun. Each second they spent outside was time wasted in their eyes at that point. Vegapunk had already rigged up and set up an alarm system to notify everyone when the 1 month period approached. And just like that, the training was on. Luffy worked to master his L. Of the crew started working hard, but they soon discovered that the time bubble could also act as a curse. The time spent there was lost for most of them. They could feel themselves growing older much faster. Even if, as Robin assured them, Bonnie could recover their ages, it was still inconvenient. It was especially worrying since being reversed to a younger age also meant that their training would be for nothing. All physical training would be meaningless. They could only really train their haki, which Sanji, Jinbei and Zoro all started doing immediately. Of course, Brook was the only one not affected by this. He, much like Luffy, no longer needed to worry about growing old due to the nature of his devil fruit. This meant that he, essentially, had a few dozen years to prepare for the upcoming war now. Same for Luffy, who immediately took to mastering his newfound powers. Stella, Vegapunk's main body, also had to exit regularly, as he was already old and spending extra time in the time bubble was riskier for him. Meanwhile, near yet still so far away, was a gigantic fleet of flying islands soaring through the skies. I can't believe it, I swear I was almost there. The One Piece was mine, for fuck's sake. Kid, the newest addition at the table, was constantly whining that he had not found the fabled One Piece before Enel reached them. It seems it was just not our fate to find it. Law was a lot more casual about it. His dream was not to become the king of the pirates anyway. At least he didn't care for it as much as the red-haired kid. It clearly wasn't. The One Piece was always meant for Joy Boy. Rayleigh chuckled a bit as he sipped on some tea. His hair had taken a blonde tinge. His beard had turned a full black as his youth had been returned to him momentarily for the war. He had specifically requested to be turned back to his actual age after the war, as he wanted to grow old with his wife and business partner, Shaggy. No need to be too pressed about it. Everyone at this table has already achieved enough to leave their names in history. Whitebeard sighed as he looked at all of the people that had gathered underneath Enel's wings. It was fascinating, generations upon generations of pirates, marines and revolutionaries all banding together to crush the oppressive regime that had been established centuries before their time. Every person at that admittedly large table was either a legendary figure already or had the potential to become one. Bah, some rookie pirates like you folk were never going to get the One Piece anyway. If I was to wager a guess, Enel likely could have gotten his hands on it easily even without the poneglyphs. Big Mom was not quite as welcoming. She had always had a nasty mouth though, so that was not news for anyone. Maybe, with his speed and observation haki, he can scour every corner of the New World until he finds it. Akainu murmured as he tried to calculate how much time Enel would need to find the One Piece in his mind. That's nice and all, but he may have to do just that in all honesty. We can't find it normally without the missing piece. Dragon spoke out as he looked over some reports from his research department. Larthy had done her best to study the road poneglyphs that they had on hand, but without the last one in the possession of the Straw Hats, they didn't have a lot to go off of. It was as if they were missing their most crucial piece. Yeah, I will head out to find it. It shouldn't take me too long hopefully. Enel sighed and vanished as soon as he spoke, his body turning into lightning and traveling to another edge of the island. He clapped his hands and flashed further into the distance, his eyes closing as he awakened immediately. I'm sure I felt something around these parts a while back. Within his consciousness, he couldn't quite feel it, but he could feel the lack of something where the island should have been. For some reason, the presence of the island had become slightly stronger, the mist that had been previously shrouding it dissipating slightly. But that didn't mean they were close to it already. Rather, the entire island of Raftel seemed to be moving, shifting and slithering. The only way to concretely reach it by ship would be to follow some strange cloud formations that also shifted along with it. There were other landmarks, but for the most part, there wasn't much else. With a quick radar scan, Enel was able to find it a mere hour away. He didn't feel anything special on the island, just that the Straw Hats and Vegapunk had set up shop on the island already. To save his energy, he quickly turned off his awakened state and returned to his seat, surprising everyone. What? Already? Kid shouted as he immediately stood up, the anger in his tone palpable. Yeah, I'm redirecting the islands towards it now. As we assumed already, Straw Hats are already there. Enel rubbed the back of his neck, before his eyes shifted to his side as he noticed a strange exchange. Shaki blinked a few times before sighing and reaching into his pocket, taking out a fat stack of bills and handing it over to Francisco, who smiled and immediately started counting them. Did you bastards place bets on this? Enel was immediately annoyed. Of course we did. Only a hopeful fucker like Francisco would predict that you'd be back in a few minutes. Big Mom scowled as she also took out a sack of money and sweets and threw it over to Francisco. Enel just gave them a disappointed glance. More and more people forked out money for their bets. The list included most of the pirates present, Dragon, and surprisingly, Fujitora? Enel looked at him with quite a lot more disappointment than the rest, expecting a bit better from a marine. Alas, his expectations were dashed once again as Francisco split the money with Sengoku, who had apparently also bet for Enel to return quickly. His excuse for participating in such juvenile behavior? It is only natural to place a bet when you know you are winning? Meanwhile, Fujitora had no such grand aspirations or excuses, as he was just a gambler at heart. Garp was also mad that he had been asleep through the whole exchange, as he would have gotten some money as well had he not. All in all, it made Enel question quite a few things about their group's dynamics and if the pirates were starting to somehow influence the Marines. What even is happening to this group? So that's it, that's Raftel? Garp asked as he stood at the precipice of the Sky Archipelago with his arms crossed firmly. Indeed, it looks just like the day we left it. Rayleigh sighed as he ran a hand through his blonde hair. It's strange, back then there weren't even any tales about it. Almost as if Roger was the first to find it. Francisco pondered, his eyes also firmly set on the island in front of him. Shaki also seemed to have similar thoughts as he stared at the island. I guess I wasn't expecting something like this. Roger, that bastard, said he left all of his treasure here. But anyone that knew him knew he was a broke bastard. Garp sneered, before shaking his head. Rayleigh wanted to refute Garp's words for a moment, but in the end, he just shook his head with a crooked smile on his face. Roger was many things during his life, but he was never great at managing his finances. Hell, none of us were. Crocus spent money on new materials all the time. Gabon was a gambler, and I always had a new wardrobe for every island we went to. We did collect quite a bit of treasure, but it was likely less than what most greedy pirates would while on the New World. Granted, we didn't focus on treasure through. The blonde-haired pirate couldn't help but feel melancholic when staring at that island, remembering the days Roger had first set foot on the island. He was proud to have witnessed that moment, to witness his captain achieving his dream, even if Roger was, in the end, not fated to be the one to free the world. Garp also didn't really need much of an explanation. It didn't matter what wealth Roger possessed at the end of the day. Raftel in itself likely contained wealth, and Roger just said whatever he could to attract more people. Rather than tall tales that could be easily called fantasy by the government, he used something that could be considered tangible. Big Mom looked at the island with a bit of concealed greed. She had sought after the One Piece as well in her time, but only now was she that close to it. And of course, one of the rookies she had disregarded ended up being the one to grab it. He had gone and become the Pirate King. Though by the stories she heard about Wano from Shiki, Luffy was already well above her level in strength. Whitebeard just looked at the island with a wide smile. He very much remembered his first interaction with Luffy, how the young pirate had so brazenly challenged him, claiming that only he would become the king of pirates. Well, it seemed that he was right. To think he'd progressed this much in a mere 2 years. The world is truly a strange place. The tremor fruit user couldn't help but shake his head a bit. On one hand, he felt odd at being surpassed by so many people. He had once firmly held the title of the strongest, after all. But then again, he was not one to put much value on those titles. Instead, the emotion that he felt the most was joy. The joy that he got to see Rogers will be carried on into the next generation. The joy that his sons and daughters would also get to see the fruit of Roger's labor, a free world. Few men knew just how much Roger had sacrificed in order to set things in motion, what he had given up. Whitebeard was one of the few people alive who actually could have obtained the One Piece long before Luffy ever set out on his journey. He had both the manpower and the personal power to do so. However, he had no interest in it. Even now, as he stared at the gigantic golden temple, one that was surely filled with riches, he felt nothing in particular. He knew that no matter the wealth hidden within that temple, it was nothing compared to the family he now had, and the bonds he had built over the years. To him, this war was a fight to protect his family and to show them a better future. But everyone had their own reasons for participating in the war. Shanks, for example, wanted to see his captain's dreams finally be accomplished. Same for Rayleigh, though it would have been a lie to say that they didn't care for Luffy at that point regardless. Big Mom had her greed, but what overpowered that greed now was her respect for Enel. And she joined the war to fight for her family as well. Most of the Marines were different, however. They were looking to upturn the system, to show the world what actual justice meant, to rid it of its unfair overlords. Their views now ironically aligned perfectly with the Revolutionary Army, a group they had all mostly detested in the past. Whether it was fighting for the world's freedom, for profit, for true justice, for family, or loved ones. All of the people that Enel had gathered all had one thing in common, no matter their backgrounds, they were willing to fight. They were willing to put aside their differences, to discard any misgivings they might have had with each other, and band together to strive towards one shared goal. Enel couldn't help but smile as he took a moment to look at everyone present. He stood with them at the edge of the island, staring at Raftel with a smile. Finally here. Before he even knew it, his islands were hovering above the Grand Temple. He couldn't help but smile as he felt the Straw Hats and Vegapunks on the ground. Huh. Enel blinked a few times before rubbing his eyes and earlobes and trying again. What's wrong, Captain? Francisco immediately noticed his confusion. Well, Garp, Francisco, let's go down for a moment. Anyone that wants to tag along, Enel clapped, turning around to the cadres of his army with a smile before vanishing into a flash of light. Tish, bastard went ahead of us. Garp immediately hopped off the island, followed by Francisco, who just sighed and leaned off the edge, allowing himself to freefall off the island. Shanks and Rayleigh looked at each other, their gazes a bit complex, before jumping down as well. Whitebeard stroked his rounded mustache for a moment before nodding and jumping down as well, only leaving a "Gu-ra-ra-ra" behind him. On the ground, the situation was a bit confusing. Enel was in front of the Straw Hat, it was just that. They didn't look quite like he remembered them. Enel, you finally arrived, she, okay. Luffy looked the exact same as before, somehow even more energetic. Enel also remarked that he felt overwhelmingly powerful somehow. Of course I have. What happened here? He asked as he looked at the rest of the crew. Brook, unsurprisingly, also looked the same, although he also felt much stronger than before. It is a long story, yohoho. Frankie looked more cyborg than human, even more so than before. His metallic limbs and torso were a lot more human-like than ever before, but Enel could tell they packed a lot of high-tech weaponry with just a glance. Indeed, but we did become more super over the years. His voice sounded just as human though. Other than that, all of the Straw Hats were older? Zoro had a full grayed-out beard and long hair. His muscles were just as well defined. His will seemed to be sharper than ever too. He looked to be around 60 or 70 at that point. "Hey, I bet you my blade can reach him now." The swordsman, although older, still kept his spirit, it seemed. Sanji had surprisingly aged much more gracefully, only sporting a trimmed beard, accompanied by a sharper jawline. He looked to be in his 50s. "Who cares about your blade, Mosshead?" Sanji smiled. His legs were a lot thicker now, visibly larger than before, almost twice as much. It somewhat reminded Enel of what a professional and roided-up triathlete looked like back in his old world. He also wore shorts, showcasing his rather large and well-defined quad muscles. What was clear to Enel was that his rivalry with Zoro had not really changed at all. "Stop fighting, you old idiots." Thankfully, the resident navigator was still in charge of wrangling the manchildren. Nami had also aged gracefully, not looking much different, but gaining a more mature charm. Enel couldn't quite guess her age at first glance. It also didn't sounded just as young as before. Hey, some things never change. Usopp was a lot easier to guess though. He also had a long, curly beard. His long nose remained unchanged, but his eyes gained a much sharper look. He strangely wore a piece of high-tech armor that covered most of his body. He also had a helmet hooked on a belt on his hip. This armor was present throughout the Straw Hat members for the most part, the only exceptions being Luffy, Brook, Zoro, and Sanji. Now, even when looking at Enel, he held no fear in his eyes, none of his previous panic. Even if he was still afraid internally, he at least learned to not let it show. Chopper also grew a beard. He was taller and much more refined looking. He was still wearing a doctor's gown for the most part though. He was also wearing the same high-tech suit underneath his coat, alongside a monocle. Jinbei was also looking like an old man. His body had undergone quite a few changes, his shark teeth becoming more pronounced and arms becoming even more filled with muscle. He was also wearing a high-tech suit, which stuck close to his skin and showcased his muscles even further. Vegapunk and Sentomaru were also looking different. Of course, Vegapunk looked the exact same in appearance, but Enel felt that each satellite now packed a lot of augmentations that he hadn't seen in the past. "Enel, it sure has been a while. You have a lot to catch us up on, but I am assuming we still have some time, right?" Stella, Vegapunk's original body, now fully turned into an android, spoke out. "There is time, but I still need an explanation here." Enel sweated a bit as he felt Garp and Francisco approaching them. He then took a look at the one Straw Hat pirate he cared about the most, Robin. Sure, they all looked different, and it was surely bizarre, but the biggest change in Enel's eyes was still Robin. She was currently looking like she was around 60, and although she had aged well, the signs were still showing. She now had long, flowing gray hair, and her face was also much older, the lines around her eyes and nose showcasing her age. But regardless of all of that, Enel couldn't help but find her beautiful, even though he had to stare at her through a veil. She was wearing a suit of armor as well, but unlike the others, she was covering her face with a mask. Enel could hazard a guess as to why, but he first waited for her to speak up. Well, Robin was, at the end of the day, the one to explain things properly to Enel. She went on to tell him about the One Piece and about the time bubble. Enel just tilted his head and listened. He found it difficult to believe. In the few moments he had spent in his awakened form, he had felt no such time bubble around the island. He did feel a strange barrier, but he figured it was just something related to the mist that constantly shrouded the island, and didn't give it much thought. Apparently, Vegapunk had tried to contact Enel, to call him to spend some time in the bubble before it fell as well. But the time bubble had affected the Den Den Mushi the most. Even being in its vicinity was harmful to them, and all of their means of contacting Enel had died off during the first year they spent in that bubble. It also didn't help that Vegapunk was hyper-focused on his research that Enel could see the fruits of. Behind Vegapunk stood special pacifistas. They all took the forms of the Straw Hats, but Enel could tell that they were all spliced in genes and races. They were essentially upgraded versions of the Seraphims in a sense. But also not quite. Vegapunk didn't have any Lunarian DNA left to give them the overpowered traits of that race. The scientist and his satellites had likely not managed to copy over Nika's fruit either. Mythical zones were not among the types of fruits that Vegapunk could replicate. Still, the Seraphs were not the only things that Vegapunk had built. He had prepared other strange weapons as well. And Frankie had worked alongside them too by the look of things. Still, Enel looked at all of them and sighed. Geez, you guys really went and managed to give Bonnie even more work than before. The Emperor shook his head and sighed before turning back to Robin. The archaeologist just crossed her arms and gave Enel a blank stare. I remember it being quite effortless for her to use her devil fruit. Maybe, but that doesn't mean she feels like using it all the time. It does take energy. Thankfully, she should be able to bring you back to your primes without much issue. Also, why are you covering your face? Do I not even get a kiss after all this time? Enel just offhandedly answered her question and placed one of his own. I am much older now, Enel. I'd rather you not see me like this. Yep. Robin was still a woman at the end of the day. She had covered her face when she saw Enal's flying archipelago approaching in the distance. She was by no means ugly, but she did feel a bit insecure about her age now, like all women tended to get at some point. "Well, I'll be damned, didn't think I'd ever see you this flustered over nothing." Enal couldn't help but stifle a laugh as he eyed Robin with a friendly glance. "I am not flustered, Enal. I simply do not wish to be seen by you in this state. I only ask that you respect my wishes, and nothing more." The atmosphere immediately became a bit more strained as Enal's face fell, his attempt at teasing Robin backfiring quite miraculously. "Fine." In the end, the Emperor just nodded. He wanted to say more, but at that point, he didn't feel like pushing it. By Robin's explanation, the Straw Hats were no longer the same people he knew. After all, who knew what changes they had undergone after so many years? In the end, he set his gaze back on Luffy, just as Francisco and Garp landed behind him. "Holy shit." Garp immediately reacted as he looked around at the crew with a confused gaze. "Huh. I guess Bonnie wasn't the only one able to control time?" Francisco was a bit less shocked at the sight, especially since he didn't know most of the Straw Hats. He only really knew that they were supposed to be younger than Enal and the others. "Well, she's one of the only ones alive, I'm sure." The Lightning Emperor turned to him and flashed him a smile. He was about to continue, but a slight tremor hit the ground as Whitebeard also landed on the ground, followed by Rayleigh and Shanks. Before they could even comment on the strange circumstances of Straw Hats, Enal already responded to their queries. This was the work of a previous user of her fruit. "I'll brief everyone on that later. Bonnie will help them get back to a more appropriate age where necessary." Enal turned around and clapped his hands. Shanks and Rayleigh still looked at Luffy with a bit of worry and expectation in their gazes. "Shanks, Rayleigh. I did it. I became the king of pirates," Luffy shouted, his energy rolling to such an extent that it shocked all of the old men present. "Shit. This kid went and became a monster already." Francisco sweated a bit. He felt strangely small in front of Luffy now. He had never felt that way, not even in front of Zebek or Kaido. Has he surpassed Enal? Garp also felt the same, but more so than a tinge of fear, he felt overwhelming pride. The Lightning Emperor couldn't help but smile. "I wonder what surprises he'll bring during the war. I'm sure it will be satisfying enough. We'll continue the meet and greet on the ship. We still have some preparations left to do." Enal looked at everyone with a serious gaze before turning into a flash of lightning and taking to the skies. "Shi, see you all in the skies." Luffy shouted before stretching his hand. It immediately broke the sound barrier and reached the nearest sky island, to which he grabbed the edge and allowed himself to be pulled up. "Oi, you brat. You better greet your grandfather properly." Garp immediately jumped after him. Francisco just sighed and followed Garp, somewhat excited to find out more about the Karararara. That brat became even more absurd. Whitebeard's legs immediately flexed, and he jumped with enough force to create a gigantic cloud of dust, which Sanji proceeded to blow away with just a swipe of his leg. "Well then," the cook said as he looked up to the skies. "Let's follow our captain." Zoro continued, a wide smile spreading across his lips, looking almost demented. Robin also looked at the sky, her gaze a bit more complicated before she nodded. Most of them flew up using their suits. Sanji used moonwalk and Robin grew a large pair of wings. Rayleigh and Shanks looked at each other and shook their heads. They wasted no time in climbing, jumping back up towards the islands. Frankie simply walked towards the Thousand Sunny and tapped its side. In an instant, colored chains sprouted from his open palm and engulfed the Sunny, swallowing it whole. After that, his legs unfolded slightly to showcase some combustion exhaust pipes, which immediately activated and sent him flying towards the rest of his crew. And just like that, the Straw Hat and Vegapunk joined the fleet, and they were headed straight for the Holy Land, at last. Ha ha ha. Tree roots spread throughout the surroundings like lightning, both through the earth and on the surface. Thorny vines and spiked bark spread everywhere around a tall brown-skinned and green-haired man as he did his best to vigorously train his devil fruit. The man in question was none other than current Fleet Admiral, Aramaki. Of course, the state of the Marines was so pathetic that there were no other admirals currently under him, but some vice admirals still stuck around, and they too were now gearing up for war. Aramaki had done his best to get into the mindset of a leader, but he was nothing like his mentor, nothing like Akainu. Unlike him, Akainu had managed to win the respect of all of his peers, even that of Aokiji, who was once in direct opposition to him. But Aramaki didn't have any guidance in his role, well, almost no guidance. You know, constantly training your devil fruit won't help you much at this point. Kong is still stuck around the Holy Land. He was now the guiding figure of the Marines, as well as the commander of all forces underneath the world government. Well, all forces except for the Seraphims, God Guards, and the Five Elders. I know, but I can't seem to progress much when it comes to hockey. Aramaki sighed, his face twisting into a frown as he looked at the ground and retracted his roots. Bah, you just don't have the right mindset. Kong snorted and looked to the side, where the war preparations were still ongoing. Gigantic walls surrounding the Holy Land stretched as far as the eye could see. The architect behind them was of course none other than Vegapunk's rogue satellite, York. The lazy part of Vegapunk had been given a lot of tasks in the past months. York had to both prove her loyalty and usefulness to the elders. Of course, although she only possessed a small part of Vegapunk's mind, she was still leagues above all other scientists that the world government employed. It was thanks to her that they were able to reprogram the Seraphims too, for the most part anyway. And it was also thanks to her that they were able to build such a perimeter around the Holy Land. Pluton cannons adorned every corner, dynastones were at the ready, stored in new containers laced with sea stone, much more difficult to destroy, in order to prevent their ammunition from being used against them. Gigantic armored speakers were pointed outwards at the sea in front of the Holy Land. The lands were remodeled and the Holy Land itself was pushed out slightly, allowing it to be a tad closer to the sea. Precautions were taken for just about anything that they thought Enal and his army could throw at them. IMU himself was prepared to counter any preemptive attacks that Enal had in store for them. It was only really a matter of time before the war started. Hell, they had already seen Enal's fleet of islands flying in the distance as they passed by Sabaody. They all heard the drums, they were essentially relying on limited intel to find out whenever Enal was going to attack them. But the past few weeks it had all been deathly quiet. It was no surprise, they knew it was impossible for their agents to hide from Enal at that point. He had passed by all islands, raining down lightning as far as his eyes could see. No corner of the Grand Line was left untouched at that point. Thankfully, losing their contact with their agents at least gave them an idea of where Enal was and how much time they had left to prepare. At least that was the case at first, all the way up until a few islands were hit at the same time. They had suddenly lost all ability of locating the opposing army. The war could begin at any point. Thankfully, the 5 elders and the Seraphims didn't need sleep. They stood vigil at the wall for days on end while awaiting for their preparations to be completed and overseeing everything. The Seraphims were another issue entirely. Them taking on the image of one of their greatest enemy was annoying enough, but the most annoying part was that one of them was like a statue. It wouldn't listen at all to any of their commands. Not even York could tweak him out and get him to fulfill the commands of the elders. Still, they had quite a few Seraphims left, all Lunarians, all relatively powerful despite not being fully grown. There are too many variables at play here. Enal is sure to come with an army that is far too expansive for us. Even worse if they manage to get the help of the giants. Kong looked over the remainder of the Marines who were also gearing up for war. They only had a few giants left. Sure, they could make a difference against regular pirates, but against the top of the world, they were still mostly cannon fodder. If Enal managed to get the help of the Elbaf tribes, then he'd have some of the strongest giants alive on his side. But Kong, as was about to find out, the giants were going to be the least of his concerns. The drums rang out through the Holy Land once more, before merely a passing melody, now a tune that signaled what they had strived to avoid their entire lives: all-out war. It was something that the world government had worked tirelessly to avoid, but it seemed that fate had deemed it unavoidable. Drums beat to the sound of war as gears churned and turned inside the mechanical walls of the Holy Land. In the distance, their eyes scanned the horizon to see the shadows of dozens upon dozens of islands. The drums of war were getting closer. "They're here. Training time's over," Kong shouted and immediately gestured for the Marines and the agents he had left to get ready. Off to the side, Saint Figarland Garling, the red-haired leader of the God Guards, also stepped onto the walls. "Vermin approaching our Holy Land." His words were demeaning, filled with confidence. He was the leader of the God Guards at the end of the day. He was a powerful and determined old man. But the tremble in his old and weary voice betrayed his true feelings. He was the strongest among the God Guards, but even he knew that he was an ant in front of the Sky King. At first, many tried to dismiss the threat he posed, and the power he possessed. They were all too confident in their reign, their power that had dominated the world for centuries. But that all changed when IMU's frustrated screams broke through the Holy Land. When the Lord's Eye was destroyed while he was trying to erase Big Mom's territory. The elders were all forced to be on edge that day. Enal had not only awakened, but he now had enough power to pose a threat even to their Lord IMU. "Like always, we shall place our faith into Lord IMU. I will at least take care of that bastard son of mine. I bet he won't ever miss something like this." Garling squinted through his visor as he gripped the handle of his sword with a dangerous expression. The God Guards around him were also prepared for battle, each carrying a different weapon, having reached a level of mastery that went far above that of regular men. They were celestial dragons, superior to normal humans. After all, they all carried the blood of IMU within them. Most squandered that gift. They chose to lavish into the many vices that were within their reach due to their birthright. But the God Guards were different. They were all celestial nobles who had achieved a balance between pain and pleasure, training and indulging in debauchery at an equal rate. They were not quite on par with the elders. Hell, most of the God Guards were far from that. But Garling at least had reached their level. Especially since the threat of the Sky King arose, he had focused solely on improving himself, setting debauchery aside for a while. He, as well as many by his side, had grown stronger as a result. The world government itself was spurred to grow because of the rising threat. But were all of their preparations enough to face what was ahead of them? A flash of thunder was heard throughout the entire red line as countless islands and landscapes descended from the clouds. From mountain to forest, water fell meant to be no end to it in the eyes of the Marines. It was as if multiple enclosed ecosystems had been plucked from all around the world, and were now headed straight for them. They were still quite some distance away, but they captured the attention of everyone. It's somehow even bigger than reported. Saint Noda, nicknamed Saturn, huffed a bit as he looked at the islands with a weary gaze. It makes no difference to us. We just need to hold back the dregs while Lord Imu deals with those fake gods. Saint Masato Hirano, nicknamed Mercury, seemed quite hopeful as he spoke. All of the elders were dressed in their usual attires. It felt as if they were more prepared for a meeting than a war. We do have the advantage of knowing that the Nika Devil Fruit user is still in his infancy. Even one of us can stall him at this point. Against Lord Imu he'll likely only be baggage for the Sky King. Saint Masato Hirano, nicknamed Warkuri, spoke with a rather high level of confidence. And Saint Noda, the one that had fought Nika, couldn't help but nod. Although the fight had admittedly ended in his loss, it was still a close match. The 5 elders were far below their lord, so the only real concern they had was the Sky King. Estimated time of arrival: 10 minutes. Prepare the Pluton cannons, they will be in range in 2 minutes. Kong immediately shouted orders to his subordinates as he assessed the situation. Lined across the wall, each cannon started shining with a strong red light as the soldiers manning them started loading up the stabilized dynastones within them. But before the islands even got into the range of their cannons, the elders all felt their senses tingle. In the skies, the stormy skies above them broke instantly, revealing dozens of nail-shaped islands descending upon the Holy Land at breakneck speeds. "Shit, the cannons won't turn in time," Kong shouted as white fur started growing from his body. He was about to assume his full mythical zone transformation, but before he could, a red light shot out of the depths of the Holy Land. It acted as a barrier, spreading out at speeds that most could barely comprehend. Even Kong only managed to feel it when it passed through him. It sent shivers down his spine as he felt his lord's aura. The barrier quickly grew to cover the entirety of the Holy Land, and the island-sized nails of packed dirt seemed to bounce off it and slide into the sea in front of their grand walls. The shockwave of the nails hitting the wall still managed to blow away all of the nearby clouds, even if only temporarily. Still, the people below could not even feel a tremor, and the red barrier barely even budged from the attack. The red energy that formed the barrier flowed like water. It formed a constant rotation, which was also what had pushed the island nails into the sea. "We have our lord's protection. Everyone stay calm and continue aiming for the approaching enemy." Aramaki shouted at the men on the walls. He was also preparing for the fight in his way, deeply planting his roots into the Holy Land and spreading them all over. He could feel their lord's barrier even underground. Despite the island nails failing, the Sky King's army seemed intent on continuing their assault. Kong sweated a bit, realizing that Enal had not planned a slow war. They're planning to crush us quickly, but they're in for a surprise. Kong's lips trembled as he looked at the clouds that had already gathered once more. Lightning quickly started raining down on the thin red veil that Imu had set up, but it seemed ineffective, which visibly raised the morale of the surrounding troops. And just before Kong gave everyone the order to fire their cannons, shi, a faint laughter could be heard from the skies, as a distinctive and joyful beat thundered throughout. The former Marine had already been briefed on it. The drums of liberation. He was told what to look out for, what to expect from their enemies. But this time, Kong barely had the time to blink when he looked up. A gigantic hand larger than the Holy Land itself was rushing towards the earth, threatening to crush any and all resistance. That wasn't part of the reports. The gigantic hand that covered the gaze of the elders, as well as everyone in the Holy Land, seemed to struggle for a few seconds against the red light. But what little resistance Imu's half-hearted barrier could put up was instantly crushed by the overwhelming strength and imagination of the Sun God. The barrier bent out of shape, before losing its structure completely and popping like a balloon, all accompanied by a booming, high-pitched laughter. Shi. The faint laughter from earlier sounded a lot more like the growl of a beast to Kong now. The laughter was coming from far away, above the clouds that had gathered. But his, as well as everyone else's vision was completely blocked off by the gigantic hands still aiming to crush them into the dirt till they became compost. In an instant, 5 distinct malevolent auras spread out throughout the Holy Land, as the elders all sprung into action. Each and every one of them took the form of a frightening demonic beast. Saint Noda, Saturn's body expanded at great speeds, growing legs and turning black as he took the form of a gigantic, horned half-human half-spider monster. Saint Kaichi, nicknamed Mars, took to the skies in an instant, turning into a bird, flames coming out of his long eyes and coattails as his long feathers and sharp teeth rushed to dodge to intercept the incoming attack. Saint Misato, Warcurry also increased in size exponentially, turning into what seemed to closely resemble a gigantic war hog, showcasing 2 sets of large horns at both sides of his overgrown mouth. Saint Kenichi, Nujiro's body seemed to transform into something akin to an undead centaur, his long blade shining with power as he took a hybrid form. And lastly, Saint Misutani, nicknamed Peter, the youngest among them but by no means the weakest. He took the form of a gigantic, wart-filled worm, as his body quickly expanded outside the confines of the Holy Land. His mouth had a set of unnervingly human teeth as he also turned to glare at the sky with his large eyes. But none of the elders, even with their impressive strengths, managed to react in time to reach the hand first. No, the one to intercept it seemed to be the sea itself. A gigantic tendril formed from the sea slapped the hand away, shocking most of the people present. The speed at which the mortar moved made it sound like a whip, breaking the sound barrier easily as it created a shockwave large enough to topple over plenty of buildings within the Holy Land. Marine soldiers and grunts underneath were also pushed away like ragdolls, scattering in all directions as they flew and crashed into either trees or reinforced walls. The gigantic hand was batted away before it seemed to disappear out of view, shrinking and being pulled back by its owner. "You will not act as you want in my territory." A deep voice sounded throughout the battlefield. No one other than the elders recognized it on the world government side. But it was rather obvious who it belonged to. The voice of their leader. "I am you, a being that was born from the sea, molded by it, and thrived within it." The ancient weapon that I Am You had merged with only served to further strengthen him, to the point where he surpassed any of the other individual gods. "Hey! Don't get too jumpy." Another, deeper voice boomed in the sky, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. Lightning immediately thundered down onto the Holy Land and the seas surrounding it. I Am You was going to raise more water, but he found that the seas around him were resisting his pull. Inside his throne room, I Am You couldn't help but rise from his chair. Cables disconnected from his body and came out of his long dress. As he stepped into the light of day, walking out of the ruins of his throne room, his figure was finally revealed to the world. Enal couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when seeing him. It was genuinely hard to tell. "I guess I Am You's entire being is more fluid than anything, not really human, so gender is unimportant at this stage." I Am You's figure was indeed fluid, more than one could imagine. It changed shapes constantly. One second it looked like the most handsome man, the next like the most beautiful woman, and the next like the most incomprehensibly frightening mythical beast, made out of fleshy red tentacles and eyes. TCH. Just as annoying as his predecessor. The sound of I Am You's voice now seemed to change by the second, but it still kept an overall masculine undertone. I Am You's eyes were both directed towards the skies, where his 2 arch-nemesis floated leisurely. The clouds cleared for a second, giving even the others below a good look at the two. One of them was a funny-looking young man, with white hair that flowed like flames out of his head. He was dressed in a white vest, with white pants, a pair of sandals and a straw hat tied to his neck. His face was not quite visible from the ground, but his entire being seemed to move around as if boneless, and the Marines immediately recognized him. Former newbie of the worst generation, Monkey D. Luffy. But it was clear that he was no newbie anymore, as many realized that it was his fist which almost crushed their entire island in one fell swoop. And the figure beside him was somehow even more frightening, both due to his reputation and being the one to jumpstart such a war. A tall blonde-haired man, his torso naked to the world, his heavily muscled frame was not the most concerning part, but the strange drums that circled on his back were threatening. His power was already well known throughout the world. His devil fruit mastery as well as his proficiency over hockey made him unmatched. The Lightning Emperor, or rather, Sky King Enal. The 2 men turned gods stood above the rest both in strength and physically, as they hovered far into the skies above the world government's army. Kong couldn't help but feel cold sweat trickling down his furry back as his gaze stayed fixated on the skies. "Just looking at them is enough to give me palpitations. My age must be finally catching up to me." Many of the soldiers couldn't help but feel that they did not belong on that battlefield, much like Kong. How else could they feel? In front of them, monsters and gods were clashing against one another with enough force to kill them with just the shockwaves. The reveal of the 2 gods was still fresh on the minds of the people below when the next clash happened, but this time it was not from the gods. No, the islands that had been far into the distance had managed to close in on them, almost in the blink of an eye. Fleet Admiral Aramaki's eyes widened as he gazed at the islands. In the very next second he ordered the remaining cannons to shoot the islands out of the sky. But before he could, a gigantic pressure swept over and completely forced everyone that was on the wall to fall to their knees. A wave of mixed dark colors and lightning painted the sky, and time itself seemed to be ground to a halt. Aramaki was the only one barely able to force his head forward, only to see one of the most frightening lineups in history. Describing it as an army of legends would have been putting it very mildly. Standing right there, on a large mountain in the middle of an island that had planted itself right in front of their holy land was a lineup of Enal's strongest. Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Dracule Mahawk, Dark King Rayleigh, the Revolutionary Dragon, Big Mom, Francisco D. Guzman. Just a few of the people currently unleashing their combined conqueror's haki to physically crush the walls of the Holy Land that they had spent so long to build and fortify. Aramaki's arbors and wooden pillars were the only reason the walls were still standing, and even they were almost giving out. The pressure was so great that it didn't only knock out the agents adorning the walls, but killed them completely, forcing their hearts to stop. The current fleet admiral also felt his heart skip a beat, but it seemed to completely stop as his eyes scanned the other side of the mountain. His world shattered in an instant as his eyes landed upon a group of people that he had thought long dead. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Everyone, with a strained voice, he trembled out some words as he eyed the Marines standing on that peak. At the very front of them was none other than a young version of Garp the Fist, a former Marine hero, and Sengoku, the Golden Buddha. By Sengoku's side stood none other than former Fleet Admiral Akainu, his gaze burning holes into the people below. The other former admirals stood by his side: Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, Zephyr. All legendary Marines, formerly presumed dead, were now staring at them. People that any Marine used to respect and adore were now facing off against the world government. What is happening? Was the last thought that Aramaki could muster before he fell back, unconscious. The combined aura of Enal's strongest lieutenants crushed everything in its path, to the point where even someone on the level of an admiral had fainted. Of course, Aramaki's fainting was also thanks to the shock he received when seeing all of the figures he respected within the Marines on the other side of the war he was fighting. Khan acted quickly enough to save him, his gigantic furred arm clutching at him whilst trembling as he took a few steps back. Even when fully transformed in his Yeti form, it was difficult for him to get too close. But that crushing pressure didn't go unanswered for much longer. In an instant, 5 monstrous beings jumped in between the vulnerable walls of the Holy Land and the gathering of legendary figures assaulting it. Their gigantic bodies obstructed everything, and the 5 of them together exuded an aura that seemed to be able to push back against that of Enal's army. Lightning of all colors roared and twisted around in the air as the entire world seemed to come to a standstill once more. But not for long. "Ho, that's cute." Francisco smiled as he slowly unsheathed his blade. Shanks laughed a bit, nodding his head in agreement as he also slightly unsheathed his griffin. The hawk's sharp gaze spoke for itself as he did the same. The aura that the 3 swordsmen exuded was immediately amplified, and more people from behind the group joined in. Zoro was further off to the side, but his green eyes also shined in a dangerous light, the pressure he exuded matching that of the other swordsmen in intensity. "So the elders are actually monsters, huh?" A gruff voice spoke up as another surge of powerful conqueror's haki was added to the mix, further pushing against the elders. It was released by a shirtless tattooed man wearing formal tribal garb. On his back was a dangerous-looking bone spear. It was none other than Wiper, one of Enal's friends and rivals. Not that shocking of a revelation. But with the people gathered here, I think we have a pretty good chance. Another deeper voice quipped in, and a much taller and bulkier figure stepped up. A shirtless man wearing a pair of baggy pants, sporting a mechanical arm and leg. His hair was a fiery orange and shaped into a clover. He was none other than Oven, one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, currently arguably the strongest among them. By his side also stood Katakuri, his trident resting on his shoulder as his muscled body appreciated the breeze made by the powerful clash of conquerors currently breaking out in front of them. His gaze held no fear, instead he looked at the monsters in front of him with great expectation. "I have been surpassed by both Oven and that straw-hat child. I shall use this opportunity to temper and hone my skill even further." He wasn't the only one thinking like that, of course. With the forces they had gathered, the fight against the elders and the government's powers was going to be very much winnable. Especially since Enal's plan worked and they managed to get close enough to destroy all of their Pluton cannons the moment the war began. But there were still quite a few powerful enemies they had to face aside from the elders. The gods' knights had 9 figures of note in there, but only one of them joined the conquerors' clash on the elders' side, and that was none other than their leader. An old man going by St. Figarland Garling. Shanks's eyes narrowed upon seeing the figure of the old man standing alongside the elders. "I'll take care of that one," he muttered, the people around him nodding in understanding. It was hard to not notice the uncanny resemblance that the leader of the god guards had to Shanks. The same blood-red hair, similar features. Hell, even their conqueror's haki was somewhat similar, though that was known to not have any ties to genetics. But Figarland Garling was not the only other person in the Holy Land with conqueror's haki. Kong joined into the fray as well, now feeling a bit more confident as he had more people on his side. He did feel a bit disheartened when seeing Garp and Sengoku on the other side, but he decided not to think about it too much for now. I'll try to capture the former Marines alive at least. Aramaki, you brat, you better wake up soon. Aside from Kong, 7 other figures jumped into the fray. Seraphim, huh? They were not yet grown, still children. But surprisingly they were still able to use Conqueror's Haki. It seems they didn't have time to make clones of me as well in the end. Francisco smiled as he watched younger versions of his disgraced former captain sitting on the ruined walls of the Holy Land. Vegapunk did mention that the government was unlikely to be able to set up the facilities to do so in time. Better for us. Shiki spoke with uncharacteristic clarity as he stared at the seraphims. Whitebeard didn't say anything, instead, his grip on his Murakumogiri tightened as a brief glint of hatred flashed through his eyes. That face, even when younger, doesn't bring back any good memories at all. The old emperor slowly clenched his fist, preparing for the battle, whilst the conqueror's haki he exuded didn't die down one bit. It does for me, Francisco said with a peal of cheery laughter. The clash was now nothing more than a stalemate, although not everyone on Enal's side was all that serious. They were all warming up for the main act after all. The initial clash ended soon after, with the stalemate continuing as a staring contest. Garp was the first to step forward, his gaze filled with disdain as he stared at the elders. You know, for all of my reservations and disappointment that the situation has turned to this, one thing I don't mind is finally getting to take out my frustration on you lot. Garp cracked his knuckles as he stared down the elders. You wish to take out your frustrations? Get in line. I've been dealing with their annoying requests personally for far longer. Sengoku also stepped forward, his muscles rippling slightly and gaining a golden glow. I also have plenty of resentment to sort out. I guess we're all going to have to do it together then. Akainu huffed a bit, his fist filling with magma as his cigar completely burned out. They did try to slay all of us. To say we are all itching for revenge would be putting it lightly. Aokiji huffed a bit of steam as his body was slightly covered in ice. Fujitora also hummed at that. A purplish aura flowed out of him as the air around the Holy Land grew heavier. He hadn't been that long with the Navy, but it was enough to see how flimsy the justice of the world government was. And because of his skepticism, he was clearly not seen as important enough to keep alive, unlike Aramaki who just blindly followed orders. Even before that, we've been putting up with all of their demands. They've always been bothersome. Kizaru also smiled, his body slightly shining yellow, which reflected into his sunglasses as he craned his neck to the side. They all had their own reservations when it came to the world government. Former admirals and former fleet admirals were all used and thrown away by the government. The justice they had found themselves dishing out had nothing to do with the safety of the vulnerable. Zephyr's scowl deepened as he remembered the number of recruits that died under him whilst he was following the higher-ups' orders, forcing them to go on exceedingly harder missions and putting their lives at risk. The first one to jump forward was still Garp, his fists pointed at Saint Saturn, who was currently in his spider demon form. Galaxy impact. A gigantic shockwave spread from the former marine hero's fist, sending crushing waves towards the elder. Saturn immediately acted, digging all but one of his gigantic legs into the seafloor to resist being thrown away by the powerful shockwave. As the powerful wind gushed past him, he moved his remaining leg, directing his pointed sharp pincer towards Garp's chest. Sengoku didn't sit still when seeing Saturn trying to skewer his old friend. In an instant he turned giant. He jumped forward and slapped the gigantic leg away with a palm strike, causing a large golden shockwave of his own which caused what remained of the seas around them to whirl aggressively. In an instant, the seas froze over, as Aokiji also joined the fray. Magma fists rained down from the sky through the entire Holy Land, and light also rained down across the entire battlefield. Zephyr jumped to fight Saturn alongside Garp, sending a Rankyaku at the spider's legs, hoping to cut them off while they were still frozen in the ice. But Saturn's body seemed to be much tougher than any of them could have anticipated. The elder seemed to be unaffected by those attacks, he merely scowled, and remained unmoving. Whilst more and more figures jumped out of the Holy Land to fight Enal's lieutenants and Waynes. Sengoku himself was almost slashed by Saint Figarland, but Shanks moved much quicker to intercept him, Their blades crossing and blasting red lightning in all directions. HMPH. The red-haired emperor flexed his hand, pushing the god knight captain further into the Holy Land and following suit. 6 of the 7 seraphims had jumped to defend Saturn, and they were immediately intercepted by 2 gigantic flying slashes, both shining with a golden light. Shiki immediately broke the sound barrier, flying towards the visages of his old captain, blades drawn and ready for blood. "I'll take these fakes on," he only said that as he used that momentum to also push them further inland, throwing a gigantic boulder their way and passing by one of the elders. "We'll assist him. If that idiot gets himself killed, this entire operation is doomed." Wiper, Oven and Momanga all moved as the sweet commander said that. Shiki was, after all, the only reason why their islands were currently floating. He was someone who couldn't be allowed to die no matter what. Saint Mars, in his flying demonic thunderbird form, wasn't about to just let all of them go past just like that. But before he could even beat his wings in Shiki's direction, he felt the air around him grow even heavier, pulling him towards the ground. At the same time, a gigantic figure appeared right above his head, tail slapping him away, sending him flying into a side of the red line. I had worried this day would never come. But it is time for us to show our true strength. That deep voice thundered through the skies with intensity as the revolutionary army on Enal's islands roared with pride. The figure could be described as that of a largely overgrown lizard, the most dangerous kind of course. A four-legged dragon, with a wingspan large enough to rival that of Saint Mars, scales of a dark green color. It was none other than Garp's own son, Monkey D. Dragon, with his very fitting devil fruit. Mythical zone, reptile model, storm dragon. A bothersome devil fruit for the world government, granting its user both overwhelming strength and endurance and control over storm and lightning clouds. Though it was lacking in versatility when compared to Enal's devil fruit, it was still obscenely powerful, which was one of the reasons why Dragon was one of the most wanted men in the world. The revolutionary dragon. The other elders reacted immediately, but they were each stopped by other formidable opponents that they could not bear to ignore. Saint Shepherd, in his gigantic island-eater demonic worm form, wanted to rush to Mars's assistance, but as soon as he dove into the earth he felt his entire body being crushed by tremendous tremors. He was immediately forced to expel most of his body out of the ground to avoid further injury, and he was faced directly with his opponents. Whitebeard, Marco, Ace, and some rookie pirates from the Straha, the cook Sanji and the musician Brook. Saint Warkari, in his demonic boar form, was in no position to provide assistance either, currently being pressed by the strongest members of the Big Mom pirates, including Big Mom herself. Lastly, Saint Nujiro, half transformed into a skeletal horse, was also forced back, blocking countless flying slashes from Zoro and Mihawk. Fights were breaking out all over the place as the war was now in full effect. Whilst chaos reigned below, the skies far above the Holy Land were somehow even livelier, as the three gods present clashed for the first time directly. Both Luffy and Enel were floating on clouds now. The wheel behind Enel's back seemed to be eternally spinning at a violent pace now that IMU's figure was in sight. Luffy's white flames also billowed out of his hair with greater intensity. It was clear that the remnants of souls within their devil fruits had a grudge to settle with IMU. Thankfully for them, Luffy and Enel were all for fulfilling their wish of burying IMU underneath the so-called Holy Land. Strange how, when two young men went on to inherit the powers of some dead fools, they confidently go ahead and face the very god that had slayed their pitiful predecessors. IMU took on a more mixed form as he spoke the first part of the sentence in a male's voice, and the second in a female's voice. The only constant in the god's body was his deep and crushing red eyes. They exuded a mystical power that Enel couldn't even bring himself to describe. Yet still, he and Luffy stared into those eyes defiantly. Don't even start pretending that you are that much stronger than those you refer to as dead fools. If I remember correctly, they killed you a few times, only for fate to bail you out each time. Enel recounted that bit of history to IMU's face with a mocking grin on his face. Really, the only reason you are here is because you were at the time this world's most beloved child. The Sky King couldn't help but laugh as he looked at IMU's imposing red eyes. What makes you think anything has changed, child? The god of the sea did not show much of a reaction to Enel's mocking words. While prideful, IMU was smart enough to not act out on emotions during such a fight. The very fact that the two of us are here today allowed us to get to this level of strength whilst the world was under your rule completely. Just think about it for a second, why don't you? The Lightning Emperor tilted his head, his long earlobes moving to the side as well. This time, IMU didn't grace Enel's mocking words with a response, instead she stepped forward. With a seemingly casual movement, the god raised his hand, and one of his fingers grew exceedingly longer, its nail also expanding and sharpening. In a fraction of a second, two very small streams of pressurized water shot out of his fingers, each headed towards one of the young gods present. Water rushed out of the god's body, rushing towards Luffy and Enel in highly pressurized streams. Enel simply blinked to the side, moving much faster than those water streams without putting much effort into it. But to Enel's surprise, the water stream, despite being so pressurized, bent to the side and followed him whilst keeping that same pressure and power. So that's what one is capable of when they have full control over water, huh? Enel also developed the ability to control water by ionizing the hydrogen particles within it and controlling them, similar to what he did to clouds. He could control water on very large scales, as shown previously, but he could not create a stream with such pressure. The control and malleability were simply not there. Still, Enel didn't need to worry about being hit by the pressurized stream. He was still much faster than it. And then there was also Luffy. The sun god's incarnation just giggled a bit when seeing the attack. With a casual wave of his hand, he grabbed both water jets. Within that same second IMU lost control of said water, and both streams turned more into something akin to rubber strings both held firmly in Luffy's hand. He then whipped them towards IMU, shredding his body apart in an instant due to the sheer amount of power behind his makeshift whip. Of course, IMU's body reformed instantly, but he still gave the sun god a confused look. He was not supposed to have grown this strong. He had not foreseen the trick that the sun god had pulled at his tomb. The time bubble was an anomaly that could not be detected from the outside, as Raftel itself was impossible for the world government to reach. IMU's future prediction had also not said anything about Luffy being that big of a threat. Unfortunately, IMU didn't have too long to think about how the young supernova had achieved his strength. The biggest threat he had anticipated before was already right behind him. Enel's speed was unprecedented. As the staff he held turned into a large naginata, he swung it into IMU's body as well. Dark blue lightning rushed in all directions as IMU was now forced to block the blow in full force. It was a short clash, where lighting met a very thin and constantly revolving water screen around IMU. The god then gazed at Enel, and instantly the Sky King felt his power vanish for a second, at least his devil fruit power. His conqueror-coated naginata still bisected the god, and Enel immediately used moonwalk and shaved to avoid being skewered alive by a dozen thin water tendrils that came out of IMU's back. Enel sweated a bit. With a flick of his finger, he sent a black lightning bolt towards IMU, who just waved his hand. The long sleeve of his royal robe expanded and batted the bolt away. I see. So he is unable to erase the devil fruit powers of god fruits completely, but he can still suppress them. Enel scowled as he felt his speed waning due to the effects of Uranus, the ancient weapon that IMU had merged with. Before IMU could keep up the momentum and attack Enel once more, he was forced to back off by Luffy's extending hand. The sun god's arm stretched like mad, circling around a few times and eventually grabbing IMU by the cooler and flinging him further up, throwing him closer and closer to the stars. As the sea god's gaze broke from Enel, the latter felt his power returning, and he immediately acted on it. The wheel on his back began spinning once more, his eyes sparking dangerously as he flashed right above IMU, giving the sea god little time to react. With a wave of his hand, the drums turned into blades, and the ring turned into a dangerous weapon of compressed plasma. Enhanced by Enel's haki, the bladed wheel cut the sea god in two right down the middle as it expanded in size as well, becoming so large and bright that it illuminated the world below. Luffy was also not to let himself fall behind. With a smile on his face, he inflated his fist to gigantic proportions, covering it in shining yellow lightning as he used his conqueror's haki to the extreme. In an instant, the cutting drum disc retracted and merged with Enel's gauntlets. In an instant, metal expanded from all of the accessories and metallic objects on Enel, and they formed a gigantic glowing fist. IMU's eyes widened slightly as he felt both gigantic fists crush him in between them. It all happened too quickly. The very space in between Enel and Luffy's attacks seemed to bend and distort, almost breaking under the pressure. Enel continued to smile widely even when he felt his control over his devil fruit power slip. It had already done its job. The two fists collided with a deafening bang. Despite being so far up into the sky, almost reaching the stars, the tremor of Enel and Luffy's combined strike was still felt through the Grand Line and the four great seas. The very planet itself shook slightly, resonating with the two of them as they did their best to crush IMU's very existence. The clash only ended when Enel's metallic fist buckled under the pressure, cracking and eventually breaking as Enel retracted most of the metal back into his gauntlets. Luffy also retracted his fist, his laughter and heartbeat reverberating throughout their surroundings. But despite his cheerful attitude, there was little reason to celebrate. That was interesting. IMU reformed himself out of one of the clouds below, looking at the sky with a rather conflicted gaze. Well shit. I think I understand what Raijin and the others were feeling. This thing just refuses to die gracefully. Enel shook his head as he pointed one of his palms towards IMU. Immediately, metallic tendrils rushed out of his gauntlet and skewered everything below. But even then, it wasn't enough, as IMU's fluid form slipped through the cracks and reformed as soon as Enel retrieved his metal. Even more concerning, IMU didn't seem all that impressed yet. You look a tad bored, huh? Enel immediately appeared behind IMU, his hand exuding an ungodly amount of electricity as he rammed it through the sea god's chest. That won't do anything of note, IMU said as his body started morphing strangely. Enel snorted. He felt his powers slip as IMU grew an eye onto the back of his neck. Just before the Sky King was skewered by countless water tendrils, Luffy's hand slapped IMU away, creating a sound akin to the crack of a whip. You ants are starting to grow a bit tedious. IMU recovered quickly once more. This time, his body started morphing, skin quickly bulging and disappearing as the sea god took a different form. It looked like a blob of destruction, water moving around constantly within a gigantic body. The only sore point that stood out was those red eyes. Somewhere in the middle of that blob, IMU's eyes were just floating, gazing around. Hey, we're just getting started. Luffy just shrugged when seeing that transformation, his smile shining as he looked at the situation without a single glint of worry in his eye. Indeed, we're about finished with warming up anyway. Enal's eyes shined as well, the air around him buzzing with electricity. As the fight above was ramping up, and the gods were finally starting to get serious, the situation on the ground was also escalating further. Everyone had heard the impact of Luffy and Enal's combined attacks, the deafening gong of their fists colliding and crushing IMU in between them. It had shaken the hearts of everyone present in the Holy Land. It further cemented the idea to the regular folk that they truly were out of their depths. They had quite a few people on their side, but the opposing forces were clearly outnumbering them, and it wasn't just an issue of numbers, they were also outmatched for the most part. Besides the most powerful lieutenants of Enal's army, there were plenty of other strong people under his employ. The soldiers were still recovering from the gigantic impact of the gods before they started taking heavy fire. In fact, the entire Holy Land was now under heavy bombardment, as the islands that pulled forward seemed to be more so equipped as gigantic battleships. A good number of people were stuck managing those cannons, but for a good reason. It enabled them to rain down explosive ordnance across the scattered forces of the world government. It was also helpful in distracting the elders. Saint Saturn, for example, as the closest elder to the islands, received the most potshots out of anyone. Hundreds upon hundreds. He was forced to grow new legs to defend himself against them. Eventually, Sengoku's palm hit him at just the right time, and one red cannonball slipped into his defenses and exploded right into his face, which blinded him for a split second. Garp and Zephyr were able to take that opportunity, jumping forward and delivering a combined blow to Saturn's head, breaking his nose and the two gigantic horns on his head. The punch also sent the gigantic spider flying backwards, right into a gigantic wall of magma. "Burn to hell, you bastard!" Akainu's angered voice resounded as his magma completely devoured the gigantic elder. For a second, the people manning the cannons even thought that Saturn was dead, and they all gave the achievement to their leader, who stood there, dazed that his shot had done anything. As expected of Lord Buggy, an entire crew shouted in glee as they stood behind their captain. Buggy was just standing there, flabbergasted and slightly trembling before scowling and shouting at his men to stop fooling around and keep shooting. They listened to him, especially after realizing that taking down an elder was not going to be that easy. Saint Starn's gigantic body soared out of the magma pit that Akainu had created for him. He roared and his legs immediately started moving around at mad speeds, skewering anything in proximity. Garp had managed to sidestep the attack, but Zephyr was not quite as lucky. He was about to get hit directly in the torso, only managing to avoid it thanks to the sudden surge of gravity that crushed Saturn into the ground and gave Zephyr enough time to jump backwards. Sengoku and Garp acted immediately. Impact wave, galaxy impact. The two of them created a combined shockwave large enough to force Saturn to remain embedded in the ground. The strike also caused plenty of damage, to the point where both Garp and Sengoku could hear their opponent's bones cracking under the pressure. Fujitora's gravity was also doing wonders in suppressing and further increasing the intensity and weight of Garp and Sengoku's attacks. But their attack was stopped the moment Saturn grew more and more legs, one of them stabbing straight through Sengoku's golden Buddha body. This time, he hadn't even bothered trying to attack Garp, opting for the obviously larger target. Garp immediately scowled and threw another punch. Corkscrew impact. A shockwave was immediately created, this time with a spin as Garp twisted his fist as he threw the punch out. The corkscrew impact shredded apart the outer layers of the exoskeleton that had grown on Saturn's gigantic legs, forcing him to buckle under his own increased weight once more. Ice Age. This time, the ground underneath him was no longer hot, instead it turned into a glacial winter, with ice spreading out all around him. And from underneath him, just as he was hitting the ground, gigantic ice spikes rose. They immediately turned black and skewered the elder's main body, filling the ground around them with blood. In that instant, Saturn's movements died down, his limbs hanging limply as he lay there slain. Aokiji looked at him with narrowed eyes, his finger rising up as frost started to cover Saturn's entire body. HMPH, finally keeling over. Akainu muttered as he looked at the other fights for a second, but then, for a split second, he sensed something, and his ears perked up. But before it was covered completely, one of Starin's legs shot up once more, this time directly towards the former Ice Admiral's chest. Aokiji. Dodge. Thankfully, the cold must have made Saturn sluggish at least, coupled with Akainu's warning at least allowed Kuzan to pull himself to the side. Unfortunately, his left arm was still severed and destroyed by the gigantic stinger. Regardless, he didn't panic. Such wounds were after all inconsequential thanks to the medic they had on their side. He just needed to survive. The former Ice Admiral merely froze the bleeding closed for now and immediately started bombarding the now rampaging elder with more and more ice spears. Garp also got close and personal this time, using Shave to appear right in front of Saturn's face, and delivering a punch that caused such a sickening crunch that it made any listener wince. Garp fists were weapons at the end of the day. Hell, they were strong enough to break through Kaido's hockey-enhanced Hasaikai. Strangely enough, by comparison, Saturn's face seemed to be somehow even harder to break, but he still pushed the spider demon further backwards, to the point where he was essentially smack in the middle of the Holy Land. His accumulated injuries seemed to be slowing him down greatly, but the most concerning part was the fact that they were visibly healing. On another side of the Holy Land, another elder was having his own difficult time. Saint Peter in his worm form could be said to have it the worst. This is really annoying. He was faced against a prime Whitebeard and was essentially his greatest counter. The Emperor's powerful quakes greatly suppressed his primary fighting style, which was to dive into the ground and take enemies by surprise. Creating a network underneath them and trapping them in a sinkhole was also one of his favorite methods, but it was impossible to do, as any tunnel he made would be closed instantly by an earthquake. But surprisingly, aside from suppressing his fighting style, Whitebeard was not even the most annoying opponent he had to face. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Saint Shepherd heard a peal of laughter on his body. He immediately twisted to bite at the sound, only to bite at air. Three-paced hum, God slash. As the fancily dressed skeleton sheathed his cane sword, a dozen or so gigantic gashes opened up all over the gigantic demonic worm's body. That's the goddamn third time this has happened. The cuts healed just as quickly as they were made, but it was still annoying. Ifrit Hambi. Hell's memories. It didn't help that Brook was accompanied by an equally strong and annoying blonde cook. His kick covered entirely in blue flame seared right through the gigantic worm's body, damaging many organs and allowing Sanji to pass right through. Fire Fist. He could really catch no break, as he opened up his mouth to swallow Sanji, only to swallow a gigantic ball of fire, which filled him up to the point where he was spewing flames from the many holes that had been created into his body. Gurararara, not so easy, huh, oh great elder? Whitebeard mocked him for a second, before jumping forward and appearing on one side of his gigantic still healing body. Collapsing tremor. With a powerful punch, the very space in front of his fist broke, and every single intent shepherd twisted and burst, allowing enough blood to flow to douse the flames that Ace was still stuffing his face with. A pained roar was all that Saint Shepherd could muster as he twisted in that place, whipping his tail around madly, only to be either cut, burned, kicked or clawed at by a blue phoenix. To make it even worse, any damage he did to any of them would be healed by said phoenix rather quickly, which was why none of them had any significant injuries currently. God's Knights. He was the first of the elders to call for help, which was fitting as he was also the youngest. In an instant, one of the God Knights made his way towards them. A burly man in a white suit, his weapon of choice being a pair of golden knuckles, turned a deep black as a thick coat of hockey coated them. In an instant, the God Knight rushed towards the closest person, that being Sanji. The blonde cook just scowled and tilted his head, not even putting out his cigar as the man swung his fist, aiming straight for the head. However, before his fist could even brush against Sanji's skin, the straw hat cook whipped his leg upwards, slamming his heel into the God Knight's chin, crushing it and shattering his jaw completely whilst sending him flying like a bullet right back where he had come from. This shocked the worm demon quite a bit. Even if the God Knights aren't the strongest, they should still be able to kill any Yonko commanders. They shouldn't be that easy to dispatch. But he didn't have time to think too much further about that, as Whitebeard sent another tremor flying through his body. Another God Knight rushed forward as well, but this time he didn't even get close enough to wind up a punch, as Brook's figure walked past him and his head simply flew off to the side. Yo-ho-ho, I'll help the others and take care of these so-called God Knights, the skeleton musician cheerfully said whilst sheathing his cane sword and walking towards them. Sanji just nodded and turned his attention back to the elder. It was around that time that it was heard, broadcasted through the entire Holy Land, and likely a great part of the Red Line. The pained and agonizing screams of a tortured woman. The recording resounded throughout the Holy Land, as well as the Red Line surrounding it. In an instant, the pained cries of a woman filled the ears of everyone present. Everyone on Enel's side immediately realized what that was about, and Aokiji immediately started doing his job. The seas all around the island froze solid, not just the surface, but everything to the depths. Even so, enraged sea kings still gathered all around them, piling up underneath the flying islands of the Sky Army. They were going to make their presence known. Aokiji ramped up his powers to the maximum, freezing anything in sight down to the bone, but the sheer number of sea kings was impossible for him to handle alone, and eventually, one of the Sky Islands was brought down. The Sky Island in which Nefertari Vivi was also present, commanding one of the cannon stations alongside the revolutionaries. Countless sea kings jumped to the skies, and many started coiling around it. Under Shiki's somewhat divided control, the island itself tried to pry away from their grasp, but it was unsuccessful. The entire island would have surely been crushed, if not for the powerful roar of an ancient being resounding in the distance, distracting the sea kings from their plight. The figure of a gigantic elephant, with legs longer than most islands, appeared on the horizon. Zunisha, one of the remnants of a lost era. On his proud back he carried the mink race, but he wasn't alone. It took a few seconds for Aokiji's eyes to focus, but Zunisha was pulling along a gigantic boat as well. And on that boat were fishmen and merfolk? King Neptune is sending us his support, huh? The Ice Admiral thought as he continued to freeze the seas around the Holy Land, doing his best to prevent the Sea Kings from interfering with the fights on the land. Thankfully for him, he wasn't going to have to do that for much longer, as a loud voice was broadcasted from among the merfolk. Please stop." The voice seemed meek, but it carried a mystical rhythm within it, immediately calming down all of the Sea Kings, who were now just confused. "I am safe, so, please, stop." Her voice carried a lot more confidence this time, and the currents reverberated even further, as all of the Sea Kings stopped in their tracks completely. Now that the real Poseidon made her presence known, the Sea Kings were able to discern the fake cries from earlier and managed to disregard them, returning to the depths. Crisis averted, huh? King Neptune looked at the surrounding seas with a calm gaze. "Still, we better hope Enal and Luffy succeed, otherwise our race is bound to become extinct due to our involvement here." Back on land, Brook advanced towards the bunched-up god knights at a rather leisurely pace. He didn't let the cries bother him, having already been filled to the weapons that the world government possessed. It was someone else's job to deal with the fake Poseidon. The god knights were also focusing on him, having been alerted to his presence, especially after witnessing him cleanly decapitate one of their own with relative ease. But such a thing was not going to happen again, as they were now well aware of the danger he posed, and weren't going to be caught off guard. Still, all it took was for one of them to blink in order for Brook to appear by his side. This time, however, one of the god knights managed to react in time, raising his katana to meet with the cane sword of the skeletal musician. Ho! Operator, Brook's skeletal features shifted for a moment, but he seemed otherwise unfazed. The one that he had initially attacked also made a move, taking out a pair of daggers and swiping them at his skeletal body. Brook took a floaty step backward and chuckled a bit at their efforts. "I guess I was a bit brazen to take you all by myself. I'll have to take you seriously now." As soon as those words left his sharp teeth, the very atmosphere around him became colder, with the enemies in front of him experiencing the full brunt of it. But they were all masters of hockey, so they had no problem withstanding the deathly cold. Currently, there were only 7 of them still standing. The one Sanji took out was likely dead, his jaw turned into shrapnel that scrambled his brain, and the one Brook decapitated was most definitely dead. Who would have expected some rookie pirates to be this powerful? One of the remaining god knights muttered as he gripped his tree-pronged staff into his hand. "Still, he's just one dead commoner. We'll take him out before running to assist St. Peter." The one wielding knives spoke this time, the gears in his head turning as he looked over the saint that had asked for their help in the first place. Out of everyone present, he likely had the most difficult time, which was granted mostly due to Whitebeard countering his very existence. "You people are filled with flesh and desire. But these old bones may not be as alone as you think." The moment he said that, he pointed his cane sword to the ground and stabbed it, immediately freezing the area surrounding him and the god knights. In an instant, a burst could be heard as one of the knights was hit straight in the head by a strange pellet. It pierced the skin, then immediately tried to plant its roots into his brain. He managed to defend himself with hockey fast enough to avoid dying, thankfully. But he couldn't quite defend himself from the following shot, despite trying to. Bang, this time from a rifle. It rang out loudly and immediately pierced his skull, a bullet enhanced with hockey. "Close but no cigar. Seems this one goes on my roster, son." "Bah. You just got lucky. My pellets are a lot stronger. The roots just needed some time to pierce the skull properly." 2 voices could be heard bickering in the distance, one younger than the other. One had curly brown hair, whilst the other had curly black hair. One had a rather flat nose, while the other had a long and pointed one. From afar, it was somewhat difficult to tell that they were related, but they were in fact father and son. Usopp and Usopp, the 2 of them had finally reunited, and after the son had gotten over the abandonment, they got along like peas in a pod. One trait they had in common: they were both absurdly efficient and deadly snipers. "Shit, Saint Morg, Saint Lip, go after the 2 of them." The god knights immediately mobilized, Morg and Lip bursting forth, walking on air as they rushed towards the father and son duo in the distance. Alas, they didn't make it that far. Monster point. That was all they heard as their entire vision was overtaken by a gigantic humanoid reindeer demon. They barely managed to kick off of each other to avoid being squashed into the ground, but the sheer shockwave of that monster's palm smacking the ground sent shivers down their spines and sent them flying further. "No fair. Get back here." What some would interpret as a childish voice normally, this time sounded like a demon scowled to the god knights. "Don't tell me. That hat." One of the god knights seemed to realize something about the beast. A spark of recognition appeared in the corner of his pupil as he turned and looked at the demon with a confused gaze. "Cotton candy lover, Tony Chopper?" Morg was the one to make that realization, having already studied all of the portraits of their enemies in detail in preparation for the war. "What? That thing is supposed to be the cute pet of the Straw Hat group. Whatever, I'm killing it." Saint Lip scowled when hearing that. he immediately pointed his spear towards Chopper's gigantic body. He immediately rushed forward, the point of his spear blackened in a healthy coat of haki. A spark could be heard as it slightly poked into the demon's fur, and the saint smiled, aiming to pierce further into the beast's heart. Unfortunately for him, that was the last thing it heard, as his eyes barely managed to catch the movement of the two gigantic hands that clapped together to snuff out his existence. Just like that, Saint Lip became a sty which he wiped on the concrete with a disgusted scowl. Monster. Saint Morg said as he took a step back, only to receive a direct blow to the back of the head. Strong right. A manly voice shouted out as he got clobbered over the head, sent tumbling to the ground and rolling away. He had defended himself with haki, but it seemed that his opponent also had armament, which was concerning. The man who had just clobbered him over the head was none other than the bulky cyborg shipwright of the Straw Hat crew, Frankie. Shit, how had they all grown this much? Another of the god knights cussed out as he rushed to aid Saint Morg, whilst the others were stuck facing off against Brook and defending from Usopp and Usopp. In the war briefing, the Straw Hats were considered too inconsequential to be brought into discussion too many times, with only Luffy being mentioned, but he was considered only slightly stronger than an elder. But now it seemed that the entire crew was set out to prove them wrong. As even a single one of them seemed capable enough to injure an elder, and certainly capable enough to fight on par with the god guards. Injuries to an elder were thankfully inconsequential, as they were able to heal themselves through their strange rituals and powerful devil fruits, but the second part was still concerning. Saint Morg was still reeling when he turned around, happy to see that his comrades were coming to rescue him, only for his neck to get twisted in a fraction of a second. Dos Fleur. Clutch. The perpetrator was none other than Nico Robin, who decided to change her modus operandi from snapping people's spines to just twisting their heads and trying to unscrew them from their bodies. With her mastery over haki, it was rather easy for her to do that to a god knight who was still recovering his scrambled brains after Frankie's powerful punch. Morg, tisk, useless bastard. The god knight that had been rushing to help him couldn't help but curse out, as he was now stuck in between enemies. He dodged numerous shots from Usopp and Usopp, proving his skill. He also proved himself to be much faster than Chopper, avoiding the monster's reindeer with a passion. Unfortunately for him, he failed to account for one former warlord going by the name of Jinbei, who came out of the ground in front of him to deliver one blow. 5,000 tiled true punch, and one punch was all that he needed. The punch hit the knight in the torso, and immediately shredded his organs apart and sent him flying back to the rest of his peers, guts spewing out of his spinal cord. And just like that, 7 god knights became 3, a pitiful outcome. The 3 of them, however, decided to take on a stance that put them in some sort of formation. It caused a strange magical circle to appear below them. Robin was the first one to try something, attempting to burst flowers out of her opponent's backs to kill them swiftly, but she realized that she could not use her devil fruit powers within that magical circle. Jinbei immediately advanced, winding up another punch towards them, only for the shockwave to be brushed off them, the circle seemingly forming a transparent bubble around them. Ho, that is quite interesting. Brook muttered as he also tried to pierce the bubble. His haki-enhanced blade only managed to force some sparks out of the dome, but the tip of his blade didn't pierce through. Magic? We had no reports of anything like this. Robin couldn't help but cross her arms with a scowl as she tried to remember any reports about the world government using circles like the ones underneath the knights. Nothing in recent memory stood out, unfortunately. Great. An unknown factor, exactly what we needed. Robin muttered, looking towards the sky with a concerned gaze as the thundering battle above still raged on. I hope they will make it out unscathed. Robin looked at the skies above with a slightly concerned gaze. She still remembered the last conversation she held with her captain and the enal together. Just as they were about to take off towards the Holy Land, to deliver that preemptive strike to shake their defenses. I'm feeling quite good about this war, honestly. Luffy stretched slightly, his straw hat still firmly on his head, as he had vowed to give it back to Shanks only after the war. Keep a positive mind, we still don't know the extent of our opponent's abilities, some things are just impossible to plan around. Enal was also seemingly in a good mood, not dressed formally like usual. He knew that he'd ruin a good suit if he wore it to war, so he just went topless, in his baggy training pants. He also didn't bother to wear any shoes, as he had grown to the point where he'd break them by delivering a good kick. He didn't feel like worrying enough about them to coat them in haki. He wanted to minimize any and all factors that could drain his stamina in any way. He had also gathered an overwhelming amount of metals to carry around, preparing to use it quite a bit in case his lightning proved ineffective. Although his accessories now looked golden, they were, in fact, a mishmash of dozens of metals, combined into the most durable and resistant metal that Enal could come up with whilst still keeping an acceptable malleability without expending too much energy. Luffy had also, in his own way, prepared for a long fight. His preparation mostly consisted of stuffing himself with enough food to feed a medium-sized army. He had really raided Shiki's cellar, stealing any and all meats and eating them overnight. The sun god also ate most rare meats that the golden lion had prepared for himself, much to his dismay. While the two of them got ready, Robin was among the people that walked up to them. Her interactions with Enel were few and far between even after she had been returned to her proper age by Bonnie. The Lightning Emperor was beyond busy, planning out the actual events of the war whilst scouting the Holy Land ahead of time using his wide-ranging radar. "Are you two ready?" was the only thing she managed to say as she looked at their wide backs. "As ready as we'll ever be." Enel looked back at her with a reassuring smile. "I think we'll whoop whatever's ass." She. Luffy was a lot bolder. His now more advanced age did little to change his playful personality. But he did change quite a bit in other matters. He gave the two of them a look and smiled, giving Robin a wink. "I'll go ahead. Meet you there. Long years." Luffy then vanished, turning into a blur as he skipped from cloud to cloud, each of them becoming a trampoline for him to enjoy in his hearts contest. After spending so long training, the Straw Hat could use his reality-bending abilities whilst in his regular state, although with quite a few limitations. But that was to be expected. After all, his rubbery body was also an effect of the sun god's power. Enel sighed as he looked at him leave. He turned to Robin, giving her an awkward smile. "Now then. I guess it's time to address the elephant in the room." The Emperor had already somewhat established that the two of them were in a relationship, but his coldness towards her as of late was not something he was proud of. It had a lot to do with the fact that she refused to allow him to look at her during their reunion on Raftel. He felt as if she didn't trust him enough to let him look at her, to see her face after such a long time. It felt somehow even worse when he realized that it had actually been decades for the Straw Hats. "Elephant? You mean that you've been too busy to give your girlfriend any private time the past few weeks?" The Straw Hat archaeologist gave Enel a cheeky smile as she spoke out. "I did have my hands full. But that's no excuse, not a good one anyway." The Sky King shook his head as he turned back around to look at the horizon. Robin also walked forward, standing by his side as she took in the view, the calm before the storm. "No, I understand. I was there for a few meetings, quite a lot of stuff to deal with there." Robin's voice sounded quite amused as she spoke, remembering the state of affairs in that meeting room. It really was like a cartoon at times. She did try to meet him in private a few times since then, but Enel was always busy. The war room was filled to the brim with strong characters. Really, sometimes Enel felt like he was wrangling troubled children. If he was not present, then a fight was bound to break out. Either between some of the pirates, Shiki mostly, Shanks playfully, Big Mom unironically, and some of the Marines. Garp, Akainu, Zephyr, between the pirates and the pirates. They were an unruly bunch, no point in putting it any other way. It couldn't be helped. They were all powerful people from opposite walks of life, who would not even have been in the same room together if not for Enel, let alone fight on the same side in a giant war. Thankfully the revolutionaries were quite chill. But even then, Dragon could never handle Garp's temper. It was like putting a coughing child up against a nuke. Even if Dragon could be argued to be stronger, he'd sooner kill himself than seriously raise his hand at his father, no matter how many fists of love he received over the head. So, the task of peacekeeping always fell on Enel's lap. Francisco did try to help sometimes, but only really made things worse due to his past. And now, they were here. At the last possible moment, they could speak before the war. Finally getting some alone time thanks to Luffy gaining some perspective in human relations over the years. Enough about that. Before I go, I'll just say one thing. Be safe. We will meet after the war. Enel smiled at her, his gaze turning warm for a moment. Safe? We are bound to dominate the battlefield, especially with the forces you worked so hard to gather. But the deciding factor will be the two of you. Whatever happens, just make sure that the two of you survive. Robin looked at Enel with a similar gaze, though hers held quite a bit of admiration and concern. Sensing her emotions, Enel couldn't help but chastise himself internally for a moment. He was a leader, he needed to exude more confidence. Internally he was already certain of his win, he just was not quite as used to expressing that outwardly as Luffy did. We can't afford to just survive. We will win. Those were his parting words. After saying that, he bent down, planted a quick kiss on her lips and finished in a flash of lightning, following Luffy's tracks. The exchange did give her quite a bit of confidence, but seeing the battle in the sky still made her shudder. It was hard for her to comprehend how the battle was actually going, it was too far out of their reach. But the ripped pieces of clothes she saw falling from the sky all seemed to belong to either Luffy or Enel. Then she saw something else fall. Something heavier. It fell with such momentum that it outright damaged the head of one of the elders, falling like a meteor into the ground. It was a long and pale, muscled arm, adorned with a golden gauntlet. She, much like everyone else, didn't know how to react at first, but one thing was for sure. Things were not going quite well up in the skies. The three gods faced off in spectacular fashion, each of their casual attacks enough to kill anyone from below if hit directly. They were all well aware that the winner of their battle was going to be the winner of the war as well. No matter how injured each side would end up, they'd still be able to crush the opposing army. Luffy and Enel were both starting to get frustrated with the lack of effects their attacks were showcasing. The Sun God's incarnation had already tried plenty of things, including his reality-bending powers, turning IMU into a trampoline with a fist sinking into his gut. Enel had also tried several ways to damage the Sea God, but each time IMU's body would just regenerate. All until Enel decided to use the wheel on his back to bisect IMU, with Luffy also using his reality-bending ability to prevent the man from easily recovering. And this time, IMU had genuinely bled. It was the very first time Enel and Luffy managed to injure IMU. And it seemed to be fatal, for all of 3 seconds, before IMU's torso grew red tendrils and immediately pulled the cut-off parts back together. The two of you are growing more and more tiresome. IMU's voice this time sounded different, no longer fluid, just beastly. In an instant, Enel felt himself choke. All of the humidity around them was extracted from the air, forming a large water bubble which encapsulated both the sun and lightning gods. Luffy choked for only a second before he seemed to grow fins and started swimming towards IMU, whose body also seemed to be within the water. At that point, the usual weakness of a devil fruit user hadn't applied, as the water was not stagnant. And before IMU managed to do that, Enel immediately filled it with his lightning, fighting for control over it with him. Unfortunately, however, it seemed that IMU's authority over the seas superseded Enel's control, as the water was still slowly becoming stagnant. Luffy's body immediately started exuding heat underwater when noticing that, the flames within his hair and around his body flaring up and evaporating the water around him, forcing it to stay moving. Enel did very much the same, evaporating water at such speeds that the bubble was bound to soon run out of water. At least it would have, but IMU manipulated even the water from the steam caused by them, forcing it to rejoin the bubble. Shit. He's essentially forcing us to fight in his territory. Enel couldn't help but scowl at that thought. He and Luffy could both hold their breath for a long time. Hell, Luffy seemed to be able to just breathe underwater thanks to his mastered reality-bending abilities. It seemed that he barely had any limitations when it came to altering his own body whilst in his awakened form. But Enel was not quite as lucky. He had the option of getting out of the bubble in the blink of an eye with his speed, but that would also put him at a large range, and it seemed that attacks for a distance were quite ineffective. Using the wheel is not only tiring, it also appears not to have an effect unless I am close enough to cover it in haki properly. Enel's previous attack utilizing the spinning wheel drums was not only up close, but it was also heavily enhanced with haki, which Enel assumed was the only real way to damage IMU. Even if he had rejoined his body, it was very likely that it still did damage. The more annoying fact was that IMU seemed to be entirely immune to blunt attacks, haki or not. It was similar to Buggy's fruit in a sense, but instead of cuts, it was a wide range of blunt attacks. Unfortunately, it made Luffy's fighting style somewhat more disadvantaged. Enel's lightning did try to hit what he perceived to be IMU's body, trying to paralyze him or at least stall him for a second while Luffy's flaming punch hit him, but within that bubble, IMU seemed to be capable of almost instantaneous movement. He moved even faster than Enel's lightning, and before either god realized, they were being attacked by countless haki-enhanced water blades. Even if they could evaporate water regularly, some slashes still managed to get through, shredding their clothes apart and putting some cuts on their skin. Enel thankfully managed to dodge most small cuts thanks to his immaterial form, but what he didn't expect was for IMU himself to instantly transfer behind him and touch his back. In that moment, Enel choked once more, feeling himself be fully disconnected from his devil fruit power. And in that instant, one cut was all that IMU needed. It aimed to cut the lightning god in two right down the middle. Out of trained reflex, Enel's long leg whipped upwards, his position shifting as he delivered a conqueror's haki-enhanced kick to IMU's neck. The water slicer was also dodged somewhat, but it still managed to catch Enel's arm, more specifically his gauntleted hand, which immediately fell to the lower seas. IMU's neck was craned unnaturally, and he seemed to spit out some blood whilst still keeping skin contact with Enel. He immediately surrounded him in underwater slashes this time, aiming to kill him, but it was at that moment that Luffy interfered. The sun god's anger was heard, as all of the water around them instantly turned to rubber, suffocating Enel briefly, but pulling him away from IMU's grasp whilst pushing the water god outside of the bubble. Enel immediately re-entered his awakened state. His body glowed as he directed his stump towards IMU. Dark Thor, in an instant, a sparkling pillar of black lightning shot into IMU, completely disintegrating him in seconds. Both Enel and Luffy then took that opportunity to burst out of the water bubble, just as Luffy was losing control of it. Cough cough, she, seems you've lost a hand again. Luffy laughed a bit as he coughed some water. His body was filled with cuts, but they seemed to be closing already. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Enel scowled as he moved the metal from his other gauntlet to form a tourniquet, completely stopping any blood flow to his stump. The two of them finally managed to breathe some fresh air, but it was not for long, as the entire blob of water seemed to move now. red eyes appeared on it as it took the form of something strange. Something primordial. Shit. Don't tell me. Every generation of gods has failed up to this point. What makes you think that only 2 of you would be enough to even face me? Imu's voice sounded just as bestial and enraged as before. The form that the sea god took was something that Enal was strangely familiar with. Something that he had seen, something that he had hoped to never see again. A mass of tentacles, red eyes forming all over the skies around them. A mouth of flesh-tearing teeth, sharpened to the most dangerous degree. It was strangely resembling something that Enal had seen in his dreams. The outsider god that the original Rajan had expelled out of the world, or rather, that the Wheel of Fate had crushed for interfering. Don't tell me he actually had tried to influence this world in the past before. Enal scowled at the mere thought of that, but it didn't seem impossible as a concept. The god that had sent him to that world had already interfered a lot with it. But it did seem to not be able to easily go against fate. Maybe he didn't get any backlash because his actions were in harmony with fate? Many thoughts rushed into Enal's mind, all at the speed of lightning as he dodged a water tentacle that had whipped towards him and Luffy at breakneck speeds. Luffy seemed able to just jump over it, whilst Enal just reappeared above the now transformed Imu. In an instant, the disc on his back expanded, forming a gigantic saw blade, spinning at breakneck speeds and rushing to cut Imu in half one more. From one side, Luffy also brought his arms together, pulling reality itself and bending it, sending a tremor much like those Whitebeard wielded towards Imu. The tremors made the sea god's body harder to control, and Enal's drums passed through the tentacles Imu had put up for protection with relative eas. Expect was for the drums to be reflected at him, one of the eyes appearing in front of them at that same moment. Of course, they did not injure Enal in any way, they simply shrunk, turned back to drums and continued to spin on Enal's back. It was at that moment that the lightning god realized that they weren't going to be able to meaningfully damage Imu individually. Luffy and Enal immediately looked at one another and nodded. Time for that, then. Luffy and Enal didn't quite have the most amount of time in the world to think about and develop any techniques that used both of their abilities fully in cooperation, but they both had a lot of ideas. Enal found that Luffy's mind had developed a keen sense for battle as he grew older. Even when young he could be argued to be a genius, but as he grew, he also gained more experience by the look of things. And the two of them had managed to come up with a few ideas and methods they could tackle to kill Imu once and for all. After all, knowing how the past fight against Imu had gone even in large gave them both quite a bit of perspective, and going into it they already had an inkling that just individual strength wouldn't be enough to kill the sea god. Let's do the first one. Enal muttered as he slowly gestured to the disc on his back, the 6 drums spinning tirelessly at speeds that the human eye could barely comprehend. Luffy simply nodded, giving a short laugh before stepping onto the air and jumping ever upward. In an instant, his form grew in its entirety, taking on the form of a giant. Enal also manipulated his drum disc, expanding it and throwing all of the drums upwards as they turned black. Immediately, 2 of the drums shifted in both shape and size, becoming thick and long sticks, which Luffy immediately grabbed, adding his haki to the mix in an instant. The other 4 took position in front of the sun god, immediately ceasing all movement and rotation. Imu was quick to notice those strange changes, but the moment he stretched some of his large tentacles to engulf both the drums and Luffy, they were all shot down by a few lighting pillars fired off by Enal's stump. You're not interrupting us that easily. Enal smirked as Luffy also gave the transformed world government leader a wide smile, followed by a strange laugh. In an instant, he struck the sticks down onto the blackened lightning drums, resonating his haki with Enal's and allowing it to flow through the thunder god's devil fruit powers. The moment the sticks struck the drums, the very space around them trembled, as a major discharge of unnatural force surged downward, directly onto Imu's transformed head. Imu's entire body seemed to turn to mush at that moment. The tentacles that were stretching skyward towards Luffy all dispersed. The many red eyes around the giant construct's body all started bleeding. But Luffy wasn't done. No, he continued drumming, with each beat, breaking more and more of Imu's gigantic body apart. And eventually, he gained a rhythm by doing what he knew best, following his heart. The drums of liberation, Shishishi, Luffy immediately named the attack appropriately. The very instruments he was using to sing that anthem were symbolic, as the drums resonated with Enal's thunderous heartbeat as well, creating a powerful symphony that dealt a blow directly to Imu's psyche. As the sound and vibrations traveled through the air like waves, Enal made sure to amplify them as much as he could, almost 1,000-fold, to further increase the damage they dealt. In doing so, he also created a song so loud that everyone on their side of the red line heard it, and those within the Holy Land specifically had to cover their ears to avoid their eardrums rupturing. Unbeknownst to Enal, who was focusing solely on Imu, that sound amplification was eventually the one to break the God Knights out of their protective bubble, causing the Straw Hat Pirates to quickly dispatch them. One's entire spine was twisted by Robin, One was decapitated by a singing skeleton, and the other was shot dead by one of Frankie's lasers at around the same time Yasip and Ben Beckman put a bullet in his head. The one to claim the contributions for that death was left up for debate. But the situation in the sky was even more so hard to discern. With IMU's body scattered and broken, Luffy, tired arms stopped as he blew out a lot of air and started shrinking with a tired expression on his face. The drums and sticks didn't fall, instead shifting and transforming back into a spinning disc, which landed right on Enel's back. Just as the two new gods were getting hopeful that the fight had finished, however, pieces of IMU's body started shifting, and they all switched to rushing in one place, reforming the sea god's body. More and more water was drawn from the atmosphere and air all around them, as the sea god became even bigger and more monstrous. It released an enraged roar, breaking the sound barrier in all directions as it sent both Luffy and Enel flying in different directions. Countless red tendrils sprout from the sea god's body, each rushing towards either god as they sped up the closer they got to the two gods. Enel managed to dodge them all in an instant, even when surrounded by tendrils. His speed was not something that IMU was capable of surpassing, and it seemed that Enel's observation haki was also slightly better thankfully. Luffy was a bit of a different story, not quite able to catch up to either Enel or IMU in speed, but his reality-bending abilities allowed him to grab all of the tendrils that came close to him and turn them into a skipping rope. There was little he couldn't do as long as his imagination allowed for it. Eventually, however, fatigue caught up with him, and one of the red tendrils got stuck firmly within his shoulder blade. In an instant, all of the flare and the white flame died out, as Luffy's body returned back to that of a mortal, lacking even his basic abilities as a rubber human. But thankfully, before he was shredded apart by the other multitude of red tendrils, Enel interfered, sending his wheel forward and cutting all of the tendrils around Luffy in quick succession. Luffy then did the most sensible thing he could as he was free falling. He ripped out the still-moving tendril from his shoulder and the white flames immediately emerged from his body once more. This time he managed to sidestep a few tendrils that had followed him, whilst Enel shredded apart the others with a few well-placed lighting pillars and Elthors. Eventually, the two of them decided to try yet another combination. And as they were doing that, things on the ground floor were only getting more and more interesting. The elders on all sides were getting pressed. Saint Nujiro was somewhat outclassed by both Mihawk and Zoro when it came to swordsmanship. His only advantage was his absurd speed granted by his devil fruit, and his powerful haki, but even then the two swordsmen fighting him were true monsters in those aspects. They had clashed blades many times, the stray flying slashes from the clashes leaving deep scars on the red line. Things got even worse for the swordsman Saint when yet another controversial figure decided to make his presence known. Sever, and just like that, the Holy Land, as well as Saint Nujiro were both split in half down the middle. Missed me? The man responsible for this was none other than Francisco, who blew a kiss towards the bisected elder whilst slowly sheathing his blade and looking towards the seraphims off to the side. The moment he did that, a gigantic sword headed straight for his neck, one that was blocked by both Zoro, with all three of his blades crossed, and Mihawk, with his black Uru. "Don't interfere if you don't plan to pay attention to the fight," Mihawk chastised the older pirate legend, as he and his star pupil pushed the gigantic blade off. Despite being cut in two, Saint Nujiro seemed to be still alive and moving. Hell, the two sides had already started rejoining. Francisco scowled, having expected his world-renowned slash to at least do some lasting damage. "Welp, I guess I'll leave the two of you to deal with this one." The old pirate shook his head and turned back towards the seraphims, heading in their direction. One of them is the actual Zebek. Let's see." The battle raged on, as the golden lion clashed with the seraphims in tandem with those that had followed him. The first to strike was, of course, Shiki, sending a gigantic earth spike towards the place where the seraphims stood. Reacting on instinct, they all scattered to different sides. As Shiki's spike entered the ground, the controlled dirt mixed and intermingled with the uncontrolled ground. A sonic boom could be heard as Shiki broke the sound barrier and whizzed past one of the seraphims, delivering a cut to its torso large enough to spill out guts. Or it would have been so were it not for the Lunarian blood that all of the seraphims had inherited. Instead, the slash only left a clear red line on the torso of the Teen Zebek clone. A cut that closed up just as quickly as it opened up. Tisk, damned Lunarians and their stupidly tough bodies. Shiki scowled as he maneuvered his body in midair, dodging to the side as two other seraphs stabbed their blades into his previous location, the earth quaking and fragmenting underneath them. Meanwhile, Momonga, the one-handed former vice admiral, had already singled out one of the seraphims. "This should be a good enough test of my abilities." He unsheathed his blade and immediately rushed towards the Zebek clone, clashing with it as sparks flew in all directions. In an instant, blue flames appeared on the clone's blade, but before it could do any harm, Momonga broke the clash, delivering a devastating kick to the neck and sending his opponent flying further away, before dashing towards it in hot pursuit. Oven had also crash-landed on the battlefield, his gigantic fist pressing down on one of the clones as the atmosphere around him heated up to sickening degrees. It was so hot that the blue flames which had emerged from the seraph he was suppressing didn't even leave a mark on him, as the ground around them bubbled and turned to magma. The clone seemed to be able to resist the heat too, and it would have attempted to slash at Oven's body had the sweet commander not grown a long blade out of his prosthetic knee and slashed at the seraph's arm. The slash didn't leave any marks, but it did manage to push the blade away. It was at that point that Oven scowled. His metallic hand immediately shifted to reveal a large cannon which he pointed at the clone's chest at point-blank range. Boom! A resounding explosion was heard, as the seraph was turned into a rag doll and thrown off, with slight burns all over its body. Oven's eyes glistened with glee as he dashed towards it once more. The other seraphs did attempt to work together, and one was attempting to reach and assist the one dealing with Momonga, but it was scooped off by a gigantic black mace which had appeared in front of it in an instant. The one that had stopped it was none other than Katakuri, teleported in by none other than Law, who was somewhat tasked with overseeing a lot of the battlefield. Buzz cut Mochi. Thanks to the quick teleportation, Katakuri was able to easily land a killing blow in one fell swoop. Well, against any other opponent, it would have been a serious blow for sure, but the Seraphim were made to be annoyingly resilient. Thankfully, the gigantic arm-turned dough mace was not only powerful, but it was also sticky. The dough ended up restraining the Zebek clone. The clone did try to use its fire instinctually, to cook the dough and escape, but it didn't have enough time. Katakuri spun it around at breakneck speeds, disorienting it, before turning around and slingshotting it towards the uninhabited red line in the distance. Katakuri then turned towards Law, who was sitting in the distance, and nodded, before turning into a large donut and rolling towards his opponent. Wiper had also gone ahead and singled out one of the seraphs. His Conqueror's Haki-enhanced bone spear leaving deep marks into the seraph's imitation blade from the get-go. The seraph was still holding up well, however. A lot of Zebek's experiences and fighting style were passed on to all of the clones, as most of that information was withheld within DNA, having turned into base instincts. The clone was able to coat its imitation saber with Haki and blue flames, its black wings giving it a boost as it rushed towards Wiper, who just scoffed. Fancy tricks won't help you here. With a flash of Conqueror's Haki coating the hilt of his bone spear, Wiper batted away the saber and then pressed forward, thrusting the tip of his spear into the clone's torso. Although sharp and deadly, that spear thrust only managed to push the clone away and leave a cut on it. Still, seeing it bleed made Wiper smile. Of course this thing ain't nothing compared to that bastard. I've not once seen his blood, no matter how much we sparred. I'll make quick work of you. Then move on to more pressing matters. Wiper scowled, before pointing his ornate cannon towards the recovering seraph and firing a large red cannonball. The explosion that ensued engulfed a rather large area, forcing the seraph to get blown away in a different direction as well. Having succeeded at separating the seraphims a bit, they each continued with their own battles individually. Shiki smiled as he blocked two sword strikes at the same time from the seraphims that were focused on him. He laughed before pushing the both of them back towards the ground, where the earth itself seemed to swallow them, turning and twisting unnaturally, forming whirlpools of compressed dirt. Shiki gave the ground a cheeky smile, before two pillars of blue flame emerged from the hardened ground, the two seraphs escaping at the same time. Looking at the two teenage versions of his captain, he couldn't help but smile at them. Out of everyone present, he knew his captain's powers best, so he was not worried about facing two imitations. Hell, he would not have been worried about facing all of them either, though he would have had some issues due to their annoying durability. Still, seeing the young face of Zebek did rouse quite a few frustrating memories within Shiki. He mulled over those memories for a moment, before his smile vanished and his eyes narrowed, gaining a dangerous golden glint. The dead should just stay buried, Shiki whispered before the entire holy land of Mary Joyce trembled. The elders that were still within it couldn't help but look towards him instinctually, all wanting to do something to stop what was about to happen. Allowing the battlefield to be in his control is not something we can afford. But they were each reminded that they didn't have the luxury of worrying about such things now, as their respective opponents made sure to make them regret breaking their attention away from the battle. Initially, Shiki was supposed to be one of their priorities during the war, as they knew the danger he posed. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing just how large the force Enal had amassed was. If it were just numbers, then it would have been fine, but the amount of powerful people that they were now stuck facing was truly unexpected. At this rate, we need to do our best to hold out until Lord Imu finishes off those two pests, was the common train of thought among all of the elders. In an instant, all of the elders still within the Holy Land rushed out of it, with their opponents in hot pursuit. They couldn't prevent Shiki from controlling it, but they weren't about to continue their fights within his territory. In an instant, the entire Holy Land shifted, as parts of it broke off and took to the skies, including parts that the two seraphs Shiki fought were on. The two clones were pressed onto the dirt they had just stepped on, as they went upwards at breakneck speeds. Golden Lion's Dominion. The clones were immediately trapped within the gigantic Haki-enhanced sculpture of a lion's head, more specifically within the mouth of said dark lion. Flames quickly spewed out between the lion's teeth, as the two seraphs were doing their best to blow their way out of there, but Shiki wasn't letting them do his res. In an instant, the gigantic lion's head started shrinking, becoming smaller and smaller as the dirt became more and more compact and sturdier. In the end, the lion head became the size of a few buildings put together, instead of half an island. That should hold them there for a bit. Shiki's gaze then turned towards the last seraphim, which had yet to act. That's strange. Pretty sure the elders gave them all the instructions to help. Why is that one just standing there blankly? Shiki tilted his head, his long golden locks swaying to the side as he slowly hovered over to that clone. What stopped him was the realization that Francisco was also heading for that specific clone. The old man's eyes widened as he came to a realization. Don't tell me, that's actually Zebek? Shiki didn't move for a second, observing Francisco as he dashed towards that last seraphim. He seemed to want to go there himself, to face his former captain one last time. But the earth prison he had trapped his opponents in seemed to start cracking. Those cracks quickly gushed out blue flames, leading to the cracks to widen, before the entire compressed construct broke down completely, shards of it blowing everywhere as the two seraphs jumped out of it and towards Shiki with angry looks in their eyes. Damn, that didn't last anywhere near as much as I expected. I guess Francisco can deal with him. Shiki immediately batted away 2 slashes from the seraphs, before maneuvering around in the air and slipping past them. These pieces of shit are a lot stronger than I thought they'd be. I guess Zebek was always a monster. They seem to have a decent mastery over his fighting style and even Haki, whilst being able to use the genetic traits of Lunarians. Rather scary combo. Shiki was still able to avoid their flying slashes in the air, as it was his territory. But soon enough, the seraphs seemed to sheath their blades. Finally going all out, huh? Zebek had never been a true swordsman. Brawling was where he excelled, and Shiki was about to be reminded of that, not that he could ever forget. Now that he had his hands full, he couldn't afford to pay any further attention to Francisco. The blonde swordsman in question had already arrived next to the seraphim that held Zebek's soul. The blonde swordsman scowled as he walked forward, circling the clone with a curious look in his eyes. The younger version of Zebek didn't move, but its eyes somehow seemed to follow Francisco, gaining a hopeful light whilst also displaying a rather haughty attitude. It seemed like he couldn't talk, nor move. Seems like your willpower's still intact. At least it allows you to disrespect direct orders for a while. Seems like you're struggling though. Francisco quickly took some mental notes, wondering if killing the seraphs would lead to it switching to a different one. Still, within that small android body, the blonde swordsman could feel a lot of anger and rage. I see. Francisco sighed, although unable to hear his captain. He completely understood the emotions. The color of his soul spoke volumes of how he was feeling. His entire life, Zebek had fought hard to oppose the world government, and done countless atrocities for that reason. And it was all simply because he dreaded the thought of ever ending up back in his current situation. A slave without any will of his own. It was a fate worse than death for a conqueror like Zebek. He had overcome his slave origins long ago. He had grown to the level where the very institution that enslaved him saw him as a balance-shifting threat. But now, after his death, he was brought back to life only to serve as a tool, nothing better than a slave, for the ones that he had fought so hard to oppose. It was beyond demeaning, and Francisco could feel the repressed conqueror's Haki whirling within the small seraphim's body. It's better if I put you out of your misery then. Francisco had a tinge of pity in his voice. It couldn't be helped, but he couldn't bring himself to outright hate Zebek. Even if he had the time to lose his loyalty to the Rock's captain during his long tenure of being tortured in captivity, he still couldn't bring himself to hate Zebek. The blonde swordsman may now disagree with a lot of what they had done, but he still remembered the good times as well. The times they were huddled around campfires, speaking of their life stories, their aspirations, before even the beginning of the Rock's crew. Zebek used to be a much calmer person, at least to Francisco. The two had shared a long journey. And exactly because of that, there is no better person to put him out of his misery now. In an instant, Francisco pulled out the original Zebek saber from the hilt on his hip. He slowly walked behind his former captain with a resolute look in his eyes, before shaking his head and slowly walking to the front. Even after all those years, I can't bring myself to backstab him. Normally, a Lunarian's resilience would have made the young version of Zebek hard to injure. But its lack of resistance, as well as the sharpness of Francisco's Haki, made the situation a lot smoother. With a quick wave, the clone was immediately decapitated. A Lunarian wouldn't die from a stab to the heart, at least not quickly. This is the most painless method. Francisco continued to look his former captain in the eye, up until the point where the light vanished from them. Rest in peace. A relic from a past era. Maybe I'll join you soon enough. The swordsman slowly sheathed his blade and moved his sight to some of the other battles happening around. He had a straightforward mission. and that was to assist anyone that was struggling. His job was to try and minimize the casualties on their side. And he immediately jumped away, running to get a vantage point that would better help him scout the situation in the other battles. The entire war had been split out everywhere across the Holy Land and beyond. The fights with the elders had all spread out across different parts of the Red Line. Currently, the most difficult battle was near the shores of the Holy Land, where the entirety of the Marines were fighting Saint Saturn and Calm. But there were a lot of heavy hitters there already, so Francisco wasn't outright needed there. Instead, he decided to rush to Big Mom's assistance, as she was facing Saint Warkery mostly alone. The strongest of her children were still with her. People like Cracker, Smoothie, Parasparrow. But they could at most try their best to block off some attacks for their mother. They were a bit out of their depth. Oven and Katakuri had gone on their battles, trusting their mother enough to protect their siblings and herself against the Boar Demon Elder. Thankfully, Big Mom wasn't left without assistance for long. Before Francisco even reached the place, someone else got teleported in, courtesy of Law. Just as the gigantic Boar Elder rushed to headbutt Big Mom, almost making full contact, the gigantic Empress was replaced by a much smaller, burly man. In an instant, the Elder's advance was stopped, all momentum being stolen away from him with a simple touch. Kuma. Elder Warkery scowled hatefully, his horns suddenly turning into blades. Ursa's shock. Before the Elder could put his sharp tusks to use, he was immediately propelled backwards, a gigantic paw-shaped shockwave rushing out of Kuma's palm, returning all of the momentum from earlier to the Elder. Kuma slowly clenched and unclenched his fist, which trembled slightly. As expected of an Elder. What absurd power. I didn't need your help, Warlord Brat. Big Mom's voice sounded out, as she landed back in the middle of the battlefield, her fiery hair shining as her entire figure was engulfed in Conqueror's haki and lighting. I shall provide you with assistance regardless. I can at least take a few more hits for you, so you can attack without worrying. Kuma's voice held little emotion, but it was resolute. He slowly glanced towards the Elder, his curly hair slightly moving in the powerful wind surging around them still. Big Mom continued to scowl, before she slowly reached out and grabbed her large saber from the ground, animated with another piece of her soul. This display made Francisco stop in his tracks, and reassess the other battlefields, realizing that Big Mom should at least be able to continue to stall Warkery for now with the help of the others. I guess I'll go help elsewhere. As he hopped off, he, as well as everyone else on the ground, felt a large shift in the atmosphere around them, followed by a sickeningly high increase in temperature. It's almost as if someone's brought the sun closer to the earth. Francisco marveled as he looked up, blinking a few times. Many did the same as him, only to witness another gigantic blackened hands. They had extended long out of the boundaries of their planet's atmosphere, towards the sun, and they had clearly grasped pieces of it. Pieces of it were then dragged down to their world. Shit. Things are getting serious up there. Minutes before the divine act witnessed by the people below, the gods were once again stuck in a sort of stalemate. Enal and Luffy were both sure to have done a lot of damage to IMU, but for some reason, it felt like they were still far from ending him. Enal had overcharged Luffy with lightning and allowed him to punch down into IMU's gigantic body with a gigantic fist of his own. Within that combination, they had also mixed in both of their Conqueror's haki, coating Luffy's fist in both of their wills. It worked like a charm, dispersing the water once more, but it still started gathering again. This time, Tendril rushed towards the two of them before IMU's body had even reformed, further frustrating the two young gods. Luffy. I think it's impossible for us to not damage the world at this rate. Enel scowled as the wheel on his back continued to turn endlessly. Truth be told, he was starting to become quite winded, the battle having stretched a lot more than they had expected. Luffy seemed to still have more gas in the tank per se, but he was also somewhat injured and slowly becoming worn down. But one thing was true for both gods. Neither of them had used their Devil Fruit's destructive capabilities to their fullest extent. It wasn't that they were going easy on IMU, they were still going all out and concentrating their powers on him. But they were making somewhat of an active effort not to do irreparable damage to the world itself. Such was the burden of those who wielded godly power in the name of good. But it was about time the two of them truly stopped caring for such things. If we continue like this, we'll just wear ourselves out. Time to use that part of my awakened state. Just before IMU's tentacles could reach Enel this time, he simply pointed one of his fingers towards them. In an instant, the very space around them started vibrating, overcharged with electromagnetic waves released by the lightning god. In an instant, the air itself sparked, and Raijin's incarnation immediately started controlling the atmosphere around him, just as Luffy's hands stretched out. In front of Enel's finger appeared a spark, a congealed blob of lightning forming and shaping into a ball of pure plasma. The water from the tentacles that were just now attacking the two gods immediately turned into ionized gas. Enel's concentration immediately spilled apart the hydrogen and oxygen molecules within it, splitting the gas in two whilst Luffy continued to reach his hands out into the vast sea of stars above them. IMU didn't seem to be aware of what Enel was preparing, but he seemed to be keen on wanting to stop Luffy. But his tentacles couldn't get anywhere close to Luffy with Enel right by his side. Even the red light that his many eyes tried to fire towards the two gods was useless, reflected by the wheel on Enel's back almost as if on instinct. Luffy grunted, his long outstretched hands finally reaching their target, the sun. In an instant, he pulled, his reality-bending abilities leading to him being able to tear two chunks out of the otherwise unbreakable sun. The rubbery chunks were immediately getting pulled closer and closer to the earth, something that just about everyone had noticed. But what had gone unnoticed was Enel's more subtle move. With a final, dramatic gesture, the small blob of pure plasma at the top of his finger flew off, directly into the concentrated pockets of hydrogen and oxygen that Enel had meticulously created. By the time a spark appeared, it was already too late for IMU to do anything. The resulting explosion was beyond deafening. A flash of white-hot energy rippled through IMU's body in a series of explosive chain reactions. And from those small sparks, the full effect took place, the explosion expanding greatly, leading to Enel pulling Luffy aside and fleeing as his move continued to expand more and more, almost reaching the ground many kilometers below. The pieces of sun that Luffy had dragged down were also slingshotted into the mix, adding more plasma to what was now likely the largest hydrogen bomb known to mankind. The mix of elements formed something that could only be called a true miniature sun. The heat radiating off of it gave burns to many of the people below, and many of Enel's islands had to pull back due to it as well. But the heat was not even the worst of it. The shockwave that stretched out after the sun had reached its full size was felt throughout the world, and everyone within the Holy Land was pushed further apart. The islands that Enel's army had arrived on were all pushed away and further into the sea. Indeed, Enel had turned IMU's entire gigantic body into a hydrogen bomb. He was by no means a thermonuclear physicist. Not even close, but he knew the basic concept of how such a bomb would work. It was only a matter of experimenting with the right quantities of hydrogen and oxygen, trying countless combinations of atoms within countless clouds of steam, before lighting all of them up with incredibly pure plasma formed straight out of his drum wheel. He had performed all of that in seconds, all of those calculations and considerations. It was all thanks to his obscenely enhanced mind and observation hockey. His perception had slowed down time itself for him to be able to accomplish such a divine feat, but it left him with a big headache nonetheless. God, I've always hated chemistry, Enel muttered whilst holding his forehead, veins currently popping out on it visibly. She, I know, right? Almost as bad as math. Regardless, that was sure to cook him a bit, right? Luffy smiled, before gazing down at his burnt hands, before clenching them tightly. I think we turned him into soup properly. What I don't know is if he had any tricks up his sleeve that would help him survive such a thing. The lightning god looked at the gigantic explosion with a rather grim expression. Something, in his heart, still told him that it wasn't enough, that the annoying nuisance would somehow survive. After all, if IMU was so easy to keel over dead, how had the three gods before them lost in such a way? Well, lost was a strong word. They had actually killed IMU plenty. Destiny was just against them. The miniature sun eventually fell fully onto the red line underneath them. Those who had been unfortunate enough to stand below it as the explosion had gone off had fled. Still, Enel could feel that their reckless move had endangered many of their own people. Not that it could be helped. They were all informed that, if things were to go down, Enel and Luffy would have no choice but to go all out. They knew the risks, the type of monstrous battle that would occur. They had heard the many tales and had seen just the casual power of someone like Enel. It was fair to say that none had expected to ever see such destructive power in their entire lives. The miniature sun had already done irreparable damage to the world, raising the sea level significantly. The damage would have been even worse for Enel's army had Aokiji not acted quickly, using his devil fruit powers constantly to keep refreezing the seas and even stretching out to the islands closest to the bomb. Many would have died if not for his interference. But it couldn't be helped. IMU was not moving from above the Holy Land. If Luffy and Enel tried to bait him away, he'd just swoop down and kill all of their allies in quick succession. When the bomb finally died down, silence stretched out for quite a while. Enel slowly closed and opened his tired eyes, the brightness of the miniature sun likely having taken its toll on the vision of many present there. He smiled for a moment. When the silence stretched a bit, he could feel victory creeping in. But just as he was about to look at Luffy and celebrate, the feeling was instantly squashed, as his senses picked something else up. From the steam created by the constantly freezing and boiling seas, clouds formed. A lot of them, and those clouds seemed to immediately condense, forming the silhouette of an encamped moment. Enel finally understood the frustration of his predecessor. His fate stacked against us as well. As Enel pondered their increasingly bleak-looking chances, the situation below was not getting any better. The miniature sun that Luffy and Enel had formed did little to help them. In fact, it caused a lot of trouble. Dragon was injured heavily, and he was now having issues fighting against Saint Mars. The gigantic bird demon was taking full advantage of the burns now littering his opponent's body. Unfortunately for the elder, Francisco was quick to notice the discrepancy. Before he could sink his claws into Dragon's back, a flying slash severed both of his legs, as well as the melted mountains standing behind him. The pressure sent magma flying everywhere as well. "Don't get too cocky, stupid bird," Francisco dashed in, his blade already clashing with the elder's sharp beak. The winds immediately flurried, as Dragon regained his senses and sent countless flying slashes towards the saint. In an instant, the situation had turned around completely once again. But he wasn't the only one having trouble with his opponents. Virtually all of the elders were being pressed heavily. Saint Saturn was being consistently pounded to the depths of the frozen seas by Sengoku and Garp. But they weren't alone. Anytime he was close to touching either of them, his entire body would be showered up in magma. Not like he could do much against Akainu either, as the latter possessed one of the most annoying devil fruits to deal with, coupled with rather good observation haki. Every time he concentrated on Akainu enough to pierce his body, the Magma Fleet Admiral would just morph his body around his head. He would then suffer greatly for taking his attention away from Garp and Sengoku. Sometimes he would also get pelted by explosive cannonballs from the distance. They didn't do much damage to him, but they were an annoying distraction. Old Kong, in his Yeti form, was also being heavily suppressed by Zephyr, Fujitora, and Kizaru. There were also other wild cards and sniper fire that they had to deal with from skilled marines, pirates, and revolutionaries. In short, they were heavily outnumbered. At least until their equalizer came in. Thousands upon thousands of pacifists finally rushed out of the center of the Holy Land, where the laboratory of the overworked Vegapunk satellite was currently located. The pacifistas were all fitted with top-of-the-line equipment, and they all rushed towards the islands, instructed to completely avoid and skid past the currently ongoing fights between the heavy hitters present. Unfortunately for them, it was rather hard to avoid a certain icy heavy hitter. Aokiji just so happened to be in their way. Despite being tired from using Ice Age constantly in very quick succession to avoid dying, he still managed to take on around 100 of them, whilst the others, still around 1,000, were able to rush past him as he was dealing with the lasers of those he had held up. He tried to freeze their legs and keep them in place, but he was simply too winded to keep that up for too long. "Don't worry, Aokiji. We'll take on this front while you rest a bit." Thankfully he wasn't alone, as a sniper shot immediately dismantled one of the pacifistas that was trying to shoot another laser at the Icy Admiral. The voice was that of Tokikaki, but he wasn't alone. Gion also jumped in, her blade slicing through several pacifistas in quick succession as she danced around the battlefield. They were also joined by regular marines, revolutionaries and pirates, all rushing in with smiles on their faces, eager for battle. Despite the lasers that rushed past them injuring and killing many from their ranks, their spirits were unshakable. How could their morale ever be low, after witnessing the leaders of their grand army display their overwhelming powers in such a way? Countless people, from all walks of life now found themselves walking together, facing foes that could easily kill them individually. But they did so with smiles on their faces. The pacifistas were completely overwhelmed, as tens of thousands descended upon them like hungry wolves. Anyone who wasn't stuck on cannon duty essentially jumped into the fray. Buggy stumbled about, his shrieking sounding like a battle cry to his crew, who followed him into battle fiercely. Crocodile also acted, his sand spreading out through the battlefield, in a bid to control it completely. Sand spikes and spears rose from the ground constantly, maiming any enemy they hit. Crocodile was a lot stronger than those around him, that was clear enough. But his task during the war was similar to that of Aokiji, and that was to defend the islands and contribute to the defeat of the world government's army. It was the same for Gion, Tokikaki, and many others. It may have felt like they were sidelined in a sense, but their task was very important. The cannon bombardment of the islands was doing wonders to suppress a lot of the elders and had already killed off the majority of the world government's forces aside from their heavy hitters. Of course, none of that would have been possible without the special weapons created by Vegapunk. They were made specifically to fire from a very large range, and the shells they shot out were also more destructive than any regular cannonball. Of course, Vegapunk could have created a stronger weapon individually if he had focused on that instead, but mass production was the name of the game. Even now, the symphony of cannons was unbroken, all pointed toward the Holy Land. At that point, it seemed that the elders were starting to realize that fighting opponents whilst scattered like that was a bad idea. Their initial strategy was to stall until their Lord Imu won the Battle of the Gods. But one thing was made clear with that last move Enal had pulled. The Raijin of this era is somehow even more dangerous than the last, even worse, he is accompanied by an incarnation of Joy Boy that is essentially on par with the original. Instinctively, they all knew what they needed to do. In an instant, a large inscribed glowing circle appeared underneath Saint Shepherd. The gigantic worm demon had pulled the furthest away from the other battlefields whilst facing Whitebeard, Sanji and Marco. The trio were not completely alone of course, constantly aided by the attacks of other small fry, but the worm saint knew that he needed to put some distance between them and the others. Whitebeard immediately punched the ground, sending a powerful shock through it and breaking everything in sight. Yet, it seemed that the magical circle was not affected by the destruction of the ground. Ifrit Hambi. Buff burst. Sanji took a different approach, attacking the saint's gigantic body directly in an attempt to interrupt whatever was happening. His blue flaming kick completely charred a big part of the saint's body, as he passed through it completely and came out the other side. But nothing changed with the circle, even when the burnt guts of the worm saint were spilling on the ground. And in an instant, 4 gigantic puffs of smoke appeared at every corner of the circle. Ho ho! It seems that this group is the first to go. A deep, monstrous voice was heard from one of the clouds. In an instant, Whitebeard's team was surrounded from all sides by all 5 elders. Well, shit. Marco muttered, transforming in his phoenix form as he eyed the elders with defiance. HMPH, as if we'll go down that easily. Whitebeard's entire body seemed to be enveloped in a white bubble, his body turning completely black with haki. The very next step he took broke the red line all around him, as tremors spread everywhere like a raging current. Sanji also growled, his body being instantly covered in his black raid suit. The blue flames on his leg burned brighter than ever. Shit. We got led pretty far from the others, but still, we just need to hold out for a minute or so. We can do that, right? The instant that the elders vanished from their respective battlefields, the entire situation changed. Big Mom, Francisco and Dragon immediately took to the skies, Mahawk and Zoro followed them swiftly, and they all noticed the elders in the distance. The 5 of them quickly started making their way there. Meanwhile, Kong was left alone with the Marines. Garp and Sengoku immediately pounced on their old comrade like bloodthirsty warhounds. A powerful galaxy impact and a bone-cracking palm shockwave crumpled the Yeti fruit user in seconds, forcing him to kneel on one knee, with both of his arms broken. Both of his legs were also immediately swallowed up by magma, and his back was riddled with burns from the constant bombardment of Kizaru's light beams. He tried to get up regardless of all of that, but the very air around him became heavier, as Fujitora suppressed him, forcing his already weakened body further into the ground. Kong was sure he would die that very moment when Zephyr appeared in front of him with his fist cocked back. He closed his eyes, only for that last punch to never come. When opening his eyes, his entire vision was covered by greenery and wood, branches, grasping at every single enemy on the battlefield all at once. I don't understand what is happening, but I won't allow you all to hurt Mr. Kong any further. A voice sounded out, as a gigantic tree sprouted from the ground and the figure of a man stepped out. His entire body seemed to be made out of wood, with his hair made out of leaves. Akainu and Senko immediately recognized him. Aramaki. The Magma Fleet Admiral muttered, his fist filling with magma as his face twisted into a scowl. In an instant, Fujitora and Kizaru both slashed at the wooden current Fleet Admiral. Both strikes were blocked instantly by wooden tendrils coming out of the ground, pushing the 2 back as Aramaki looked at all of them with a complex gaze. Tisk. What the hell is with this toughness? It's just wood for God's sake. Zephyr struggled needlessly, but he couldn't even shake the restraints constricting around his every joint. Garp's heavy blows seemed to be able to crack them, but Akainu was still the first one to break out. His magma didn't seem to burn the wood for some reason, but his logia allowed him to walk out of them. It was the same for Kizaru, who had been caught further up in the skies. He managed to reform beside Akainu, looking at Aramaki with a scowl as well. The wood fruit user's entire body seemed to be different for some reason. A strong dark bark seemed to cover it entirely, with only one spot open in the chest. A red core was visible there. It seemed to emit a heat that made everyone around them uncomfortable. It was manageable for all of them, but they hadn't known that Aramaki had any such abilities. Mr. Kong. It seems you were right. I could only awaken my devil fruit in great peril. Being hit by that earlier attack, that large explosion seems to have done the trick. Aramaki smiled, his wooden face shifting and cracking slightly to accommodate his change of expression. Earlier on, Kong had grabbed and flung his unconscious form away, to avoid him getting killed in the fight near the walls. It just so happened that he had been thrown right in the range of the world's biggest hydrogen bomb. The raging flames that consumed his unconscious body acted like a kind of baptism. The fire kindled a spark that had been dormant within him all along, and now? I feel strong, stronger than ever. Aramaki, at that point, was well and truly drunk with power. He hadn't even noticed that Kong was already unconscious due to his numerous wounds. His delusional gaze eventually landed on the man he respected the most, the red costume-wearing former Fleet Admiral, Akainu. Sir Akainu. I do not know what happened to you, or under what brainwashing you have been put under, but rest assured. I will follow your doctrine of absolute justice and slay you, and all of the other traitors of the Marines for colluding with this band of unlawful scum. Aramaki's branches seemed to become sharp at that point, all heading towards the Marines. Garp and Sengoku immediately acted, breaking Zephyr and Fujitora out of their binds and creating shockwaves big enough to push all of the branches back. Sengoku especially frowned, both at the viciousness of Aramaki's attacks and at the bite of his words. It really does remind me of Akainu back in the day. I guess Aramaki had idolized that side of him, huh? Akainu himself felt ashamed for a moment, now fully knowing how his absolute justice affected the Marines under him both in ideology and blind faith. Even when faced with all of the facts, his version of my absolute justice allows him to blindly follow all orders of the world government, believing them to be the only justice out there. But the more concerning fact was Aramaki's sudden increase in strength. Akainu and Aokiji were both awakened Logia devil fruit users, but they were not that strong despite wielding very powerful elements. There was really only one explanation for that, and it was one that they had anticipated slightly, but hoped wouldn't materialize. Great, so he was the so-called God of Hearth? Sengoku scowled, recognizing Aramaki's ability to resemble the stories and reports found within poneglyphs. They lacked any actual description of the elusive third god's strength, but they knew the nature of his power. Aramaki had already been a feature on their list of suspects, people they believed could end up being the God of Hearth, or the God of the forests and earth, but they had no way of confirming it. He has only just awakened. If we combine our forces, then we can take him down. Akainu's fist turned into magma and grew exponentially, his intentions clear, ending the threat before it became bigger. Shit. We'll deal with this quickly and go after the elders then. We can't afford to waste time. Let's go. Garp immediately jumped in towards the newly awakened god, his fist tearing the very space between the two of them as he unleashed yet another galaxy impact. Aramaki's body was immediately covered by a shield of intertwined vines, which worked to absorb most of the impact before unfolding and whipping towards the marine hero. Garp's eyes widened before he grit his teeth and punched again. The whip vines didn't get to reach him, intercepted by beams of light and a few dozen Rankyaku, sent by Sengoku and Zephyr respectively. From one side, a gigantic fist of magma also ate away at the barricades that Aramaki had built up, or at least covered them and obstructed Aramaki's vision momentarily as magma also engulfed him. Above, dropping from a piece of floating rock was Sengoku, who pressed down a gigantic palm shock onto Aramaki's head. In an instant, all of the magma covering him was blown away, and Aramaki seemed to fold like a broken accordion, failing to put up other defenses before Garp's other punch finally reached him as well. In an instant, he was sent flying, blood coming out of his mouth and spurting out of his nose as he tumbled about. Following him were countless lasers which cut into his body and exploded, sending burnt wood flying everywhere. Gravito. Whilst the five of them suppressed Aramaki, Fujitora also acted, sheathing his blade and taking on a draw stance as purple rings of energy seemed to surround him and flowed towards the skies, nay the stars. In an instant, he pulled down the smallest meteor he could find and directed its trajectory to Aramaki's still recovering form. The wooden god immediately sprouted a gigantic tree out of his broken body. The tree's branches stretched upwards like a crown of thorns, catching that flaming meteor whilst earthquakes shook the ground due to the expansion of its roots. The meteor itself seemed to send tremors through the great tree but was otherwise unable to burn or bring it down. The most annoying fact was that an uninjured Aramaki stepped out of that gigantic tree, looking very much the sag of the fight. Shit, Garp muttered, immediately rushing forward again, this time not going for a shockwave, but to cave Aramaki's wooden skull in with his bare knuckles. His speed made him nothing more than a blur in the eyes of the common man. He reached the god in under a second, but Aramaki seemed to be able to react to him. And react he did. Out of the ground, a sharp root rose and pointed itself directly at Garp's chest. The marine hero managed to shift his position, but the root moved to follow him, aiming for his heart. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Garp immediately hardened his chest with the most powerful armament hockey he could muster. But that seemed to do nothing to stop the blackened root from piercing his skin, then his muscle, then his lung, and finally his heart. Garp grasped the wooden tendril with both hands, a look of seething anger covering his face as he struggled to stop the tendril from moving and shredding his heart apart. Thankfully he didn't have to struggle for long, as a gigantic wave of magma rushed past him, eating away at both Aramaki and the entire base of that gigantic tree that he had spawned. Get back, Garp! The Magma Fleet Admiral shouted defiantly as he pressed forward. The very heat emanating from him seemed to rival that of the god of Hearth. The marine hero just scowled, not even bothering to grasp at his chest before sending a devastating punch to Aramaki's head, which was currently still covered in magma. The hero's fists were more powerful than any lethal weapons, and they managed to punch a hole right through Aramaki's head, bursting it like a wooden watermelon. Unfortunately, the tremble in the ground caused by the roots of the tree meant that the fight wasn't yet over. Sengoku's gigantic hand immediately stretched out, grabbing Garp's injured form just before countless spikes rose out of the ground to puncture him. Garp was severely injured, a relatively thick wooden tendril had pierced his heart, Thankfully, he had managed to stop it from wriggling in there and messing his heart up more by flexing all of his chest muscles, but he had still sustained a lot of damage. Any lesser man would have already been taken down by such an attack regardless. Even for Garp, it wasn't something he could recover from without receiving immediate attention from a doctor. Thankfully, they had an emergency doctor just for that. Room. A voice broke through the battlefield, enveloping Garp and immediately stopping his bleeding. Law. Good timing. We'll need your undivided attention on this one. Sengoku muttered at the doctor, who just nodded back, having already noticed the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Akainu was less bothered by the wooden stakes, his body turning to magma fully as he used his observation haki to neatly avoid the attacks. His magma continued to try and eat away at the gigantic tree, but he could tell. I am not able to burn his wood efficiently. He was able to char it, that much was true, but the tree itself seemed to be regenerating much faster than Akainu could burn it down. So, without much choice, he had to take a step back, jumping backwards towards his allies whilst Kizaru's lasers covered his retreat neatly. The tree seemed to shake off the magma, and again, out of the bark of the tree formed Aramaki. Just as unscathed as before, but looking more enlightened? Something tells me this is going to be much harder than fighting the elders. Garp muttered, currently holding onto his bloody shirt, whilst Law Stitch closed his wound with the help of his devil fruit. The first thing Whitebeard did was to step forward and stare at the elders defiantly. The bubble of tremor that covered his body shook and quaked the ground all around him consistently. This was a feat that he hadn't been able to perform during his older years due to the starting it put on the body and heart. It was likely a huge reason for his aggravated sickness in what was supposed to be his last years. True Tremor Body, it was a simple name, but it was essentially Whitebeard using his entire body as a conduit, constantly releasing the full potential of his tremor fruit all around him. In the past, even Roger had lost to that move sometimes. It was extremely deadly to even allies nearby. Unfortunately, he had no time to worry about his allies. Protecting Marco was one of his greatest priorities, sure, but he couldn't do so without going all out. Marco, flee for now, I'll stop them here. Whitebeard immediately dashed forward like a demon, and he was immediately intercepted by Saint Warkery, who charged towards him at full speed as well. The Tremor Pirate lashed out with a punch, meeting the Elder's tough skull with a grim look on his face. He could feel his knuckles breaking against the Elder's head, but he could also feel the Elder's skull splitting and his brains turning to mush. The boar demon was sent flying backwards, but Whitebeard was given no time to recover. A shadow sped past him and immediately slashed at his side, spilling blood everywhere as the half-transformed figure of Saint Nujiro rushed past him. The Elder's long blade was already stained with Whitebeard's blood, and he raised his hoofs, aiming to kick the legendary pirate's head and kill him in the same move. Unfortunately, the sword-wielding Elder didn't even manage to revel in that first hit properly before he received what was likely the most powerful kick he had ever felt, straight to the neck. Collier. The kick was delivered by none other than Sanji, ironically the Vinsmoke's greatest biological weapon ever invented. The Saint's neck was bent unnaturally against the powerful haki-enhanced leg. The Elder could feel the bones in his neck cracking as he was sent flying, and Sanji immediately followed after him, giving Whitebeard a concerned look before rushing forward. Saint Mars, the gigantic bird demon, tried to swoop down on Whitebeard and Sanji, but he was intercepted by the much smaller figure of a blue phoenix. Marco, I told you to run. Whitebeard shouted as he punched away the spider-like leg of one of the elders whilst getting swiped by the gigantic worm body of another. He was sent flying to the side as well, his muscles constricting and shifting to stem the bleeding from Saint Nujiro's slash. I won't let you fight alone, Pop, Marco shouted whilst doing his best to struggle against Saint Mars's powerful talons. The blue phoenix was far outmatched. Unlike Sanji, he couldn't fight against an elder alone, he was far weaker. But he was pulling through with sheer stubbornness and willpower, wanting to at least try to take some of the burden off of his father's back. Sanji had the same thought. He was also not enough to hold back an elder alone. He had gotten a lot stronger during his time on Raftel, but he was at best at the level of an old Big Mom, one without any devil fruit at that. Nujiro's blade had already left a lot of gashes and cuts on his body. Meanwhile, his kicks only really did enough damage to push back the sword-wielding saint a few times. You seem proud of your legs. I will make sure to at least take them from you, the horse demon elder shouted, showcasing his bloodlust as he immediately became more aggressive. Sanji immediately scowled underneath his mask, but he struggled to match the elder's intensity. Marco was not doing any better, having already gained a few injuries, but he could still heal himself thanks to his devil fruit powers. Whitebeard unfortunately also didn't have the time to worry about his son now. He was faced with two elders, both able to move faster than him, and both able to regenerate from attacks. Saint Warkery also got up from the ground, shook his head and looked at the legendary pirate with a mad gaze. His tusks immediately turned into blades as he joined back into the fray. Shit. This may just be it. Whitebeard could feel it. The end of his life was approaching. He was not mad, not at all. He was prepared to give his life to help Enal's cause. From the beginning, he was only alive and had managed to spend more time with his family thanks to Enal. The tremor human didn't stop fighting, however. Not for 1 second did he flee, nor did he turn his back to his enemies. Even when surrounded, he dealt blow after blow to the elders. His body was filled with injuries and holes, cuts and bruises, but he kept fighting. A pool of blood accumulated on the broken ground underneath him as he growled and continued to struggle like a ferocious animal. But what broke him the most was certainly seeing Marco. His first son, now a broken figure crashing into the ground right in front of him. He had also fought bravely, but he had eventually been skewered by one of the bird saint's sharp talons. At that moment, Whitebeard gained a moment of clarity amid the chaos. The 3 elders fighting him hadn't stopped. Their strikes still hit the emperor's body, but he didn't seem to register them. Instead, he looked at the sky, and in an instant, his expression, which should have been one of a dying man, turned into that of primordial rage. The elders around him all couldn't help but take a step back, as the tremors around Whitebeard became even stronger for that moment. No, his very willpower seemed to have become stronger, every aspect of it enhanced by a great desire to kill the one who had murdered his son. And in an instant, the emperor was skybound, jumping above Saint Mars, his naginata held in both hands as he released a guttural scream. Saint Mars was too taken aback by the dying man's sudden increase in speed. He didn't manage to react in time. But he felt it. Before the blade of Whitebeard's Marikamogiri even pierced his skin, all of the bones within his body shattered, turning to dust from the sheer strength of the condensed tremors within the emperor's blade. In an instant, Saint Mars was split in two, right down the middle. But not just that, as the arc of the slash finished, the massive hockey-enhanced tremors coursed through the saint's body fully. And it was at that moment he realized, there was no healing from that. The other saints realized it as well, all being stunned into silence by the sight in front of them. Whitebeard hadn't delivered a regular shock at all. Rather, every single particle in Saint Mars's body, every cell, was completely shattered by an attack containing so much willpower that it was absurd. The only thing that Saint Mars felt during his last moments were pain and fear. The expression of the dying Whitebeard would forever haunt him even in the afterlife. Before even reaching the ground, Whitebeard felt his strength leave his body as he watched the remains of the bird saint disintegrate before his eyes. His body was in a freefall, and he was fully expecting to land on Saint Saturn's spiked leg, which was already raised upwards, aiming to skewer him directly. He seems to be spent already, but it's better to finish him off quickly. The elders didn't seem too broken up by losing one of their own, just shocked at Whitebeard's strength more than anything. Whitebeard could sense that. He could feel slight fear emanating from them as he approached his last moments. It put a bloody smile on his lips. Ha! I took one of them with me at least. I hope my other children are safe at least. Marco, I'm sorry. Whitebeard felt strange at that moment, both fulfillment and regret intertwined within the very bottom of his soul. Just as he felt the sharp tip of Saint Saturn's leg on his back, he heard a voice from the side. Ursa's shock, in an instant, a gigantic paw print appeared into the elder's body, sending him flying and subsequently slowing down Whitebeard's fall. Kuma moved quicker than most, using his devil fruit to travel there as quickly as he could. And after him followed the others. Francisco immediately jumped, catching Whitebeard's gigantic body and landing on the ground with a slight thud, before placing him down. Saint Saturn immediately recovered, his gigantic legs stretched to impale both Francisco and Whitebeard. God of Lightning Tenjin. He didn't get close, as a gigantic cloud stretched above him and the other elders, bombarding all of them with lightning, courtesy of an enraged Big Mom who immediately swooped in and slashed half of Saturn's legs off. Saint Nujiro was also interrupted from slashing both of Sanji's legs off, being skewered by a large dark blade, with Mihawk rushing at his side and being sent flying by a strangely rotating flying slash from Zoro, who also hurried to save his annoying crewmate. Saint Peter wanted to burrow into the ground now that Whitebeard was in no state to stop him, but he was stopped by the gigantic form of a western dragon with wings and lighting on its wings. Dragon dug his large claws into Peter's worm-like body and forced him in place. Where do you think you're going? The revolutionary dragon huffed. The wind from the beat of his wings further helped suppress Peter, as well as push Elder Warkery away. Warkery tried to charge towards Big Mom, aiming to maim her at least as his tusks turned to blades once more. But he was stopped in his tracks by a flying slash, sent by Francisco, who was still standing crouched near Whitebeard. You look worse than ever, old man. Francisco muttered as he slowly gripped the handle of his blade, veins slowly bulging on his hand and arm. But he didn't show that to his dying comrade, he just showed him a reassuring smile. Hey, Whitebeard coughed a bit of blood before continuing. Francisco, can you? Don't worry, I'll try and make sure that no further harm comes to your family. The old swordsman already knew Whitebeard best. Even at the end of his life, there was only really one thing he cared about. Then I'll leave it to you. Whitebeard gave Francisco a bloody smile. The former first hand of the rocks slowly stood up and walked towards the elders, the grip on his saber tighter than ever before. Whitebeard looked towards Marco's body for one last time, and just as the light was fading from his eyes, he thought he saw a spark of blue flame on the phoenix fruit user's corpse. That blue spark turned into a bonfire, immediately swallowing up Marco's corpse. At the sight of that, a genuine smile filled with relief appeared on Whitebeard's face. It was a good journey. Take care, everyone. And just like that, a legend had passed away, and any regrets were washed away by a life well lived. Francisco's rage was noticeable as he walked forward towards the three elders who had killed Whitebeard. He truly couldn't find it in himself to keep up his previous role of surveying the battlefield. In an instant, his blade lashed out, cutting off two of Elder Saturn's legs while his blade whipped upwards and into the gigantic spider demon's stomach. Saturn grunted as all of his legs moved to close in on Francisco and pierce his body from all sides, but the legendary swordsman was not that easy to catch. Without any hesitation, he used the spider's torso as a foothold to dash into the ground underneath him, crashing into the dirt with his back whilst sending a gigantic flying slash upwards. It wasn't sharp enough to cut deeply into the elder, but he was still sent flying upwards, right into Big Mom's gigantic sword, which swung to send him flying back towards the earth. Francisco immediately dashed to the side, heading for Saint Warkery, who was currently being held back by Kuma and Sabo, who had just arrived on that part of the battlefield. Prometheus. Yes, Mama, above Saturn. Linlin had already sent her fiery creation to descend upon him. Imbued with the soul and haki of an emperor that had consumed a piece of a god, the flames seemed to fry the very skin off of Saturn's face as the fire grew bigger and bigger to engulf him. Meanwhile, Sabo delivered a heavy claw onto the gigantic boar elder's head, shaking the brain inside whilst trying to crack his skull with the shockwaves. The blonde revolutionary's haki struggled to spread out through the elder's body, as Warkery was seemingly at a much higher level when it came to all types of haki. Warkery immediately pushed Sabo away, causing him to roll a few times and drag his hand through the ground of the red line underneath their feet. The elder then proceeded to dash towards him, but Kuma got in front of them immediately, and extended his hand, stopping the boar demon in his tracks. Pesky buccaneer brat, the elder roared, and a crack immediately resounded in their surroundings, as Kuma's wrists seemed to break, causing him to grunt. But even with his wrists broken, he was not going to fall easily. Ursus shock. With the impact and power absorbed in both of his palms, the paw fruit user sent the elder flying like a tree in a tornado. Warkery struggled immensely as a translucent gigantic paw print pushed him away with great force, the ground all around them cracking and breaking off just from the dissipating shockwaves. The elder eventually stopped skidding backwards, and shook his head a bit, trying to shake off the dizziness from receiving two strong blows to the head consecutively. Francisco immediately took advantage of that, making his presence known by dashing from the side and slashing at the elder's head. His saber left a deep scar almost going right through the boar demon's tough skull and blowing off one of his tusks. Francisco couldn't help but smile when noticing that the elders seemed to be healing slower than before. The swordsman continued his assault, flying slashes being sent out at the elder from many angles. Warkery sent out a powerful roar, which caused a shockwave big enough to deflect the slashes. Francisco then moved into close range. Although the elder seemed to have better observation haki than him, they were still rather close when it came to armament, which meant that Francisco was more than capable of dealing good damage to him. At this point, Sabo and the others also noticed that the elders were healing slower, with the worst offender certainly being Saturn. The spider demon had to endure the onslaught of most of the heavy hitters of the entire marine force of Enal's army. The damage he had taken far surpassed the other elders present. But despite healing slower, he still seemed to be holding on fine, dashing through Big Mom's flaming cloud to deliver a deadly thrust with his stingers, aiming to pierce her head. Thankfully the Empress had been paying attention, leaning her body backwards in time to let the gigantic stinger slide right in front of her. Unfortunately for her, this led to a loss of balance, which was likely what Saturn was aiming for to begin with. Before she even realized, one of her legs was blown off, another smaller stinger growing out of the one that was still rushing past her. The Empress's expression soured almost instantly as she immediately lost her balance. She was forced off of her lighting cloud, which immediately moved on its own to shock the elder and stop him in his tracks. As she was falling, Big Mom took her gigantic sword to Saturn's head once more, splitting it open and crushing him into the ground just as she fell right in front of him. She then rolled to the side and was immediately picked back up by Zeus, her living cloud. Constant fighting and accumulated injury may also do them in, huh? Still, at this rate we may fall before them. Kuma's hands seemed to be unusable already. Sabo muttered as he looked at Kuma to the side. The man's arms were completely broken, and the Ursus shock he had sent out was released too close to his arms, which led to him receiving a lot of the shockwave back at him. Even when protecting himself with haki, his cracked bones were reaching their limits. How many more hits can you block, Kuma? Sabo muttered as he grasped the pipe on his back. One more. At least one more. After that, I have to fall back and get treated. Kuma's hands shook, his paws slightly bloody, but his spirit was unshaken as always. Sabo smiled and nodded, turning his attention back to Warkari, who now seemed to be slightly overwhelming Francisco. "Shit, where are the Marines again?" Sabo asked, and Kuma looked backward slightly, only to see a gigantic and domineering tree sticking out of the Holy Land. "I think they have their own problems to deal with," Kuma muttered before he walked forward and placed his palm on the ground. Grounded shock. The former warlord sent a shock through the ground, one that resonated with his heartbeat. That shock managed to shake the ground underneath Warkari and allowed Francisco to slash off one of his hind legs. "Keep that up, Kuma." Sabo rushed in as well, his pipe immediately smashing into the elder's head once more, as the blonde revolutionary tried his best to attack the same spot repeatedly. "Oi, revolutionary brat. This thing's a bore. His skull's particularly tough. Aim for his body," Francisco shouted from the side, as he strafed around and avoided a kick from the leg that had just regrown. Sabo wanted to refute, but he then realized that whatever damage he was dealing, Warkari was likely healing before it could accumulate enough to deal any significant damage. Up to the side, St. Peter, the worm, was still being pressed into the ground by Dragon, not being allowed to wriggle away or bite him in any way. Peter may have been a bad match against Whitebeard, but he was a horrendous match against Dragon. It was like asking a worm to take down a bird. The two were somewhat equivalent in all forms of hockey as well, which meant that Dragon's devil fruit gave him a significant advantage. But thanks to his endurance and tough skin, the worm elder was still able to hold on for now. The same could not be said for Nujiro. The half-transformed elder tried his best to keep his enemies at bay, but Mihawk and Zoro alone were difficult for him to deal with in the past. Now that Sanji was also added to the mix, well, let's just say that he couldn't really focus on helping any of the other elders for now. And certainly, none of them would have ever thought to focus on the body of Marco. Whitebeard in his final moments had been the only one to notice the blue flames eating away at Marco's body. The elders and their now many enraged opponents couldn't spare a glance at the body of Whitebeard's first mate and oldest son. Ace was off fighting against pacifistas, as his skills were not deemed enough to deal with the elders like Marco, but if he had been nearby, he would have certainly rear brother was going through. Marco's body was being completely turned to ash by the flames that had once made up his transformed phoenix body. And the moment it fully turned to ash, that was when it happened. To call it a burst of flames would have been an understatement. No, it was more akin to a pillar of blue light. It immediately caught the attention of everyone on the battlefield nearby, as many of them couldn't quite grasp what was happening exactly. At first, Francisco thought that maybe Enal was giving them a helping hand and missing. But that was unlikely. Enal was clearly not doing good for himself since he had to resort to such a destructive attack. "Don't tell me." Nujiro's eyes widened, his attention slipping from his fight for a moment, which led to him being stabbed in the body twice, and his neck being twisted by a powerful kick. But he was the first one to notice it. The strange figure formed within those flames. It was only when a foreign aura descended onto the battlefield did the others all realize what was happening as well. The crushing pressure that appeared now was that of a gigantic bird, its body and feathers built of bluish-golden flames, its talons and beak built of solid dark blue flame. A pair of round, fiery eyes, and a tail built of feathers of all colors. All of the people on the battlefield realized who it was, and what his appearance meant. That damned phoenix annoyance awakened. Saturn's face twisted in anger, his expression coated in blood as his head was still healing from being split open. Marco blinked a few times, unsure of what had happened, of what he had achieved. He looked at his wings, much larger than ever before. He looked at his body, feeling much stronger than ever before. It was almost as if, up to that point, he had merely been a fragment of what he could have been. Nothing more than a fallen feather of a mythical beast. His mind felt clearer, unbothered, reborn. After all, it was the fate of the phoenix to always rise from the ashes. And when Marco's eyes landed on his father's body, they turned red. And it was time for the elders to also experience it. The fiery rage of a real phoenix. Marco released the pillar of light on one far side of the extended battlefield with his awakening. On the other side was the enormous tree that Aramaki had grown using his body. And somewhere in the middle of all of that, there was Shanks and Figarland Garling. The red-haired pair had already clashed blades countless times. They were somewhat evenly matched. Both had received numerous slashes, but nothing too deep as they had powerful armament hockey protecting their bodies. Despite being older, St. Garling was just as fast as Shanks. The two of them were essentially afterimages around the battlefield, clashing constantly in flashes of red and black lightning. Conqueror's hockey was something the both of them possessed, but Garling had an advantage in experience whilst Shanks had an advantage in overall fighting style, as he took on Roger's style, which was superior to anything the God Knights could ever dream of. At the end of the day, Roger would have never been caught by the government if it were not for his sickness. It would have taken their entire forces to go after him directly, and doing so would have left them open to attacks on the Holy Land. It was categorically something they couldn't afford. They had no way of knowing how much of a pain in the ass Roger was going to become anyway. Despite Enal being the one to plan out and start the war against the war government, things had been started by Roger long before that. Roger was the one to inspire people like Shanks and Luffy. Hell, even Kid and Law, and every member of the worst generation and the generations before them. Without the promise of the One Piece, the great treasure, no one would have mobilized the way they did. Garling had never paid much attention to Roger, not even during God Valley, where he had played a minor role. He had treated God Valley as his hunting ground, unperturbed by the fact that the Rocks and the Roger pirates were warring there. He had been hanging around that place for a while even before the Rocks pirates settled there and had even gotten to have fun with some of the slaves on the island, which led to the birth of Shanks. A mixed-blood piece of trash, undeserving of life in Garling's eyes. He was born a few days before the God Valley incident. But Roger had found him around the time Garling was trying to stab him. And needless to say, the world noble had almost lost his life at that moment. Roger's blade had just briefly missed his heart that day. He kept his life due to a technicality and had to crawl his way out of God Valley and into a marine ship to survive. From that moment on he had been one of the people spearheading the demand for Roger's capture. The sheer amount of shame he had gone through was unbecoming of a celestial dragon. He had used that shame as fuel to his fire. But even after Roger's death, no one was ever able to find Garling's son. At least no one was able to find him until he became known as Red-Haired Shanks. The rest was history, with Shanks evading the world government long enough to become an actual threat to them. Divine departure. Celestial conquest. A red and black slash met each other directly, sparks flying all over the battlefield as they struggled against each other's blades. Shanks's one arm trembled against Garling's, they both wielded one-handed blades, so there wasn't much of an advantage gained in that regard. Each of their sword arms turned into a blur, as they continued to trade blows consistently, ignoring their surroundings in favor of trying to peel each other's skin off. "You little gremlin spawn." Garling scowled, steam coming out of his mouth with every breath. HMPH, you sorry excuse of a human being. Shanks was thankfully better in terms of stamina, his youth showing in at least that aspect. Garling realized that things weren't looking good now at least. He had no way of seeing how the elders were faring, and he didn't know where the seraphims were anymore, and he pretty much assumed that Kong was also fallen as well. Aramaki seemed to have gotten stronger, at least that was good. He was able to hold back the bulk of the Marines' forces. His branches extended to even block the cannon fire of the islands, shielding the rest of the Holy Land fully. The God Knights were, as always, a complete disappointment. Even when borrowing some power from their Lord IMU and performing an array, they still lost to a bunch of newbie pirates. Alas, said newbie pirates were now surrounding him and Shanks. It happened before he could even react, but they were essentially watching the fight and waiting for any moment to interfere and help Shanks. "All of you, go and help either the Marines or those that went to deal with the elders." Shanks immediately waved them off, not wanting them to interfere in his personal grudge match. They could get in the way, even if they had gotten much stronger than before they were still far behind Garling. Any misstep could mean death for them, and Shanks wasn't fully confident that he'd be able to protect them. But they didn't seem to listen to Shanks, refusing to take orders from them and immediately jumping into action as soon as it looked like the God Knight leader was even slightly distracted. Chopper immediately entered his monster point form, expanding in size as he roared and slapped at Garling, trying to either crush or distract him further. "Just what I needed right now, some wannabe pirates." Garling immediately sidestepped Chopper's attack, slicing the reindeer human's gigantic arm apart in a blink of an eye. He wanted to move and sent a flying slash at Chopper's neck, trying to decapitate it, but he found himself unable to move whilst his arm was preparing the slash. He was momentarily stopped by a flurry of hockey-enhanced hands growing out of his back and grabbing all of his joints, as Robin did her best to hold him in place at least for a few seconds. Strong right. A robotic, yet annoying voice on the side managed to land a straight blow to the God Knight leader's jaw, rocking it sideways as Frankie proceeded to wail on the old man like a young darker-skinned boxer trying to escape the projects, sending punch after punch constantly. Garling was mostly able to defend himself with hockey, but Frankie's own hockey was not that half-baked either, which led to the Saint's face becoming quite swollen after a few punches. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Shanks shouted, his frustration being showcased to everyone as his gaze narrowed. "Now's not the time for personal fights, Shanks." The situation had deteriorated drastically. As per Enal's instructions, we are to assist in any ongoing battles to help end them sooner. Someone of your strength would be much better suited helping the Marines with the Forest God or helping fight the Elders. Nico Robin sprouted out of the ground behind Shanks as a flower would, her devil fruit having already developed a form of cloning. Shanks's grip on his griffin saber trembled slightly. He wanted to be the one to end Garling, to settle his business himself, alone. It felt as if it would have more meaning that way. In a sense, he realized how selfish that wish was. He knew that he was needed elsewhere, but his stubbornness had led him to his current predicament. Eventually Garling managed to break out of the hold, and slashed Frankie in half angrily. He then rushed towards Chopper, aiming to kill him as well, only to cross blades with none other than the skeletal musician Brook. Now, you will need some musical accompaniment before going on a killing spree, won't you? Garling's muscles trembled for a moment as his blade wrestled with his opponents, trying to fight for dominance before his eyes widened. Why the hell am I struggling so much with these fodder? Stronger, right? That slight moment of hesitation earned him an even bigger punch, from none other than Frankie. Well, Frankie's torso had grown tank trails in place of legs. Garling turned to slice at him again, but he received a bullet to the side of the head from the distance, none other than Ben Beckman, likely receiving the same instructions as the Straw Hats. Garling had armament hockey active, but he still bled as the bullet left an indent in his skull and whipped his neck to the side, right into Brook's blade, which was now struggling to cut deeper into his carotid arteries. Meanwhile, Frankie had firmly grasped his blade, refusing to let go of it. Shanks saw all of that. He saw Garling struggling like a trapped wolf, being played around with by opponents far weaker than he was. Even if Shanks had tired him out, and his old age was catching up to him, Garling was still a tough opponent. One that the Straw Hats were playing around with. The red-haired emperor had underestimated the Straw Hats, plus Ben Beckman. They had grown into a crew worthy of being called that of a god. What the hell am I even doing here? Shanks's hand trembled on the hilt of his blade, before he immediately dashed forward, this time taking Garling by surprise. The old god knight was currently still trying to wrestle his blade out of Frankie's hockey-enhanced iron grip whilst also concentrating his hockey on his neck to not die. He wouldn't, was the last thing the saint that fathered Shanks ever thought, as the blade of the red-haired emperor split his head open like a watermelon. Shanks took the sight of the old man's blood gushing out for a second before shaking his head. Even if this had been a straight duel with the same outcome, it wouldn't have made me feel any better. Not whilst my comrades are dying in different areas while I'm wasting my time here. Sorry for that everyone, I'll go and help with the elders. Shanks bowed to them deeply, receiving an okay sign from Frankie, and a nod from the others. Yo-ho-ho, on to the next ones then. Brook and the Straw Hats all nodded, speeding off in other directions to assist the others with the seraphims. And as that was happening, the situation in the skies was heating up again, as Luffy got blasted to the ground below, before turning the entire Holy Land into a bouncy castle and jumping back up towards IMU. What the hell is going on up there? Garp thought as his galaxy impact missed the gigantic tree due to that sudden terrain shift. Gods are fighting up there, Garp. Shut up and focus now, Sengoku shouted right back at him, sending another shockwave out of his palm to crash into yet another version of Aramaki. But the question still remained. Were Enel and Luffy actually winning? Had that explosion from earlier actually not been enough to finish the job? Worry crept into Sengoku's mind for a moment, as his gaze tilted upwards. I don't know if they can do much more than that. Enel panted as he looked at his unshaken opponent. IMU's body retracted back to a smaller size, shifting in shape and gender constantly. The Sky King's missing hand wasn't that big of a bother, but the more the fight went on, the more tired he became. Unlike the three gods previously, he and Luffy didn't really have the same luxury of trying to take down IMU slowly. They needed to hit fast and hit hard whilst hoping for the best. If one of them was distracted for even half a second, then either one of them could suffer greatly for it. In that sense, the original three gods had it easy when facing IMU. But Enel's stamina was still good, he was able to keep going. And Luffy's seemed to be even more monstrous, although panting, he was still very much able to dance around IMU's many attacks. The two of you have been a lot more resilient than I expected. The sea god's voice rang out through the sky, as both Luffy and Enel stopped to take a breath. Huh? Funny coming from the bastard that should have been dead for a while now. Enel's voice held quite a bit of venom within it, as his conqueror's hockey revolved around him and the wheel behind him constantly. Funny or not, the two of you proved to be much more capable than I initially expected. I guess it is time to show you the true power of Uranus. Enel scowled for a moment, grasping his staff within his hand whilst taking a deep breath. If push comes to shove, we can still do that. Enel's arm tightened even more around his staff as he tried to plan out his next move. Oi, Enel, Luffy's voice took him out of his thoughts, as the sun god extended his hand towards Enel with a grave expression. The Sky King immediately recognized that gesture, and the wheel on his back immediately turned into a gigantic spinning windmill shuriken which directly reached for Luffy's palm. The sun god then immediately bulked up, imbuing his hockey into the lightning weapon before throwing it with a large arch towards IMU, who was still standing there. But before the weapon ever got close to IMU, the sea god's forehead shifted, revealing a large slit which opened to showcase a red eye which contained two pupils. Wait, isn't that? Enel's thoughts immediately halted, their speed becoming significantly lower as he felt that gaze wash over him. In an instant, the lighting wheel vanished, and so did Enel's and Luffy's devil fruit abilities, both of them returning to their regular human forms. They didn't fall, however, both of them could perform moonwalk without any issue. Enel tried his utmost to use even a slither of power, but the most he could do was make one of his hands spark with lightning. And Luffy wasn't much better. Losing his stretchiness was detrimental to him. It was the very basis of his entire fighting style. But the two wouldn't even have the time to consider those issues too deeply, as countless regular red eyes appeared behind IMU in that instant. Each eye seemed to shine a bright red light, before firing off a laser. In an instant, the sky was filled with red lights, each reminiscent of Baltigo's downfall, but on a smaller scale. Luffy and Enel both dashed to a different side, trying their best to dodge the attacks with their observation and base speeds, whilst also trying to escape the gaze of that third eye. But IMU's attacks were fast even for their awakened states. It didn't take long for the two of them to get hit. Luffy managed to tank 1 or 2 lasers with the help of his powerful haki, but eventually, 2 did manage to pierce his legs, which went right through. To stop a single laser, Luffy had to concentrate all of his willpower on that one spot. It was impossible for him to stop 2 at once. His torso eventually also got hit, some lasers going through his internal organs, some missing. At the very least, Luffy made sure to protect his head. But Enel certainly had it worst. Not only was his mind going through a stage of withdrawal, having all of his enhanced senses stolen from him in an instant, but he was also not as durable as Luffy. He tried his best, but his armament haki, even when imbued with Conqueror's haki, still fell behind Luffy's. Enel was not able to block a single laser. He was able to dodge more than Luffy, however. His moonwalk, shave and paper arts became his only survival avenues. He had slipped past dozens upon dozens of red lasers, his body moving meticulously despite his tiredness and awakening withdrawal symptoms. But even then, at one point, his tired mind lost concentration for a moment, his observation haki faltering for just a moment. A laser went right for his heart. Enel's hand moved instinctively, trying to block it with his staff, but the laser couldn't be blocked. And in an instant, Enel's heart was not just pierced but pulverized as the laser became larger as soon as it hit its mark. Cough Enel. Luffy's panicked voice echoed through the skies, as the light from Enel's eyes slowly faded away whilst his body seemed to become unmoving. 1 down. 1 more to go. IMU's voice was the last thing the lightning god heard as he closed his eyes. The next moment he opened his eyes, he was already back into the void. Is this it? Is this all that my efforts amount to? The Sky King's soul in itself felt wrong, his journey, everything he had gone through and all he had endured, and the friends he had made along the way. Was that all really meaningless? Huh? What the hell is with those depressing thoughts? An arrogant voice sounded out from the void, as a figure made its presence known right before Enel. It was a skeleton that seemed to be almost made out of energy and lightning. A figure that Enel immediately recognized as Raijin. What other thoughts am I supposed to have? Since I am here, that means I lost, right? Enel just heaved a sigh. Regret was really all that he felt in that moment. Lost? Well, I guess you lost in a way. The moment you hesitated, the moment you went back to doubting yourself for even a second, you allowed your willpower to falter, your commitment to weaken. Raijin's voice cut deep into Enel's psyche, but the Sky King didn't refute anything. Maybe you were right. This damned self-doubt. Would the outcome be any different if I had managed to cast it aside? Enel looked at the void for a moment, his eyes shifting and blinking a few times. Eyes that? A wheel? But when rubbing his eyes and focusing his gaze, there was nothing there. Hey, maybe you should check if the outcome can be different yourself? Why are you asking me? Cast it aside. All of the doubt, all of the fear, any complex feelings, anything aside from the desire to win is unnecessary. Raijin smiled as he spoke, likely remembering the old days when he had done very much the same. Thanks for the advice, but it's too late. God damn it, kid. Just look around her neck. Raijin didn't even let Enel finish his sentence, slapping him across the head and pointing at his neck. Or more specifically, the strange necklace that he wore. Isn't that? It was, of course, the necklace that the old Shern Madian, Kassa, had gifted to him upon his awakening. She took that hit for you. Don't worry, it is her honor to be able to give her life to help this generation's Raijin. But it will all be in vain if you don't get off your ass and start doing her job. Raijin sighed, as he watched that necklace slowly break off from Enel's neck and fade into the void. Kassa, the old shrine maiden, had followed all of the traditions accordingly. Whilst Enel was going to war, she had started the ritual, using her very life to give Enel a second wind in case something bad happened. Enel heaved a deep sigh, his figure also starting to disappear from the void. Any tips? That eye with 2 pupils is really annoying. Enel's eyes narrowed, as he asked one last question. Oh, he used that. That means you have that bastard on the ropes. He's always putting up a strong front. Don't worry, the moment he stops using it he won't be able to use it anymore, no way. Raijin shook his skeletal head as Enel's disappearing figure nodded with resolution. The moment he came back, he felt his back hit the ground hard. Or he would have felt it, were it not for his devil fruit powers acting up in time, silently shielding him from any damage. His body had recovered completely, and even his missing arm had returned. Oh oi, isn't that Enel? A gruff voice spoke from the side. Enel recognized it as Garp's immediately. It seemed as if he had landed in between the Marines and Aramaki? So he was the other god in the end, huh? He's still in his infancy though. Ha! So the madman lost in the end, nothing noteworthy. Aramaki smiled as he extended his roots to cover the fallen god. But before his roots could even touch Enal, the wooden god felt his entire body get hit with a strong shock. Know your place, brat. Enal's angered voice was all that Aramaki heard, whilst the gigantic tree behind him was turned to charcoal in half a second. The Marines didn't even get to react before Enal soared to the clouds once more. He had only moved once he had felt it. That eye has closed already. It seemed to have taken a significant amount of stamina from IMU, as he hadn't even managed to finish off Luffy, though he was in a sorry state. IMU's body expanded, a water tentacle capturing Luffy and attempting to drown him just as quickly, as the tip of the tentacle tried to rush into the sun god's mouth and crush what remained of his hole-ridden lungs directly. But that attempt was immediately stopped, as a gigantic pillar of black lightning engulfed IMU's entire being, evaporating him once more as the water tentacle went limp. Enal. Luffy's tired voice sounded out, as he struggled to enter back into his awakened state. His injuries still prevailed, unfortunately. Luffy, why don't you go and ask Bonnie for some assistance putting your organs back together? I'll deal with this pretender for the moment. Enal smiled, giving a thumbs up with his recovered hand to the now white-haired Luffy. The sun god was too tired to respond. He merely nodded and rushed away, his figure turning into a blur as he bounced around all of their surroundings, before dashing into the distance. IMU's body had recovered as well, but he didn't make any rash moves, instead only staring at Enal with hate. I killed you once. What makes you think I can't do it again? The sea god's voice sounded spiteful, filled with hatred, but also a hint of exhaustion. Stop trying to hide it. You're on your last legs at this point. Enal smiled, the drums on his back appearing in an instant and turning black at a much faster pace than before. HMPH, you were barely standing up against me together, and now you wish to face me alone? Arrogant and stupid, but at least you give me the opportunity to kill you for good. IMU's confidence didn't seem to dwindle, despite now being visibly less lively than before. Enal just looked at the struggling sea god with a wide smile, as the drums behind him sparkled dangerously. Let's see, for how much longer your tongue can dance like that? Aramaki fell to his knees as soon as he felt that shock course through all of his roots. Enal had disappeared from in front of him, proving his superiority by turning his great tree into charcoal in the blink of an eye. That tree was where Aramaki had hidden his real body, and it had taken all of his energy to transfer his consciousness to the wooden clone he had created, which was now also weakened. All it took was angering the wrong person for a split second. Garp and the rest of the Marines all winced when seeing his pathetic form, but they didn't pity him. They were enemies in that war. Instead, Zephyr and Garp both rushed forward, their fists cocked backwards as they prepared to crush Aramaki for good. This time, however, the wooden admiral didn't try to block their attacks with his body, having expended most of his extra lives. In an instant, charred roots sprouted out from the ground and slapped the two of them back. Aramaki panted as the gigantic tree behind him collapsed, breaking into pieces whilst a much smaller one grew from its desecrated body. The roots he had grown tried to rush at everyone at once, aiming to skewer as many people as possible. But every time he even got close to someone, talked. The voice of that annoying doctor resounded in his ears. Law was controlling the battlefield on a level that made it difficult for a weakened Aramaki to fight back. To make things even worse, he swapped Garp with one of the charred rocks by his left side, and he swapped Akainu on the other side. Galaxy Impact. Mago, Dark Hound. Before he could even move, his body was crushed from one side by a powerful shockwave, whilst it was torn apart from the other side by a blackened magma claw. Aramaki still managed to dive into the ground. Most of his torso was broken and burned, and his arms had been blown off, but he still managed to survive. Akainu scowled when sensing him enter the earth, and he immediately slammed his magma fists into the ground. Bakuretsu Kazan. Exploding Volcano. In an instant, the ground all around Akainu exploded, magma gushing out of the earth as Garp jumped backwards. You trying to pick a fight, magma brat? The marine hero wiped some magma from his sleeve as his white suit burned slightly due to the sheer heat. Yasukani no Magatama. Kama Jewel of 8 Shaku. Kizaru took to the skies, sending thousands upon thousands of light beams straight into the almost liquefied magma ground. Everything around Akainu had been destroyed, and the lasers made sure that nothing had even the slightest chance of escaping. Is he dead? Sengoku scanned the scene with a skeptical gaze. He doubted anything that was underground would have survived, but Aramaki had proven himself to be somewhat outside of their understanding. That small tree is annoying. As soon as the barrage was done, Kizaru pointed his finger to the small tree that Amaraki had grown, immediately firing off a laser at it. In that same instant, Aramaki's body emerged out of that tree. No, it was more accurate to say that the tree had become Aramaki. The tree was no more, turning into a little branch as soon as he stepped out of it. He no longer had the same vitality, but for some reason, the light in his chest seemed to burn brighter and much hotter. The wooden god raised his regrown hand, pointing his palm forward whilst covering it in haki as the laser made contact with it. Kizaru's half-hearted attack immediately parted, turning into smaller lasers which shot past Armaki and unleashed a great explosion behind him. Still a cockroach, huh? Sengoku scowled, his body shining in gold whilst the fight continued. On the other side of the battlefield, the elders were not having the greatest of times. In an instant, the entire battlefield became covered in blue flame. It was hot, but not enough to burn the elders. But the main purpose of the flame didn't seem to be that of burning others. In an instant, all of the people on Marco's side started being healed. Injures disappeared, and limbs grew back. But the dead remained dead. This made Marco all the madder as his eyes locked onto the elders for the first time. The ear-breaking screech of a true phoenix broke the very space all around it, and sent a shockwave so large that many of the elders nearby were pushed backwards. Saturn had dug all of his legs into the flaming ground to avoid that fate, but that turned out to be his biggest mistake, as he was the first to receive Marco's wrath. Before, Marco's transformed body was smaller in size, more compact and agile. But now, it was massive, a size dwarfing that of the elders. His gigantic claws immediately sunk into the spider elder's body, breaking bones and piercing flesh as he then moved to try and rip the elder apart. "Don't you dare," Saturn shouted, as more and more legs grew out of his back and stabbed into Marco's gigantic body. They seemed to injure him, but every time a hole was made, it was healed right back. It was instant. Saint Warkari immediately ran to assist him, his gigantic body jumping to the skies as his tusks turned into blades once more. The boar elder tried to clash with the phoenix directly, but two figures appeared in front of him in an instant. "Did you perhaps forget about us?" Francisco's voice grated on the elder's ears, as his blade clashed against one of his bladed tusks. The now healed Big Mom aided him, blocking the other tusk as the two emperor-level figures pushed the elder back into the ground. Sabo also didn't waste any time. He used all of his strength to strike at Kuma's now healed palms, accumulating more and more shock into those paws of his before the Tyrant King pointed both of his hands at the downed Warkari. Ursa's shock. The gigantic paw print immediately struck the boar elder. His large body was like a pebble within a tornado. He was sent flying far off into the distance whilst Kuma's wrists became strained once more. For at least a whole second. Marco's blue flames healed him instantly, allowing him to continue fighting. In the distance, the flames on the ground made the St. Peter wriggle on the ground even harder. The worm elder somehow managed to escape Dragon's grasp. Meanwhile, Marco's sharp talons tore further into St. Saturn. "Did you enjoy digging your claws into Pop's back? Did you like how helpless he was against three of you?" Marco's voice held venom within it as he quite literally squeezed the life out of Saturn. "Why you mongrels won't succeed." Saturn didn't respond to his questions. Instead, he continued to struggle, whilst his body continued trying to heal less and less, as he was being torn apart constantly. "We brought order to these dirty lands. We taught all of you peasants how to behave." Saturn was having a full-on mental breakdown on his dying breath. "Lord Imu will bring an end to all of you. He will maintain the world we have built, the balance." Marco was not really in the mood to entertain him anymore though. "HMPH, you talk big for someone who won't even be here to see the results of this war." With that, Marco clutched as hard as he could, his haki-covered claws rending the elder's body apart in an instant, sending chunks of flesh and exoskeleton flying everywhere. The flesh continued to wriggle for a while, but Saturn no longer had the energy to heal from that. The pieces of his body soon turned to ash as Marco turned up the temperature to cook him completely. The awakened phoenix then turned his sights towards Nujiro, who was still struggling against Sanji, Zoro and Mihawk. He wanted to swoop in and rip the half-horse elder apart with his talons, but in an instant, he felt his powers fail him. The blue flaming sea that had covered the battlefield disappeared in an instant. The exhaustion of using an awakened form had set in, and he returned to his human form. After all, Marco's body was weaker than Enal's when he first awakened. He was wholly unprepared for how draining awakening could be on the body. He ended up free-falling to the ground, failing to react as he tried to command them to move. He closed his eyes before reaching the ground, only for a set of large hands to catch him. Marco's eyes opened wide as he felt all of the momentum of his fall disappear completely. It felt more like he had laid down. His widened eyes stared straight into Kuma's smile and sunglasses. The Tyrant King placed him right beside the body of Whitebeard, before turning around and heading to help Dragon alongside Sabo. They only got halfway there before Dragon made his move to stop the worm from diving into the ground. With a beat of his wings, Dragon created a current so strong that it pushed both Kuma and Sabo backwards, whilst also sending countless flying, covering the worm elder's gigantic body in deep cuts. Meanwhile, Shanks had just stepped onto their battlefield, sending a flying slash towards Nujiro and forcing him to break his attention away from his current opponents, which gained him another round of brutal injuries. "Wow, You guys really didn't need my help. The red-haired emperor blinked a few times before looking backwards, thinking about helping the Marines, only to notice that the gigantic tree from before was in pieces of charcoal. What the hell? So I could have had my duel then. The mind of a king was always a complex one, even more so the mind of the being that ruled the whole world. IMU had been the king and queen of the world for all of recorded history. He had ruled the world with an indifferent gaze, only interfering whenever he felt that balance could be skewed in any direction. He had done that for many years, and he had bested many incarnations of Joy Boy, alongside the other two gods. Hell, most hadn't even awakened. Previous incarnations had not even managed to reach him, dying along the way. Still, IMU had sought their devil fruits ever since that fateful battle. He wanted to get rid of any possibility of them being reborn into the world. But even with the wide and expansive range of influence of the world government, they were unable to completely control every corner of the world. There were many blind spots, including many sky islands, the many parts of the Grand Line and even parts of the expansive Red Line. This lack of control was what ultimately led to their failure in getting their hands on those god fruits. It was a frustrating matter. In every generation, every time they even came close to getting those devil fruits, someone would interfere, and it would end up in the hands of the next god incarnation. Shanks had been one to do such a thing in their current generation. But Zebek had his moment as well, killing an entire marine fleet that was escorting one of the god fruits. It was a good thing that they had transported it carefully, alongside 9 other more common devil fruits, and Zebek was unable to realize its value. Only later in his life did the notorious pirate start looking for the god fruits, but it was too late. That fruit which was once in his possession had already been eaten by a child, and that child happened to be none other than Aramaki. He was a little side project for IMU. After all, it was interesting for him to brainwash one of his old arch-nemesis into doing his bidding. But Aramaki turned out to be a waste of time in IMU's eyes. He was unable to awaken after decades of training, and so IMU had completely abandoned the matter, sending him to just work as a marine. All that mattered was that balance was maintained. That was all the ruler of the world cared about. Balance meant that he was the one in charge. After all, maintaining the status quo was necessary. It was for the good of everybody. Under IMU, at least major wars between countries were all but extinct. His descendants becoming the world's royalty was also only fitting. The oldest among the 5 elders were really the oldest children that IMU had ever spawned. The elders had proved themselves useful, but his descendants had otherwise devolved into lower lifeforms that IMU didn't care for at all. It all went well, some incidents here and there, troublesome criminals looking to disrupt the balance, but their attempts were ultimately futile. All until Enal stepped into the picture. His appearance signaled a shift in balance, and that shift had spiraled. The thin line that IMU had maintained for so long had bent and twisted, twirling around violently and eventually breaking the scale altogether. It was jarring, seeing his carefully built empire on the verge of collapsing in such a short span of time. IMU had not thought much of Enal at first, especially since he was unawakened. After all, no one had really been able to awaken Raijin's full power in the past. But the Sky King had proven himself a lot more capable than his predecessors. He had gathered many allies, formed bonds with many, and even assisted in the awakening of Luffy, Nika's current incarnation. And now they were all working together, their metaphorical blades pointed at the world government's throat. Going into the fight, IMU's confidence had been unshaken. The memory of Enal and Luffy's predecessors was still somewhat fresh in his mind. He remembered their fighting styles and the extent of their abilities. He may have been felled a few times during their grand battle all those years back, but he was still the victor. Now, faced with just 2 incarnations out of 3, IMU was well and truly not expecting them to be much trouble. But the 2 of them proved to not only be different from the original gods, they proved to be outright superior. Luffy's mastery over his powers was shocking to IMU, though he hated to admit it. His willpower was just as strong, and his reality-bending abilities were always annoying to deal with. The bizarre way in which he turned everything around him to rubber was similar to the Nika of old, but his fighting style was a lot less serious. It made it all the more unpredictable. That fighting style combined with Luffy's powerful haki, which surpassed the old Nika. To put it bluntly, it made IMU anxious. But the one that had improved most compared to his predecessor was certainly Enal. The Sky King's way of using the lightning god's powers was astonishing. From metallurgy to controlling waves to damage IMU's body constantly, he seemed to be able to control all aspects of Raijin's expansive powers. Ironically, the old god Raijin had mostly focused on his destructive capabilities, not showing much interest in the other applications of his powers aside from using them casually and for convenience. But Enal managed to use them to create an attack that would have put Raijin's strongest to shame. The Sky King turning IMU's then gigantic body into a hydrogen bomb had done a lot of damage. It was to the point where IMU was now genuinely unable and unwilling to take on a larger form again. In the first place, IMU's existence was fluid, made completely out of water. He could use the water in his surroundings to constantly reform himself. But that explosion had almost completely dried out any and all humidity in their surroundings. Currently, IMU was barely hanging on using some wayward clouds that had rushed in to blanket the hole that enal had made in their atmosphere. The explosion had happened at such a large scale that the humidity in the air would take a rather long time to recover. Worst of all, they weren't exactly in a humid environment. IMU tried to make it so, but it would still take over an hour for the air to recover its humidity. Due to that, IMU was forced to use Uranus fully. The ancient weapon was known to be able to suppress all of humanity's desires, but only when used fully would it be able to suppress an awakened god fruit without physical contact. The ancient weapon drained a lot of energy on each and every use. To an already tired IMU, that two-pupiled eye was supposed to be a trump card to end the battle, but now he was faced with a fully recovered enal. At least Nika's incarnation was forced to flee. I should have the next few minutes to deal with this pest. It's hard to tell what is going on inside that mind of yours. But I only really have one thing to say. I pity you. Enal sighed, lightning sparking around his figure as the drums on his back shivered in resonance with his heartbeat. Pity? Do you pity the king of this world? The one that stands atop the throne within this holy land? IMU's voice held both vitriol and confusion, his mind not quite grasping what enal meant. Is he mocking my current situation? That would be his last mistake. The three gods before him all acted arrogant at first, only to end up dying in the end. I pity you because I don't see you as the king of the world right now. I only see you as an enemy. But I can also see someone that is grasping at straws, trying his best to remain in power, clinging onto influence like it's his only lifeline. That comment irked IMU quite a bit. His tentacles moved towards enal, but the sheer heat he exuded evaporated them before they even got close. Enal only moved to dodge tentacles whenever they blackened, as IMU started going all out and infusing his haki within many tentacles randomly. IMU also started using steam to try and envelop enal in a cage of water, but the lighting user was far too agile for such a strategy. He appeared down on a random cloud with his cheek cupped in his hand. Here I was hoping you wouldn't take my words as an insult. But how else am I supposed to see you when I know nothing about you? You've been nothing more than an elusive ruler, benefiting from his position for centuries whilst barely providing anything in return to the world. Enal seemed wholly unconcerned with IMU now. Any trepidation or anxiety that he might have had at the beginning of the battle had vanished completely. He was now calm. He was in control. You know not what you are talking about, you brat. IMU finally responded verbally, after realizing that attacking Enal was easier said than done. He seems awfully chatty now. I guess he's waiting for Nika to recover, but I can also take this time to recover some of the humidity around. Therefore, the personification of the sea spoke out, vocalizing his thoughts. These animals would have burned the world 10 times over were it not for me and the balance I established. This world, and its many races, require a ruler. Those three idiotic gods from before also failed to realize that. Enal raised an eyebrow when hearing IMU finally talk properly. The sea god's voice was still constantly changing, but it seemed to linger more on the feminine one for now. I guess you were never told, but the world during the Void Century was on the verge of ruining itself. Wars broke out in every corner of the world. It was I that decided to take a step to rectify things, to unite all major kingdoms and form the world government, to stop that madness. And it was the three gods that tried to stop me from achieving my goal. Enal blinked a few times. The history of the Void Century was still something that was very much not documented. But this was the first time that he heard of events from IMU's perspective. Wait, doesn't that mean that IMU was technically his era's hero? A noble goal, the means to achieve it, and with fate on his side. IMU was clearly favored by the world, and destined for greatness. Do you have any semblance of an idea of how many wars have been avoided thanks to my efforts? The sea god ended his tirade with a pointed question, which Enal answered without skipping a beat. Wars here, wars there. But wars aren't the only bad thing in this world. Enal scowled at IMU's insinuation. What's the point of stopping wars if the world under you is ravaged by corruption constantly, and its casualties are just as horrid as any war? Enal's scowl twisted even further, and he pointed his palm towards IMU, clearly no longer willing to indulge him in conversation. Thor, a blackened flash of lightning turned into a pillar which rushed towards IMU. The sea god's body moved in anticipation, twisting to the side and managing to take at least half of his body out of harm's way. Well. Seems you're no longer able to just tank hits, huh? Seeing that scene, Enal smiled deviously as the wheel on his back turned violently. Hey, at this rate, Luffy might not even return in time to see IMU's death. Shiki scowled as he watched the clones of his deceased former captain struggle to come out of the dirt he had buried them under. The dead really don't want to stay buried today. That scene was repeated numerous times, as Shiki crushed, slashed and chewed at the seraphims numerous times, only for them to get back up. One was missing a leg, the other was missing an arm, but they were still standing strong, looking at him stoically. Meanwhile, there were only minor wounds on the Golden Lion's body, despite him facing two genetically improved versions of his captain. Them being younger and lacking his captain's overwhelming willpower was really the only reason that Enal's troops were faring so well against the Seraphims in general. Momonga had managed to cut one of his opponent's wings off, causing his control over flames to dwindle greatly. The fight still continued, and the noble killer was still greatly annoyed by his opponent's insane durability, but he was faring quite well. The same could be said for Wiper, who was pretty much stuck in a stalemate with the Seraphim he had picked out. He had an advantage in most aspects aside from durability and endurance. The Zebek clones were simply on another level when it came to that. It was to be noted that Zebek's durability in general was monstrous even when he couldn't use his Lunarian flame to enhance his durability because of his lack of wings. So it wasn't just the Lunarian bloodline that made things difficult, had it only been that Shiki would have slaughtered all of the Seraphims already. It was just that Zebek's DNA was superior overall. Now Oven was quite different, as he was unaffected by the heat of the blue flames the Seraphims produced. Instead, he countered with his own even hotter devil fruit. The temperatures made all of their surroundings turn into a hellscape. Fighting fire with heat was not what most would call practical. But at some point, Oven started turning up the heat to such a degree that the very oxygen around them was becoming scarcer. The Seraphim's flame flickered for an instant, which led to it losing its sword arm and almost dying. It survived, and the fight continued, but it was not going to continue for long. Out of them all, Oven was well on track to being the first one to finish his fight. Meanwhile, what remained of the elders continued to struggle against the opponents they were facing. They had pretty much ran out of tricks, and were doing their best to hang on as long as possible until IMU finished off Enal and Luffy. Nujiro was masterful in swordsmanship, but against three swordsmen of similar skill to his, and a genetically modified human with enough strength to break his bones, he was being suppressed effectively. Shanks, Mihawk and Zoro's combined blades were enough to give him trouble. Adding Sanji to the mix was just making things a lot worse. In a desperate bid, Nujiro did something none of them truly expected. He aimed squarely for Sanji, deciding to focus on him from that point on. In a flurry of countless slashes, Sanji was eventually injured, right where it mattered. One of his legs was cut off. But it was a severe trade-off, as Nujiro was almost decapitated by Zoro, and lost all of his legs against Mihawk and Shanks, making him lose his balance. He was then turned into cubes by countless slashes from all of the swordsmen present. And to the elder's dismay, the now one-legged Sanji also dashed towards him, twirling in the air and kicking his skull in. The cook had chosen to not run away as Nujiro had hoped. Even worse was that by the time Nujiro's body brought its pieces back together, Sanji was still there and continuing to fight with only one leg. And he had nabbed the elder's blade. "You're pretty fond of this piece of junk. I'll take it with me then." The cook only turned tail to run at that point. Nujiro wasn't going to let that slide. He immediately tried to rush towards Sanji and retrieve his blade. But he quickly tumbled to the ground as his hind legs were cut off by Mihawk. "Did turning your back to us really seem like such a good idea to you?" Zoro's voice could be heard, as a powerful flying slash hit the elder on the side and sent him tumbling further away. The others were not faring much better, with Warkari being stuck, pitted against the recovered Big Mom, whilst Peter was still trying his best to fight back against Dragon, who was fully dominating him in all aspects. The marine situation was still the most volatile, with Aramaki still able to put up a good fight. The fact that he was immune to Akainu's magma was not a good sign, unfortunately, and soon enough even Kizaru's lasers reflected off of him, as they were not quite able to reach a heat high enough to pierce through. Garp's punches had also gotten weaker due to his damaged heart. They were able to somewhat avoid grievous injuries thanks to Law's interference. And eventually, someone else rolled onto the field to help them. "I've been gathering up some scrap just for this." It was none other than Eustace Kid, one of the supernovas that had tried to help against Kaido previously. Countless pieces of tech were dragged in towards Kid, all culminating in gathering into a large cannon that came out of his metallic hand. Some wooden roots did try to stop Kid, kill him where he stood. But Fujitora protected him, cutting away all of the roots and pressing down the dirt heavily with his gravitational powers. The cannon charged up fast, with Kid taking out a strange container storing a violet stone. A Dyna stone. Did this brat raid what remained of the Holy Land's defenses? Garp gasped. He immediately turned to rush further out of the way of Kid's laser. All of the others seemed to mimic his movements, realizing exactly what Kid was doing. "Damned punk!" The red-haired pirate howled in laughter as he released a powerful purplish laser straight at Aramaki. Countless roots rose from the ground in a bid to stop or divert the attack, but the laser passed right through them. Only at the last one did it struggle. For a second it almost looked like it wasn't going to be able to even reach Aramaki. It was only then that Kid's chest shone, a plate sliding to the side to reveal something that looked like an energy core, one so advanced that none of the Marines present could make out just how much energy it generated. One thing was for certain, it was a lot stronger than the Dyna stone. And how couldn't it be? It was, after all, the weapon that Vegapunk had devised. Something to give them an advantage against the world government. And it was now being used by none other than Kid, or more aptly named Ragnarok, Vegapunk's seventh satellite, the one who embodied the aspect of wrath and destruction alike. He had long since broken away from Vegapunk, starting his journey in the South Blue as a pirate not long after he cut off his connection to the punk records. His expansive journey did eventually lead him right back to Vegapunk, though this time they were participating in a war, so they were forced to put their differences aside. It certainly helped that Kid wanted to take all of the advantages he could, and Vegapunk was the only one capable of making him stronger in such a short period of time. He was more than willing to throw away his pride to get strong enough to contend with the likes of Luffy. The only real condition he had to be a test subject for Vegapunk was to not be connected to the punk records again. He wished to retain all of his individuality. Now, armed with Vegapunk's latest technology, Kid was grinning from ear to ear as he got the chance to point his fangs at a god fruit user. Kid roared as his damned punk cut through the last vines and finally reached Aramaki, who scowled and dashed to the side. But Kid's arm followed his movements perfectly, forcing the wooden god to block the attack with his body. The laser parted ways when coming in contact with Aramaki's body, but Kid didn't stop. He kept up the pressure, more and more, even as his body and his chest sparked. Unlike with Kizaru's lasers, Aramaki was being pushed back constantly now. The damned punk only came to an end when Kid himself was almost knocked unconscious due to how much the core had been heating his body. He stopped the attack and breathed out a lot of steam. Steam was coming from every pore of his skin. The dust eventually settled to reveal the half-dead form of Aramaki, who was currently more charred than even when Akainu had turned him into a lava sculpture. He was essentially turned into charcoal, and his arms were both blood off. Shit, he's still standing. What the hell? Kid fell to one knee, as the gears on his mechanical arm continued to turn. The cannon he had formed turned into a bunch of rubble, as he lost control over his devil fruit powers momentarily. No, you did well. Sengoku nodded, before looking at Garp with narrowed eyes. One last charge. Id scowled as he did his best to expel the heat from his body. Did I do it? Unbeknownst to him, the god of Hearth was considered the most resilient out of all four gods. Aramaki's burnt feet seemed to turn into roots, and a pristine new body grew on top of them. The forest god was panting by that point. His body had recovered, but he was pretty much out of steam. Aramaki's devil fruit was certainly strong, monstrous even, but it was the former admiral's body and haki that brought him down. He was a lot younger than the other former admirals, almost 2 decades younger than Kizaru. The wooden god had also not been too driven to train in the past, taking advantage of his unawakened devil fruit's rather impressive power. He only got more fixated on gaining strength after the Marines were almost disbanded and he believed them all dead. Aramaki had seen Akainu as his mentor and damn near worshipped him and his absolute justice. He respected most of the Marine higher-ups in fact, with the exception of Garp and Aokiji, whose justice he found too flimsy. Kizaru was relaxed but reliable, Sengoku was straightforward and intelligent, and Zephyr was the mentor of many Marine youths, training generations after generations. And finally Akainu, he was stalwart, strong and righteous. Now the forest god's willpower was even further stunned by the fact that he was facing people he looked up to. Aramaki's imagination and knowledge of his devil fruit were also sorely lacking. He was only using his wood control abilities for the most part, what he was most accustomed to, but a god fruit always came with a myriad of other abilities. It was very likely that the only reason the remnant of the original god of Hearth allowed Aramaki to awaken was because he felt that Nika and Raijin had also returned. Still, his resilience was quite annoying to the Marines, and now especially to Kid, whose rage was already easy to provoke in the first place. Hey, pirate. How many of those shots do you have left in you? Zephyr asked as he cracked his knuckles and eyed the panting Aramaki. 1, 2 at best, but that's pushing this fuel source a lot. It's extremely volatile, don't want to turn my chest into a bomb. The former satellite also rolled his shoulder, his bones crackling slightly as he did so. God or not, my fists will bring him down regardless. Garp also stepped forward, his vigor renewed. I'll just continue making sure none of you die. The others may finish up with the elders first at this rate. Law's room continued to cover the entire battlefield, as he put himself on a vantage point and took out his serrated blade. I wouldn't be so sure that the elders are losing, they're all old monsters, they have plenty of tricks up their sleeve. Sengoku looked towards the gigantic cloud of dust in the distance, signaling that the fight was still very much ongoing. Our only real choice is to keep at it. Let's see how much life he has left in him. Akainu roared out, his fists discharging magma all around them as his voice boomed. Meanwhile, Enal's thunderous laughter sounded out far above the clouds. He shot lightning pillar after lightning pillar towards Imu, who was continuously struggling, dragging his body along to dodge every attack. Enal was not just playing around at shooting fish in a barrel. His powers were also continuously heating up the air around him and evaporating any water that IMU continued struggling to collect. By that point, he had already figured out IMU's regeneration and how it worked perfectly. After seeing it so many times even a monkey would realize. Enel's mind moved even faster, as he concentrated all of his observation haki in his surroundings. He could track Imus' every move, react in a fraction of a second to them, but he failed to see into the sea god's future. Observation killing is never going to stop being annoying. At the very least when it came to all haki aside from observation, IMU still had him beat. Thankfully Enel's destructive capabilities were truly shining bright, as he brought out the utmost potential of his powers. IMU was also getting more and more agitated at that point. He kept trying to think of ways to somehow escape Enel and plunge into the sea and recuperate. Attempting to run away did cross IMU's mind for a split second as well, but with how expansive Enel's senses were, even attempting it seemed foolish. I cannot hide from his eyes, I cannot outrun him, my only choice is to try my best to kill him here. Whilst Enel was a good counter to IMU, the sea god's abilities made him a good counter against all devil fruit users. All he needed was a touch, or to submerge Enel in water somehow, and he'd be able to suppress the lightning god's powers. He had the ability to stifle all human desire after all, and humanity's desire for freedom was something he had done his best to suppress for as long as he could remember. He saw freedom not as the right of sentient beings, but as the very cause of all wrong with the world. From the moment of his birth, the sea god knew that the world needed a proper ruler if it was to prosper. And as the personification of the sea, the very place from which all life originated, who could ever be a better candidate than him? I can't afford to lose my crown and throne to these barely evolved monkeys. In an instant, IMU shifted his trajectory and rushed downwards, trying to reach the seas, or at least get close enough to control them. But, as previously mentioned, Enel could now track IMU's every move. The instant the sea god's trajectory shifted even slightly, a blanket of concentrated lightning was already covering his new direction. IMU immediately morphed his body into countless small water droplets, all moving in unison in different downward directions. Before they could even spread out properly, Enel appeared right underneath them with a smile, the drums on his back turning into an actual net that spread out to catch all droplets. All of the droplets that made up IMU's body were fully strengthened by his haki, making them harder to evaporate completely. The sea god immediately moved to try and escape through the gaps in the net. He was almost successful, before all of the parts that made out the net started vibrating in quick success. In an instant, a magnetic field formed around IMU, pushing him toward the center of it all as the net closed. Enel didn't stop though, he immediately shifted his staff, transforming it into a strange arch that enveloped and combined with the magnetic field, enhancing it further with armament and conqueror's haki. Electromagnetic soul prison. The lightning god couldn't help but smile as his plan succeeded. He could see IMU's watery body struggling to fight back against the magnetism in real time. The electromagnetic prison was the only way that he could think of to stop the sea god from descending towards the well. Enel could try to destroy him again, but he had no real assurance that IMU wouldn't be able to just move around his consciousness and reform his body outside of the cage. Just a regular lightning cage would have never been able to do the job, as IMU could have tried to do that manually. The Sky King's willpower was now a stoppage point between the sea god and the outside world. The metals in Enel's staff were specifically made to conduct electricity to an even higher degree than gold. They helped him enhance the magnetic pull of the cage, as well as helped him reinforce everything further with his willpower. The result? A prison that could even hold gods. This temporary restraint is nothing more than a hindrance. IMU's voice sounded annoyed, but deep down even he couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer ingenuity that Enel displayed. Maybe. But how long until Luffy returns at full strength? You're the only person here that can't afford to waste any time. The lightning god smiled as he then turned to look towards the many islands his army had come on. Oh, he won't be returning. Vegapunk's genius is something to behold even for me. Led most of his body turning into a drill and attempting to use centrifugal force and haki to break out of the prison. As he did that, Enel noticed the seas turning red right underneath all of the islands. I didn't wish to use this at first, as it will raise the sea levels even further, but at this point I have no reason not to. IMU's voice rang out in Enel's ears. Is that the Mother Flame? The Mother Flame, an invention intended to be an infinite fuel source. The brilliant mind of Vegapunk had been way too excited when creating it. He thought he would revolutionize the world. But in his excitement, he and his satellites were unable to predict how the Mother Flame would never benefit anyone but those in power. It had been turned into a weapon, one capable of infinite destruction. And IMU had prepared for it to be stored right at the bottom of the sea, in front of the Holy Land. It was a weapon powerful enough to be called on par with Uranus, capable of wiping out kingdoms. So, when he saw it finally activate, likely done at the hands of any one of the agents that remained alive, he couldn't help but smile, even within Enel's prison. In an instant, the seas were filled with the roaring sound of 1,000 storms as the mother flame awoke from its slumber beneath the waves. The sea, once tranquil and half-frozen, was now set ablaze by countless fire pillars, each reaching hungrily towards the islands and the skies above. The pillars intertwined, they clawed at the flying islands, with a ferocity that threatened to engulf them in an inferno of pure, unstoppable energy. On the largest of these floating isles, within a fortress of steel and glass, Vegapunk stood at the helm of one of his inventions. An enormous, intricate contraption that hummed as its gears moved into action. An impossibly complex construct, the main project he had tackled during his time on Raftel. Still, his usually calm eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and determination as he watched the mother flame's relentless ascent. The fire pillars were closing in, a swirling mass of destruction that would consume everything in its path if not stopped. Coordinates locked, energy levels are soaring. The voice of Edison, the third satellite, reported, as he oversaw the situation on a different island. He wasn't alone, all of Vegapunk's satellites were working together. Each was on a different island as they operated the gigantic construct. Stella, Vegapunk's main body, looked at the monitor with a complex gaze, his hands a blur of motion as they danced across the controls. "We can't afford to let that hit us. The force fields we employed won't hold up for long." His voice, though barely audible over the chaos outside, was filled with urgency. Around him, a team of engineers and scientists scrambled to follow his lead, their faces pale as they witnessed the terrifying spectacle. The mother flame had been his creation, an invention of infinite potential. A fuel source that could power the entire world for an eternity, but it was now twisted into a weapon of unimaginable destruction by the world government. The mother flame had always been contained safely within Egghead, Vegapunk's previous base, but now it seemed that the world government had completely given up on all of the safety procedures he had written down. An infinite power source, an inextinguishable flame that would continue consuming endlessly. When outside of containment, it could quickly spread and completely swallow up the world with time. Vegapunk's ambition and the results of his hard work had the potential to end the world. Even now, the mere activation of the mother flame was lowering sea levels across the world, as it evaporated all water around it and consumed everything around it as soon as it escaped confinement. Vegapunk's heart ached with the weight of that responsibility, but there was no time for guilt, there was only time to act. "Stella, Shaka," the first satellite shouted over the communications, his voice trembling. "The flame is almost upon us. We have maybe seconds before." "I know," Vegapunk's main body snapped, though his tone was not one of anger but of desperate focus. "All systems are green. Prepare the catcher." The catcher, or more aptly nicknamed, Project Albatross. The Albatross standing for a continuous, infinite problem that was almost impossible to resolve. It was Vegapunk's latest and most ambitious invention. From each control room, the satellites pressed the switch to turn it on after quickly skipping over any further safety checks. They had no time left for those. The islands immediately shifted, metallic rings extending out from the bottom of each island, forming an intricate pattern. It was a massive structure, a net of interlocking rings and conduits that now hovered just underneath the flying archipelago, crackling with an eerie blue light. It was designed to harness the mother flame's energy, to redirect it, to turn the weapon back on itself. A desperate bid from Vegapunk to right his wrongs and make sure that the mother flame threat was eliminated. But it had never been tested. Not like this. The ground beneath their feet trembled as the first of the fire pillars struck, lashing against the island with the fury of a god. The sky turned blood red, and the temperature soared, metal groaning and glass shattering under the heat. But Vegapunk didn't flinch. His hands were steady, his mind racing. "Brace for impact and divert all energy from the force field to Project Albatross," Stella commanded, and everyone listened, the scientists and satellites all scrambling to do so. They had no choice, they had to place all of their bets on the catcher. The rings and conduits hummed in unison, filled with more and more power as every battery and energy source in their possession was quickly being depleted. Even the robots Enal had brought from the moon ran out of energy, unable to sustain themselves any longer. They had been instrumental in building Project Albatross. Thankfully Vegapunk had not required their assistance in using the catcher too, otherwise, things would have gone much worse. In an instant, all cannons and any electric appliance within the Sky Archipelago went dark. The thin force fields died down, and the heat was something that all of the residents on the islands could feel now. Many looked down to see the blazing inferno attempting to swallow them. Many died, essentially all of those that had gone below, and many fainted from heat stroke. Aokiji's fate was unknown as well, as he had been right in the thick of it as the mother flame went off. The only places still with electricity were the control rooms and the ring net. The net pulsed, and the rings started spinning, faster and faster until they were a blur. The blue light emitted by the rings intensified, becoming a blinding beacon that shot up towards the heavens. And then, with a sound like the tearing of reality itself, the catcher engaged, as the flames finally soared towards it. A massive vortex of energy erupted from the center of the ring net, reaching out towards the fire pillars with tendrils of pure, coruscating power. Where the two forces met, there was a moment of resistance, a clash of titanic energies that seemed to hang in the air for an eternity. The fortress shook violently, the very air vibrating with the force of it. But then, slowly, impossibly, the fire pillars began to bend. The mother flame, for all its fury, was being drawn into the catcher, its infinite energy siphoned off and contained within the quantum lattice. The sky brightened as the flames were pulled away from the islands, spiraling into the vortex like water down a drain. Vegapunk's breath caught in his throat. It was working, barely, but it was working. Project Albatross was designed to be a self-sustaining whirlpool of energy. The moment that the mother flame's edges were pulled into the catcher, it already started giving more and more energy to the catcher, making it stronger at the same time. But it was not perfect. Stella, the isolation is failing. The catcher is overheating. The mother flame has grown too big, Shaka's voice shouted over the communications, his tone sounding as panicked as possible. Divert energy away from the catcher. Power up all of the force fields. Vegapunk's immediate reaction was to divert and use the overwhelming energy of the mother flame, whilst also stopping any additional energy as Albatross from their end. In an instant, the heat and strain on the combatants on the island died down, as the force fields rose up at full strength. Still, many suffered. Vivi could barely breathe as she struggled to remain on her own 2 feet. Hell was no longer with her. He had been among those that went down to help against the pacifistas. He was not returning. As the Vegapunks struggled to maintain the ring net, they noticed the mother flame trying to twist itself away, its many pillars trying to pull themselves back or go against the flow of the whirlpool. Such a move meant only one thing. The mother flame has developed too much, we're doomed. She. It was only then that they all heard a burst of laughter, as Luffy jumped off of the island as soon as he was healed by Bonnie. He jumped directly towards the center of the whirlpool, his heart singing the rhythm of the drums of liberation as he immediately grew in size, becoming a giant as soon as he passed through the highly energized link. Some slight burns covered his body, but the wide smile on his face was unfaltering. His gigantic hands immediately stretched out, becoming larger and larger as they grasped at all of the pillars of flames, forcing them to bend unnaturally in his hands. Huff. Immediately, Luffy started blowing at the flames, trying to extinguish them, but he was unsuccessful. Stupid fire noodles aren't going out, Luffy groaned, before realizing what he said and his smile widened. In an instant, Luffy shoved all of the fire pillars into his mouth and immediately slurped them. What? Vegapunk blinked a few times, struggling to wrap his head around why Luffy's imagination worked in such a way. But for some reason, Luffy's idea seemed to be working. He slurped up the mother flame from the sea, all of it going into his enlarged mouth, which appeared to be quite burnt. He then bit down on the noodles. A part of the mother flame remained, getting sucked into Project Albatross almost instantly. And Luffy, the sun god, just held his cheeks, chewing the food slowly before finally swallowing. His throat and cheeks were already red. As soon as the food was swallowed, Luffy opened his mouth, releasing a lot of steam and smoke. Vegapunk was a bit concerned for a moment, all up to the point where Luffy let out the most monstrous and stomach-churning burp that one could imagine. Well. Albatross has been partly successful. The remaining parts of the mother flame have been captured. Shaka's voice could be heard among the communication channels. Thankfully, after energy was diverted, some lights burned out, and some cannons were overcharged, the mother flame was finally fully absorbed within the revolving whirlpool, and the temperatures cooled down. Vegapunk brought his hands together as he heaved a sigh of relief. Some of the rings were slightly melted, and slightly deformed, but the construct was still functional. We've survived thanks to Luffy's interference. The main body of the great scientist sighed as he looked over the still boiling sea below them. Shame he did not make it in time to save those below. Let's just hope some of them manage to survive. Albatross should hold up until we store the flame within a proper containment unit. Lilith, the second satellite, was also not really in a celebratory mood. They still had work on their hands, but at least a crisis was averted. And thanks to that, Enal was able to focus fully on containing IMU as well, whilst Luffy was now back to making his way back to them, to continue their bout. IMU could only scowl in disappointment when feeling how big of a failure the mother flame was. Sure, a weapon capable of destroying the world, but in front of the reality-bending powers of Nika it was nothing more than a toy, one to play with and break. I had hoped everything would be destroyed before Nika got himself healed. That damned Vegapunk, I should have killed him a long time ago. The catcher that Vegapunk had created may not have fully functioned to contain the mother flame in its full unleashed glory, but it still managed to greatly delay the mother flame's advances. At the very least, it gave Luffy enough time to get healed by Bonnie and jump down to intercept it. Such powerful technology was not something that could be seen in their world too often. After all, Vegapunk was responsible for the creation of both great mechanisms, though the mother flame was less of a mechanism and more of a living organism. Allowing technology to advance to such an extent was a mistake in IMU's eyes now. A weapon like the Mother Flame could be a great asset, but it still paled in comparison to the ancient weapons. It only added an extra risk. The danger that such weapons could be used to destroy the balance that IMU had created. Alas, technology was the least of IMU's concerns right now. Still trapped within that prison, he struggled to even touch the walls around him, his entire being compressed into a ball. Still, he drilled away against the magnetic pulse as best as he could. The problem was that Enal wasn't even sweating, his entire body was glistening with lighting, evaporating any water nearby that IMU may have used to escape normally. Still, Enal knew that it was nothing more than a half measure. IMU was going to break out of there eventually. And after struggling for a minute, with his willpower resisting as much as possible, he realized that IMU breaking out was going to happen much sooner than expected. Enal's face twisted into a scowl as he watched the metallic parts of the prison slowly start to crack. In an instant, he grabbed the prison and rushed upwards, his face showing a serious expression as the temperature around them got colder and colder. Passing through the atmosphere was not that difficult thanks to the hole that Enal had poked into it, and reaching space was also easy for the Lightning Emperor. As soon as he reached space, he threw the prison further out, his lungs somewhat burning for air, before he turned his body into lighting completely. IMU, as well as the prison he was still momentarily trapped in, immediately got turned to ice in the infinite vacuum of space. Enal couldn't help but smile when seeing that. But in the end, the ice cracked, and IMU's figure formed right in front of the destroyed prison, this time made of ice instead of water. After all, there couldn't be water in the vacuum of space. At least not under normal circumstances. There was also zero water around for IMU to use. That's to be expected at this point. The Sky King was the furthest from surprised when seeing that. After all, it was clear to them that IMU could control water in any form by that point. The powers of a god were never that simple. But that durability and endurance that IMU boasted, it wasn't like it didn't have any conditions. The nearest water source, it's back on our beautiful planet. Let's see how long he can hold out here. Enal showed a feral smile as he pointed his hand forward, immediately shooting a pillar of lightning towards the sea god. After all, lightning could easily move through space without any resistance, it was in fact much faster than normal. This certainly took IMU by surprise, but he managed to separate his body into different chunks of ice running around in space to avoid Enal's attacks. IMU seemed to be able to move faster in that zero-gravity environment as well, but nowhere near fast enough to completely avoid Enal with every piece of his body. Some chunks of ice were evaporated, and some were only grazed and turned to steam, which IMU was able to reuse immediately as it turned to ice rather quickly in the vacuum of space. Touching the Sky King was still nothing more than a pipe dream for IMU, so winning that fight by turning Enal's fruit off was not possible either. For now, the two of them were stuck in a stalemate of sorts, with Enal slowly chipping away at IMU. Meanwhile, Luffy was still on his way towards them. He saw Enal leave the atmosphere. The lighting god had let off a very bright flash of light to alert him of that. But he was not as fast as Enal, so it was going to take him a bit more to reach them, but not that long. Meanwhile, down at the battlefield below, the Seraph were pretty much wrapped up. Oven had torn off the head of the one he was fighting before the Straw Hats even reached him to provide assistance. Wiper had also managed to pierce its skull eventually. The Seraph was impaled on his spear when Brook made his way there. It was pretty gruesome, but the minimal number of injuries on Wiper was rather impressive. Oven was very much the same. His prosthetics had also held up in the end, so he was virtually uninjured. After all, Oven was much more resilient to heat than the Seraphims themselves. Momonga was the only one to receive help from the Straw Hat in the end. Frankie and Robin had managed to hold down the Seraphim as the noble killer took off its last wing, turning off its annoying endurance by putting out the flame on its back before cutting its head off for good. Seems like it's mostly over on our side. The Golden Lion sighed as he floated in the air. In front of him was the twisted and broken figure of one of the Seraphims. The other Seraphim was currently standing still, it had stopped moving at some point, and Shiki just focused on the other one, taking it down in less than a minute. They had developed some semblance of teamwork during the fight, but one stopped moving and it broke whatever resistance they could have put up. Shiki shook his head before landing on the ground, his bladed legs slightly digging into it as he stood in front of the unmoving Seraphim. I guess Francisco didn't really kill you for good after all. I mean, how could he? He never really could bring himself to harm you. The Golden Lion had realized it during the fight, but the wayward soul of Zebek possessed the childlike clone. It still couldn't act. No matter how much it trembled and its muscles twitched, it couldn't move at all. It was the invention of Vegapunk after all. Perfect mindless soldiers with zero will of their own. But they weren't that perfectly brainless. They were capable of executing strategies, judging situations, and acting accordingly. This could be considered a flaw, but it may also be the only reason why Zebek is able to stop this temporary body of his from moving. Same for the last one that Francisco killed. Shiki already knew about it, but now the only way to actually kill Zebek was to break the soul phylactery that he had made. And that phylactery was something that was stored within one of Shiki's islands. I'll put you out of your misery properly. I was always the one doing the dirty work in the crew anyway. Shiki shook his head before he manipulated the island with the phylactery to tilt slightly. That tilt was all that was needed to drop the phylactery from the table it was on, and on the ground. With the jar grounding Zebek's soul into that world gone, the old captain was finally able to pass on. Regrets or not, it was all too late for anything like that. No point in giving that bastard the pleasure of seeing the downfall of the world government. After all, Shiki had plenty of resentment towards Zebek as well. Despite having grown to admire the man's strength, he always despised his guts. I guess it just never was his fate to see or fight in this great war. Shiki smiled. The clone in front of him seemed to fall backwards for a moment after losing its connection to Zebek's soul. But before it could redeem Seraphim, the blackened maw of a lion rose from the ground and completely swallowed up most of his body. The head rolled off to the side before Shiki shook his head and turned towards the nearest battlefield to him. That bastard was the forest god, huh? Better see it with my own 2 eyes before he keels over to the Marines. Shiki then flew off towards them, his face looking rather bored as he did so. And he wasn't the only one heading that way. Aramaki was going to have to face just about everyone on that side of the battlefield. The Straha, Oven, Wiper, Momonga. That was besides the opponents that he was currently still struggling to fight against. Needless to say, he was less likely to survive the encounter with just Shiki added to the mix, let alone the others. But as many more were focusing on that side of the battlefield, Francisco and the others had finally been pushed back a bit. What the hell is that? Sabo asked as he sweated a bit, looking at the amalgamation of flesh in front of him. He was immediately tackled to the side by Francisco, as a fleshy tentacle came crashing down in his previous position as the thing in front of them let out a beastly roar. The elders have fused. The monstrous amalgamation of elders was really the last thing that the leaders of Enal's army expected. But after all of them suffered enough damage, they realized they could not win under any circumstances. Warkari had lost his tusks and all of his limbs. Nejiro had been disarmed, then dehooved rather forcefully as well. And Peter. Well, the worm elder didn't even get the chance to do anything against Dragon, only taking further damage, like being skinned alive by windblades a few times, and having his bones crushed with sheer strength. There was a literal lake of blood underneath him, one that Dragon had extracted out of him brutally, and it was obvious that his regeneration was slowing down exponentially. The 3 of them were all that was left of the 5 elders. Mercury and Saturn had already been crushed, and they knew that they would be soon to follow them into the afterlife. So they did something drastic. Warkari and Nejiro both regrew their limbs and rushed towards pinned down St. Peter. They knew that they were making a mistake, turning their backs on their enemies like that, but they were already near their wits' end. Santoryu Ogi, Ichidai Senzen Daisen Sakai, Great 3000 Great Thousand Worlds, Emperor's Severance. Nejiro continued rushing forward, even as he felt Zoro's blade cut into his neck. The 3 sword wielders had proved to be an absolute detriment to the skeletal half-horse swordsman's existence. That was especially the case after the elder had taken off Sanji's leg. Zoro started coming at him with a vengeance after putting his bandana on. Now was no different, as his hockey-enhanced blade decapitated him from behind in seconds. Warkari was in a similar situation with Big Mom. The Francisco-inspired flying slash from her beheaded his gigantic boar head just as swiftly. The boar elder had managed to get the slightest upper hand against her before Marco awakened and healed all of her injuries. After that, it was just a losing battle. Much like Nejiro, he continued rushing towards Peter even as Big Mom's large blade cleaved at his neck. There was desperation in their eyes as their heads flew, but it seemed that they had already managed to get close enough. As soon as the heads of the 2 monstrous elders hit the pool of blood, the ground shook. In an instant, Zoro took a step back as the blood that had pooled around Peter's gigantic body started shifting, moving violently. It took a strange form, retracting and expanding, before finally taking on a final shape. It turned into a gigantic magical circle, reminiscent of the one they had used earlier. Seeing that, Dragon couldn't help but snarl and dog his claws deeper into Peter's back. You aren't getting away that easily. But the purpose of that circle was not to teleport them away. Instead, all of the blood rushed into the middle. Dragon's eyes widened as he felt his claws sink into liquid. He immediately lost his grip on the worm elder as his gigantic body also seemed to submerge into the pool of blood almost lifelessly. For a second, they thought they had somehow won the fight, especially when the bodies of Nejiro and Warkari lay there lifelessly. But what formed within that pool of blood quickly brought them back to reality. Dragon's gigantic body barely managed to lean out of the way, as a gigantic blood hoof hammered away one of his wings, evaporating it in an instant. The revolutionary leader immediately lost his balance in the air and swayed to the side. He was bound to hit the ground at that point. The blood pool shifted as well, forming solid blackened spikes that started extending towards the revolutionary dragon, aiming to skewer him in one fell swoop. And maybe they would have succeeded. Ursa's shock, divine departure. In an instant, a gigantic flying paw print embedded itself into Dragon's midsection, sending him flying out of range of the pool of blood. At the same time, a red flying slash aimed to sever all of the spikes and cut into the gigantic red blob that had now started building in the center of it all. But the spikes, imbued with the combined haki of 3 elders, were able to block the flying slash, redirecting it into the sky. By the time Mihawk's green flying slash reached the blob in the middle, the strange fusion of the elders was already done. The creature that emerged from that blood pool was an utterly unnatural amalgamation of the remaining elders. The bulky torso of a boar, filled with tusk-like tentacles on all sides, perched on large horse-like hooves and muscled legs. The tail extended upwards, into a gigantic worm almost fully covered in teeth without any eyes. And for a head, the neck diverged into the head of a boar, and the head of a skeletal horse with a flowing mane. The head of Peter was the tail it seemed. But the creature's skin was mostly blood red, and it gave off an aura so overbearing that it made everyone surrounding the beast uncomfortable. Steam came out of all of the beast's mouths, as their eyes glowed with pure hatred and hostility. This thing still seems stronger than it has any right to be, Sabo muttered as his grip on his metal pipe tightened even further. The 3 elders from earlier were struggling to keep up and were clearly headed to their respective deaths. Hell, things had looked back for them for a while now, but they had not tried to merge before. Either the requirements were too specific to pull this stunt off, or the price paid is too great for them to consider it a viable move before 2 of them died. And the price was almost apparent, as all of the fighters on the battlefield stared into the eyes of that beast. They all noticed something. They all seemed almost empty, soulless. Seems like they gave up on their individuality in a bid to take us all down with them. Francisco walked forward fearlessly, his eyes narrowed as his now dirty blonde hair flowed in the wind. Makes sense why they'd be unwilling to do this. Still, I find it hard to understand how this magic of theirs even works. Mihawk cracked his neck, his great Yuru dragging on the ground slightly as he walked forward as well. There are plenty of things hard to explain in this world. That magic of theirs feels like an application of willpower of sorts, just coming from an external source. Big Mom was a lot more sensitive than them when it came to souls and willpower. She could feel that the circle was made of willpower, or at least energy similar enough to willpower. Maybe we'll get more answers after we beat the shit out of this thing. Dragon, now in human form and with a bloody gash on his back, seemed to be quite eager to jump back into the fray. Especially so after Marco stepped up behind him, enveloping his wound in blue flame and closing it almost immediately. I may not be able to go all out as I am now, but I can at least provide you all with some support. I've sat on the sidelines enough. The Blue Phoenix was still mourning Whitebeard's passing, but he was in no mood to sit still and wait for things to end. Kuma and Sabo both still appeared to be in top shape, and Zoro seemed just frustrated that he had failed to outright kill Nejiro by himself. In an instant, the tentacles on the boar's body shifted, all rushing forward trying to pierce the fighters that now surrounded its gigantic body. Despite its great speed, the people around were still able to react in time, dodging either to the side or jumping upwards and running up the tentacles towards the Chimera. Big Mom was the only one to block the tentacle head-on, using her blade to try and cut it in 2. Sparks flew as her blackened blade clashed against the tentacle. Surprisingly, she was unable to cut into it, but she did manage to redirect it before jumping on her cloud and rushing to the sky. Just as she did so, the gigantic wormtail moved to intercept her, aiming to slap her away and puncture her with its spikes. But Big Mom wouldn't ever be caught off guard by such a simple attack. She gripped her blade wanted, sending a gigantic flying slash towards the trial. The slash cracked and broke the spikes, and left a bloody gash into the skin of the beast. Not deep, but still noticeable. The tentacles seemed tougher than the rest of the body. Big Mom then shouted, letting the others know as she then stepped onto the cloud underneath her and forced it to spit out some more lightning. God of Lightning Raijin, hope you like dying to an attack named after him, Mamama. Big Mom laughed as she renamed her rather famous lightning attack on the spot. Of course, Zeus was making sure to not let his lightning hit any of their allies. Below Francisco, Zoro, Mihawk and Shanks all danced around the beast's body, dodging any kick from its hooves and swerving around any tentacles while madly slashing away at the beast. Sabo and Kuma seemed to be building up an attack, gathering more and more impact shockwaves into the Tyrant King's arms, to the point where they were glowing white. That much would normally injure Kuma's arms just from gathering them, but Marco was constantly healing him, covering both of his arms completely in a bluish flame as he sweated a bit. It's individually a lot stronger than the elders, but it is mindless. Let's just put them out of their misery. Dragon scoffed as his body transformed, taking Sabo, Marco and Kuma on his back as he also took to the skies. Lightning flashed and hit the beast many times. Each bolt flashed past Dragon's body, avoiding it almost unnaturally. As they reached the skies, Kuma heaved a bit of steam, as he felt the rest of his body and his palms heating up. He then turned towards the Elder Chimera, before slowly stepping off of Dragon's back and pointing both of his palms towards the ground. "Get away from the beast," Kuma's voice sounded out as he reached the halfway point, and aimed his plans towards the enemy. Tyrant King's shock. Just as Zoro and the others dashed away from the Elder Chimera, a gigantic paw print descended onto the beast from the skies. The ground shook and quaked, the swordsman being forced further away by the shockwave as the beast's body was pressed into the ground with great force, many of the bones in its body cracking and breaking under the pure pressure and the hard ground underneath it. Kuma was not spared. He could feel his hands shattering on impact, his bones turning to literal splinters. The healing effects of Marco's flame had disappeared as the blue flames themselves were blown away due to the shockwave. The Tyrant King didn't scream in pain, he didn't grunt, he just retained the same resolute look in his eyes. Eventually, the shockwave of his own move sent him flying back upwards, allowing Dragon to catch him. "Keep up this intensity, don't let this thing regenerate," the revolutionary dragon bellowed as he quickly placed the gravely injured Kuma on his back for Marco to stabilize his injuries at least. "Don't need you to tell me that," Big Mom shouted right back, Frontius and Haki covering her blade. That blackened flame-covered edge was immediately swiped at the collapsed body of the beast. The tentacles moved to block it, but that was far from the only attack it had to deal with. Divine Departure, Sever, Nine Sword Style, Asura's Sword Drawing, Jest of the Dead, Night's Fall. Shanks, Francisco, Zoro and Mihawk all attacked in quick succession with their strongest attacks. Throughout the battle their coordination had increased by a lot, they were all monstrously talented fighters at the end of the day. Shanks' red flying slash split the creature in two. Francisco's dark red flying slash cut the body as well as all of the tentacles, allowing Big Mom's attack to also land cleanly. Zoro's attack was more personal, jumping into the fray and portraying a swift dance as he slashed at the creature's innards, before jumping away to dodge Mihawk's attack. The hawk-eyed swordsman's attack came last, but its power was undeniable. His dark green flying slash covered a much wider range than the others, swiping widely at the creature and enveloping its entire already directed body. That slash seemed to almost erase what remained of the creature, leaving behind a broken-down skeleton stripped of any flesh and organs. But before any meat or nerves started growing back out, Dragon roared and pointed his large mouth to the ground. Storm Dragon's Breath. A gigantic invisible stream of wind and lighting flowed out of the Western Dragon's mouth, completely covering what remained of the Chimera Elder's body. Meanwhile, Big Mom laughed and continued raining down lightning onto it as well. Explosions rang out everywhere on the battlefield, and all of the swordsmen had already pulled backwards. By the end of it, the ground was once again turned to magma, and there was nothing left within that large crater. Big Mom then jumped into the crater, sniffing around for a moment before she grabbed at the air, grasping some white cotton candy-looking wisps before stuffing them in her mouth. She chewed on them for a bit, before rubbing her belly and unleashing a large burp. "Mamama, they tasted really boring," she couldn't help but laugh as she let the others know that things had ended. "Good riddance," Francisco muttered at the edge of the crater, a wide smile rising on his face. They had finally done it. The elders were dead, their souls eaten by Big Mom. A fitting end for a bunch of superior, celestial dragons. What was left of their last fight was nothing but a pitiful last attempt at taking at least one of them to the grave. It was a massive gamble, one that had failed miserably. The elders individually had posed a greater threat than that mindless beast. It was just an inefficient large target that all of Enal's army could focus on and take down together. What a disappointment. That Nujiro individual seemed like a strong swordsman. Mihawk sighed, sheathing his blade and walking back towards the islands, likely going for a tea break. "Let's go and help the others." Shanks patted Zoro in the back, and the two of them went off, being a lot more proactive than Mihawk. The others also didn't stick around that side of the battlefield. Just like that, one side of the conflict concluded. Aramaki, the forest god, was now the world government's last line of defense. But how much longer was he going to last, I wonder? Aramaki coughed up some blood and teeth as he struggled to stand back up on his legs. The deep imprint of Garp's fist was left on his left cheek, whilst the palm imprint of Zephyr was left on his stomach. The duo had sent a series of internal shockwaves within the forest god's body whilst the other combatants were countering any attack that Aramaki might have mustered up and thrown at them. Still, Aramaki got up, vitality whirling around his body as he took one look up towards the now empty skies. Enal, Luffy, and IMU were no longer anywhere near the sight of the men on that planet. They were mere blips of light among the stars now. But the last of the world government's forces was still struggling to protect what he believed was right. Aramaki was all that remained now. He didn't know it yet, but he could feel it. The isolation, as he felt enemies closing in on all sides. The powerlessness, as the ground underneath him suddenly started shifting and he even lost his footing. As soon as Shiki arrived on their side of the battlefield, the ground itself moved to uproot any roots that Aramaki might have plunged into the ground. No longer could he take any of his opponents by surprise by skewering them with his roots from beneath the earth. Not only that, but his attacks and roots got a lot slower as soon as Fujitora figured out how to suppress them accordingly. This made it all the easier for Law to help others dodge attacks. That was how Garp and Zephyr had gotten close enough to Aramaki to strike him. Law's abilities were impossible to overcome. It allowed for instantaneous movement for all of the people on Enal's side of the battlefield. Kizaru and Sengoku had taken it upon themselves to protect Law with their lives as well, which made him virtually untouchable. The Straw Hats joining into the fray was really the last straw though. Brook's movements were fast, but coupled with Law it made him a sharpened blade that Aramaki constantly had to be on guard due to him. Frankie's body had also already tanked quite a few hits, and Robin's many sprouting limbs made movement difficult at times, at least for now. In essence, even with his superior strength, the forest god was simply stunned, unable to do anything. He's been on his last legs for a while now. What annoying endurance. Kizaru sighed as he randomly sent forward a beam of light, which was blocked by a branch that came out of the forest god's hand. Indeed, he's much worse than Kaido even, at least that bastard couldn't damn near revive himself constantly. Akainu scoffed, smoke coming out of his body as he pondered on a strategy to better use his powers. His magma had stopped burning Aramaki, but its weight and his power were still able to keep the forest god's attacks at bay, so his role was still quite important, especially when coupled with Fujitora. Oven's heat was about as ineffective as Akainu's magma. Even though Oven seemed to put out greater temperatures when exerting himself further than usual, his prosthetics would start to melt, and the result seemed just as ineffective on Aramaki. Momonga and Wiper were both able to injure the sturdy god's body, but the marks they left were nowhere near as deep as those that Shiki, Garp or Zephyr could leave. Kid recovered as well eventually. Another damned punk was in order, but they needed to make sure that the forest god wouldn't avoid the attack. Shiki did his best to keep him in place, but Aramaki was hard to deal with, and when he realized that he could break Robin's arms and actually injure her, things got a tad more complicated. Throughout the struggle for his life, Aramaki had been progressively getting stronger and stronger. As a freshly awakened god, his potential was boundless after all. And now, the god was on his last legs. That was when he decided to finally leave it up to his instincts. A full-on offensive from the forest god was what ensued. A last-ditch attempt, as some would say. It certainly looked like that to Sengoku. Roots and branches sprouted from all over Aramaki's body as it grew bigger and bigger, eventually turning into a taller tree. Roots were sent out all across the battlefield, trying to kill and or maim as many people as possible. It was far too much for Law to be able to help them dodge alone. There were too many of them on the battlefield now, too many people for the Death Surgeon to focus on constantly. Zephyr lashed out in an instant, punching one of the roots apart and turning it into splinters before he looked around to help the others. That slight fraction of a second was his mistake. Those splinters of wood turned into bullets and pierced his body in a fraction of a second. Dozens of small holes opened up in the former admiral's body. Master Zephyr, Fujitora shouted, gravity around them all increasing, attempting to slow down the roots even further. But there was only so much that he could do without also affecting his allies. Law acted just as quickly, sensing him getting injured. He pulled Zephyr away from the fight and right by his side to administer some kind of treatment. Chopper was also there to help now, so they could better stabilize the fighters present. The former admiral was in pretty bad condition, but even worse was when his body started sprouting roots. Law's eyes widened at that moment, and he immediately transported Zephyr away, just before his body turned into a live shrapnel bomb of wood. "Whatever you do, don't get hit," Law shouted as he now focused more and more on helping others dodge. But he was a tad too late, as in the meantime some others had been grazed by or hit by the wooden splinters. People like Usopp and Yasopp were left in a bloody mess. Usopp was the luckier one out of the two, as his father had realized something was wrong and cut off his arm before kicking him away. Yasopp was too far gone though. Ben Beckman had also fallen, being hit at around the same time as Zephyr whilst doing his best to shield some of his comrades. Among the victims, there was also Frankie, who was simply not fast enough to dodge two roots that pierced straight through his cyborg body. The large roots retracted, leaving behind only some splinters, and those splinters expanded to blow up Frankie's cybernetic body to bits. Thankfully death was not as final for the cyborg as it was for Zephyr, but things were still looking grim. Some of Dragon's lieutenants who had quite literally just arrived to help were also slain. Ivankov was almost dead at the very least. Karasu, the Soot Devil fruit user, and Morley, the woman giant, were too far gone. Flowers had grown out of their eyes and roots were sticking out of their guts. Robin had tried to use her arms to block some attacks to help the others, but she could only do so much. The roots coupled with Aramaki's wild hockey were too much for her. The injuries accumulated in her arms, to the point of making them unusable after a while. She was about to die as well, just as her arms fell limply to her sides. Thankfully she was not yet alone on that battlefield. Brook blocked those attacks with his body and blade. Even when enhanced with Haki, the skeleton's body still broke completely, collapsing just as soon as Robin was taken away by Law, and to be healed by Chopper. But Brook was not one to die easily. Rather, he had been dead for a while now. Death was the last thing that could scare him in that wide world. What he found most fearful was that he would not be able to help, forced to watch his comrades die whilst his broken body was stuck unmoving. But his soul could still fight. The skeleton breathed out a green cloud that turned into a storm, immediately covering most of the battlefield as the others retreated. No matter how much he tried, Aramaki could not see through that cloud. His gaze squinted and his mouth twisted into a frown. The next thing he saw was the green aura that washed over him. In an instant, the forest god felt nothing. He could no longer feel the blistering heat of Akainu's magma, nor could he feel the heat. He could no longer feel gravity itself pressing down on him, nor could he feel the wind around him whirling. It was all void. Then it crept in. A biting chill that almost froze his heart in an instant. The cold of the underworld was what Aramaki was feeling. Despite not ever dying before for good, he still understood what it was. In an instant, his roots frosted over and fell apart. His entire body was frozen as Brook gave all of his soul into freezing him in place, immortalizing him there forever. But despite his panic, Aramaki knew he could break out of there. He just needed time. Damned punk. The forest god only had the time to widen his eyes when he heard the spiteful voice of Eustace Kid, the wrath of Vegapunk's given name. Just as quickly, Aramaki's body was enveloped by that gigantic laser for one last time. In a moment, the forest god felt the ice covering him vanish. He felt as if he could still crawl away with his life as long as he dodged from the middle of the damned punk's laser. But he didn't even have the time to form another thought as the other people present on the battlefield moved to overwhelm him in an instant. Divine Departure. Sever. Galaxy Impact. Shanks's blade sent a flying slash that cleaved through the space in front of it, bisecting Aramaki's body with fury. Francisco's blade did much the same, but his severing blade aimed to separate the god's torso from his legs. And Garp came in from above to finish him off with a great impact, pressing him into the ground whilst Kid's damned punk continued to disintegrate the god's body. By the time the beam ended, and Kid's body was once again overheated and smoking, there was no longer anything left of Aramaki. Nothing resembling a person, nothing resembling a tree, nothing even resembling ash. We've done it. Garp's gaze was cold, as he clutched at his chest before falling on his ass, his hands both shaking slightly as he gritted his teeth. Shanks and Francisco both sheathed their blades. They had been the fastest to arrive there among the people facing the elders, and their arrival was certainly at a good time. But seeing the state of their allies, as well as counting the dead, made them unable to celebrate their victory. The marine forces were in shambles. The leaders were still standing at least, but plenty had fallen. The revolutionaries had suffered more losses among regular soldiers, and the pirates had likely taken on even more losses, both to heavy hitters and soldiers. But it was done. The fight was over. At least their fight was. Francisco couldn't help but sigh internally, his gaze turning to the sly as he wiped the sweat off his brow. The rest is up to you, Captain. IMU's frozen body trembled in the infinite vacuum of space, its many pieces still doing their best to dodge the constant barrage of unrestrained lightning. The personification of the sea had tried getting away numerous times, dozens each second, but Enal was not letting even the smallest speck of ice escape his lightning or head for their beautiful blue planet. That stalemate had gone on for what felt like hours to IMU, but mere minutes had passed. The Sky King was showing no signs of fatigue either, so the sea god realized that he'd have to do something and do it soon if he wanted to turn the tables around. But how'd I even get the opportunity to do anything? I'm already spent after using Uranus at full power. All I have are some lingering sparks. It was a frustrating endeavor, but the right word for it was certainly hopeless. Has fate truly forsaken me? And just like that, IMU's will faltered. All it took was just a moment, but it was exactly what the lightning god had been waiting for. Enal couldn't contain his smile as he raised his hand and sent the drums forward, converging them into a small sphere. Rygo. From the center of it all, where Enal's lighting had been pooling, a gigantic construct arose. A sphere of pure lighting that immediately expanded and exploded as soon as it was created. That explosion boomed in the vacuum of space, further fragmenting and vaporizing IMU's body. Before the sea god even realized, most of his body was gone, and he only remained with a few kilograms of ice at best. A few kilograms of ice were floating away from his planet, away from his source of power. A damn near unkillable god, reduced to the size of a toddler. A god that was previously dominating the battlefield was rendered into a powerless ice nugget, unable to even do anything against his opponent. Many frustrations were going through IMU's head. Frustration at not having researched the effects that exiting the atmosphere would have on his powers. The fact that he had allowed himself to get into such a situation in the first place. That he had dared to look down on his opponent. It was all because of one thing. Fate. He was always confident that no matter what happened, at the end of the day, fate still stood behind him. He was the hero who had brought order to the world, he had taught those savages the proper way to live, and he kept them safe from themselves for the most part. Even now, a small part of his mind was still holding on to hope. Hope that the wheel of fate would spin in his favor, hope that it would all just work out. Enel stood near the edges of their old world. He then disappeared for a brief second, turning into a flash of lightning and going to get a breath of air most likely. When that happened, Imu's now much smaller back hit an asteroid that just happened to float nearby. And in that instant, the sea god could feel his power returning. Water. There was water within some asteroids. This was the closest one to him by a long shot, but he still had a chance. It seems that fate is still with me. He got to absorb some water from that asteroid, at least a few tons before the corner of his perception felt a flash of lightning and he rolled to the side, just as the entire asteroid and the water within it were vaporized. Half a second. I leave you for half a second and look what you've done. Extended your own suffering. Enel's voice, projected through electromagnetic waves into the void, grated on Imu's icy eardrums. You will pay for this humiliation. Now that I've regained some strength, I will show you that even in the sea of stars, I am a god. Imu's inner voice was also projected outward through his renewed willpower. But Enel just picked his ear and flicked his finger into space. Say, haven't you been focusing on me for too long at this point? Enel smiled as he projected that message, just as a sound unnaturally rang out in the space around them. The sound of beating drums, and a burst of laughter defying all logic and common sense. She. Even Enel couldn't help but sweat a bit at the absurdity of it. Sound could not travel in a vacuum normally, which was why he and Imu communicated through different means. But it seemed that for the sun god Nika, the laws of physics were just there to point and laugh at. Despite his voice being projected there, Luffy was not yet in space. Instead, his gigantic head was still clashing against and trying to poke through the atmosphere of their planet. Enel looked at him with a weird gaze, as his face mushed against the atmosphere almost as if he was trying to go through a glass wall. But that glass wall soon turned into a plastic bag, bending around Luffy's features before breaking and spitting the sun god out into space. As soon as he got there, he flapped his hands like a bird to reach Enel, who was still standing there staring at him whilst keeping Imu in check with the corner of his eye. Luffy sighed as soon as he reached Enel and took a deep breath. In space, where there was no air. I am not even surprised anymore. Surprisingly though, Luffy's face was not joking or funny in any way. He actually looked rather mad. Let's take care of this freak. We've already lost enough today. His gaze was serious as he clenched his fist. The Sky King just nodded when hearing Luffy's serious voice. He then turned back towards the sea god fully. Imu had no time to think about the absurdity of Luffy's entrance. He was simply too stressed out to feel anything other than frustration and fear. He could feel it. Luffy was back to his peak of power, just like Enel. And while he had just regained some strength, it was still far from even 20% of his power. In my current state, even one of them is bad. I need to run, there's no way around it. Instead of trying to head back to their planet, Imu took a different approach, turning tail completely and trying to head further out into the vast universe. I'll gather my strength and return. He grew out a few small tentacles of solid ice and shot them towards the two gods like tendrils, whilst his body separated into smaller pieces and started flying out in all directions but his beloved blue giant planet. But was Imu in his current form fast enough to escape Enel? Of course not. But was he even fast enough to escape an engaged Luffy? Gomu no. Starnet. In an instant, Luffy's hands grew massive, and his fingers stretched out endlessly, intertwining countless times to form a tight net right around Imu's entire body. Imu tried to pass through the gaps, but Enel placed his hand on Luffy's back in that very moment and allowed his lightning and will to travel and fill in those gaps in the net. The combined will of both gods was too volatile and powerful for Imu to escape it, no matter how much he tried. Instead, he turned around and decided to go all out, attacking the two gods directly with two gigantic lances of ice coated in his willpower. Yahaha, that's too funny. Black Thor. Enel laughed at that attempt, and he immediately sent out a hockey-enhanced Thor straight at Luffy's gigantic palm, right at the entrance of the net. When hitting the surface of Luffy's skin, the lightning shifted and immediately started bouncing violently around the inside of the net. The poor ice spears were evaporated almost instantly. A few tons of water was nothing to Enel at the end of the day. Eventually, the lightning dispersed at Enel's will, and Luffy retracted his fingers, undoing the net and heaving a sigh. All that was left of Imu was a crystal sphere. A small and pathetic ball of ice with just a red eye in the middle. And so the cookie crumbles. Or rather, the empire you built will finally end with you. Enel smiled as he appeared in front of the small sphere and rasped it in his palm. You two don't know what you're doing. All the good I've done for this world. All the suffering I've prevented through my rule. You're dooming this world. Imu's voice, although now weaker out in Enel and Luffy's minds. I thought you were going to plead for your life or something, yet here you are still spouting shit about the world. Luffy picked his nose much like his grandfather would, flicking the small booger into space with a scowl on his face. You fools. Do you really think this is the end of me? You've already seen that gods do not die easily. I will return one day. No matter what you do, I will return. My fate is to rule the world. IMU's voice was steadfast. He truly did believe the words he spoke, the visions he saw of the future for himself. You were once a hero, maybe, favored by fate to bring the world into a new era. But you are nothing more than a power-mad tyrant now. You have no right to speak of suffering prevented, whilst ignoring all of the suffering you've caused. The countless lives you've destroyed, countries razed all the way to the mud at your whim. Enel could feel his blood boiling as he grasped the ball of ice, his gaze turning icy cold in itself. IMU was also silent, but the Sky King could feel the sheer resentment emanating from him. Even if you were to return somehow, if for some reason fate decides it still needs a failure like you, we will still be here. We have crushed you now, we will crush you again and again, and again, as many times as needed. Luffy's voice sounded grim as he spoke, no longer bringing happiness, but promising doom. IMU's frustration was palpable, but it didn't have much time to think of a reply. You'll see. You'll all see. IMU muttered for one last time before Enel chucked the last remains of his body at Luffy. Luffy's hand expanded, then started spinning, then shooting forward, right towards the sun. The sun god's fist was protecting the ball somewhat, as it didn't melt at the surface of the sun, but upon reaching the center, Luffy finally let go and retracted his burnt hand. Luffy proceeded to shake the burns off and stare into the sun with a serious expression. Both gods stood there for a while, as they felt the entirety of IMU's life being extinguished in the center of the sun. As soon as they could no longer feel his soul and intent, the two gods closed their eyes at the same time, before turning to one another. Enel immediately raised his gauntleted fist towards Luffy, who couldn't help but show him a wide smile. You are the leader. You should let the others know. I'll stay here a bit more just in case. Luffy nodded, his fiery hair flowing as his own fist hit Enel's. The battle was won, and the war was over. Enel turned into a flash of lightning. He reformed within a storm right above the Holy Land, and he took a deep breath in. The war is over, the world government is no more. In that moment, his voice boomed louder than any thunder in the world could ever hope to be. A few minutes passed, as his words sunk into the minds of the people below. And then they finally erupted in cheers. Yes, even those that had lost people precious to them. After all, there was going to be time for mourning after they celebrated their hard-fought victory. The cheers of the war's end rang out throughout the remains of the Holy Land. The entire place was a mess. The world government's forces were wiped out, and Enel's own were tired, dead or heavily injured. For the injured, they had the best doctors in the world, including Bonnie, their very own time machine. But even time could not heal the dead. The loud cheers following Enel's announcement, there was only deafening silence, at least from the top brass of Enel's army. The foot soldiers and regular people conscripted in Enel's army continued to celebrate, burning up their weapons and dancing around the fires. Cooks immediately started making their most extravagant dishes, prepared to feed an army of winners. The atmosphere spread out across all the islands, as a grand celebration was exactly what they needed after such a stressful situation. Vegapunk was rather quick in rebuilding Frankie's body, and he also helped repair Brook's skeletal body. Vegapunk himself was celebrating despite having lost one satellite in the process, and that was York, the one that had betrayed them. It was rather unfortunate, but she would have been executed after being caught anyway, so no tears were shed. She could also still be brought back if needed. As long as the Punk records were intact, no Vegapunk satellite could ever truly die. And the Punk records were still sitting very well on the Thousand Sunny, as the mad scientist had already become a member of the Straw Hats. In general, the Straw Hats did not really incur any losses. Well, Usopp had lost his father, but he decided to bottle up his grief for now and celebrate their hard-fought victory. He was among the many who had decided to do so for now, to enjoy the sweet taste of victory before feeling the bitter aftertaste of the price of victory. But the leaders of the army were not going to be among those enjoying the celebrations. Instead, their job was a lot more grim, counting the deceased and planning for the future. Their table and war room had now moved into the one building within the Holy Land that was still barely standing. The building was previously occupied by the elders and IMU. They had slapped their table right in front of the broken-down staircase leading up to the empty throne. Occupying enemy territory and taking advantage of the chilling silence of the battlefield, they had decided to have their meeting there. The losses they had incurred were great, but what could they have done differently? If only Enel and Luffy had gone head first into the battle, they would have been overwhelmed by the world government's forces alongside IMU. Enel's army was conscripted and built for a reason, and the losses they had incurred felt like they had all been necessary, yet they also felt avoidable. We were too unprepared. We may have all squabbled at the same table, but not one of us was prepared to work alongside the other. Akainu sighed as he looked at the empty spot to his side. Aokiji. He was a man of few words, a man who always lived his life trying to live up to the expectations of others. Few times did he do things as he truly wanted. His powers were monumental in keeping the world government's forces at bay. It was monumental at keeping casualties low against the pacifists, against the recording of Poseidon that the world government employed. Hell, he was the only reason why Enel's hydrogen bomb didn't kill off half their army. But, in his tiredness, he had not been able to protect himself against the mother flame. He was not the only one to fall there. Tokikaki, Gion, and even Suru had lost their lives. Around 1,000 regular Marines had fallen as well. Those were just the losses among the Marines. The revolutionaries had lost thousands more, same for the pirates. Many of Whitebeard's children and commanders were slain in the same place. The only survivors of the mother flame from the sea level were Ace and Haruta, the youngest of Whitebeard's commanders, who only survived because Jozu shielded him with his diamond body. Jozu was burned to a crisp, unfortunately, same for any other unfortunate soul to have been in front of the mother flame that fateful moment. This is why I tried to avoid this war my entire career. Such massive loss of life is simply unavoidable during a war. Sengoku sighed as he rubbed his white goat's back. He looked at the two empty seats near him at the table. Zephyr and Suru. They had been Sengoku's friends and comrades for as long as he could remember. Now, they both passed away. Both of their bodies were too desecrated for even a proper burial to be held. Garp was the same as him. He grieved everyone who had passed away, especially Aokiji, who had been his pupil at one point. On the other side of the table, Dragon now stood alone. Kuma and Sabo were off celebrating while they could. However, the revolutionary leader could not follow their lead. The Revolutionary Army was not just an organization to him, they were a group of friends that founded an insurgency to win back the world from oppressors. Losing a single person was painful for him, but losing so many, it was just downright depressing. Francisco and Shiki were also not in a celebratory mood. Whitebeard's seat was now empty, and Marco stood behind it with a grave expression. Ace was too depressed to even attend the meeting, let alone celebrate, and Luffy had gone off to comfort him and help break him back out of his depressive state. Charlotte Linlin was also not in the greatest shape mentally. She had lost many of her children that had accompanied them. She was in the process of mourning them. She was still present, but she was just silently staring into the void. After all, she had come to genuinely care for her children, and now so many of them were ripped away from her. None of us were used to working together, and that would not have changed with just a few months of preparation. Francisco sighed as he looked around the table. They were all strong fighters, prideful and weary of other factions in the army. Maybe if they could have fully cast aside their wariness of each other, they could have worked together better. But that was not possible simply because of how different their lives were before joining the army. But it was too late to think about that. Still, many more would have been lost on our side were it not for you. Akainu turned his head towards the main star of their battlefield, Trafalgar D. Law. No one needed to mention exactly how much Law had helped them. It went to the point where even the pirate-hating Akainu looked at him with a lot of respect. I only did what I was tasked with. I deserve no praise, for I was not able to save everyone regardless. Law sighed. He had really burned himself out during the war, and he was too mellow now to celebrate. Akainu sighed when hearing that, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. Instead, his gaze turned to Enel. Everyone else at the table stopped speaking among themselves. All now looked at Enel, awaiting his opinion on the matter. Even with their goal achieved, Enel was still the leader of the army. The losses we incurred were great, but it is done at least. We can only mourn the dead, but at the very least their lives helped pave the way for a better future. The lightning god was in a somber mood. He had inadvertently done a lot of damage to his people, nay to all of the people of the world, all for an attack that was ultimately unable to kill IMU. Everyone was prepared whilst going into this war. We knew that we were betting our lives, it's what we signed up to do. Garp sighed. His words didn't betray the somber attitude in that broken down war room. Indeed, everyone in the army knew that they could lose their lives. I am more burdened by all of the possible civilian casualties caused by the raised sea levels. Enel's voice seemed to wake everyone up to that realization. They had all been focused on their losses, but they had forgotten to think about how the rest of the world could be affected on them. It wasn't like any of them had directly affected the world. And the rising sea levels were kept at bay by Aokiji near the Holy Land, so they were never felt by them. The sea levels had risen due to Enel's attack, and they had been lowered back down by the Mother Flame's heat. But the damage had likely already been done. We cannot beat ourselves over the head for that. In a battle like yours, such things are to be expected. Rather, it's a miracle that this is the only thing that happened to affect civilian lives. Francisco sighed, knowing that his words would do little to soothe Enel's guilt, but he still tried. Indeed, casualties were bound to happen in a battle between gods. Some kingdoms were prepared for disasters. Morgan sent out a warning to all that could hear it before we reached the Holy Land. Sengoku, despite not being all that agreeable with Francisco usually, had to agree with him now. They had done the best they could to minimize damage in case of such a situation. But unfortunately for them, there was very little they could actually do. Most kingdoms didn't have any means of escaping the floods and storm, a last-minute warning meant nothing. And places like the Saboti archipelago were likely fully submerged, with only the trees remaining. Enal had already sent out his senses throughout the world. He knew that he had done irreparable damage to plenty of places. Morgans and many of his underworld associates had saved countless lives as well, using hundreds upon hundreds of blimps to plug people out of their flooded homes, but there was only so much they could do. This was only possible because Morgans had taken advantage of the chaos lately and became the underworld. He was the only emperor of the underworld left, controlling the others and essentially the entire world's underworld whilst still running his news station religiously. But even with his wide-spanning influence, millions had still died. We cannot blame you for what has occurred. You were focused on destroying the opposition's most dangerous threat. For now, we must focus on rebuilding. We need to start as quickly as possible. Dragon sighed. He looked at the map in front of them with a thoughtful gaze. All of the other people present couldn't help but nod. There was no use in focusing on what they had lost anymore. They needed to look into the future, to plan out how they would manage the ensuing chaos. The world government's fall was bound to leave a gigantic hole in the world's power structure, and they had no doubt that some would try to take advantage of that. The Marines are ready to start their operations again. This time more closely monitoring each and every official in all of the 4 seas and the Grand Line included. Akainu was already onto business. He no longer hired Aokiji to help him by his side, but he was prepared to carry the burden of Fleet Admiral once more. And he wasn't alone. Our numbers have dwindled, so we have a lot of recruitment and vetting ahead of us as well. Sengoku, his predecessor, was still by his side, fully respecting and assisting him through it all. But the Marines themselves no longer needed to be alone. The Revolutionary Army will merge with the Marines. Dragon's words made everyone's heads snap towards him. No one really expected that to come out of his mouth. They had expected the revolutionaries to either disband or become some third party that oversaw things from a distance. Currently we need to hurry up and restore a balance to the world. I will speak with my people, and we will give a hand to the Marines to help everyone. Though surprising, no one could really argue with the revolutionary leader's logic. That might be for the best. The Marines have a low reputation right now, whilst the revolutionaries are the opposite. It may be for the best if Dragon is the public head of the Marines for now. Enal also rubbed his chin as he spoke out. The merger between the revolutionaries and the remainder of the Marines would create a significant enough force to deter most greedy contenders for the throne of the world. Justice and order could prevail if they worked together. Akainu looked at Dragon for a second, his eyes narrowed, but he ended up just sighing and nodding along. He may have distrusted the revolutionaries at some point, but they were comrades in arms now. There was no point in doing so. In the first place, the revolutionaries were only ever against the world government, not the Marines themselves, so Akainu could forgive any past transgressions easily. Now that's settled. What about the emperors in this room? Francisco nodded and looked at everyone around them. I will continue to look over my territory, take care of my people and make sure nothing bad happens there. Big Mom was the first to speak out. The others only nodded when hearing her. I shall pick up Pops's mantle, and lead my remaining brothers to secure his territories. We'll try to keep the peace. Marco also spoke up, still standing by his father's chair, not sitting down. He had big shoes to fill, but he was willing to put in the work. The strength of his awakened devil fruit would certainly come in handy. I will also ensure that nothing happens in my territories. Shanks sighed as he crossed his arms and looked to the side, where Mihawk just nodded, silently agreeing to help his friend. I'll take over Kaido's territories in the New World and keep the peace there, I guess. Not much else for me to do, unless Captain has any other suggestions? Shiki the Golden Lion also seemed to have his future planned out for the most part, despite looking to Enal for agreement. Francisco was not even brought into question. He was always going to stand by Enal's side, no matter what happened or what the Sky King decided to do. Good. So the balance in the New World will remain mostly unchanged. Sengoku nodded, rubbing his beard. Well, it's bound to be much calmer. There won't be any clashes or territorial wars. We're all brothers and sisters in arms now. Shiki smiled as he spoke out. He looked at his comrades with a smile, which was returned in kind from his fellow emperors. No one was against the Golden Lion becoming an emperor. It was just a natural step forward. He certainly had the strength to back up his title. Good. But we will need to establish some sort of central government. We don't want to be disorganized right now. Sengoku, once more, looked at the only person in the room who could decide such things. Well, I believe that the time for a ruling class has passed us. Any remaining world nobles will be charged and persecuted for their crimes. There will no longer be a king of the world. It's better if this is run like a republic. The Sky King had not given much thought to what would happen afterwards. He had been too worried about the process, but he believed they could work it all out. A republic? Garp tilted his head, a question mark almost popping out of his skull. Different institutions and kingdoms working for the good of the people and voting on policies and rules that the other bodies need to follow. That was how the Sky King explained it, not a fully accurate depiction of a republic, but it was what he wanted to achieve. Everyone nodded when hearing that. It really was the best possible strategy that any of them could think up. At least it helped them avoid making the mistakes of the past. And what do we do with that? Kizaru turned his gaze towards the empty throne currently still in the room with them. We could keep it as a reminder of our past mistakes, Fujitora muttered as he grasped his sheathed blade. That's what it was initially meant to be. An object to signify that there was no one ruler to the world. But that didn't last for long throughout the ages. Enal slowly stood up from his seat and started walking up those ruined stairs. Everyone looked at him with curious gazes, their eyes tracking his every move. Some feared for a moment that Enal would sit down on the throne. Effective at what happened was rather the opposite. In a flash of light, the throne was vaporized. Enal's finger was pointed towards it, with a slight bit of smoke coming out of it. We do not need a symbol to remember history as long as we write everything down properly. That was the only thing he said, and it was all that the people in the room needed to hear. Well, then good people. It's time we get to work. Let's let our comrades enjoy their victory for a bit more though. The celebrations lasted for 3 days in total, with only the leaders of the army being on the periphery, making a more concrete plan for their future world government. Sengoku had already begun writing letters to all world leaders, calling upon them to visit the former Holy Land within a month. Shiki had already cleared out the debris with his power, and they would start rebuilding soon. The celestial dragons were found in their little hiding spot deep under the earth, on the other side of the red line. The one to find them was none other than Enal. How could they hide after all? Imu had tried putting them in a room fully encased in seawater and sea stone, but Enal's senses were trained to the point where he noticed it regardless, the small void near the bottom of the sea. A warrior squad from the Fishmen Kingdom led by Jinbei were the ones to dig them up, not even bothering to take them out of the room they were in as they quite literally dragged them whole to the top of the sea. Then it came. The live execution of the celestial dragons, followed by Enal's announcement to the world. Many generations have fought for freedom in this ruined world, and this time it was our turn. We sought it out with our every breath. By Enal's side stood Luffy, behind them were Garp and the Marines, Francisco and the pirates. And in a platform right in front of them were the kneeling nobles, all gagged and weeping, their heads sticking out and waiting to be cut clean as gravity itself didn't allow them to move. Their executioners, former slaves who had been trapped with the nobles. All of their marks are now erased with the help of Vegapunk, but their memories of torment are still there. Today we stand at the precipice of a new dawn. A time without the shackles of old, where even those who were once called slaves may rise and live freely. The blood of the nobles shall quench our thirst for vengeance, and our vision of the future may remain pure. No longer will there be a throne. No longer will there be celestial nobles that you will be forced to look up to and respect. Enal waved his hand as he spoke with great vigor, like the true leader he had become. For a moment, the awakened lightning god could feel it. The entire world was shouting, screaming. Off with their heads. His voice resonated with their wishes as the former slaves who had suffered restrained themselves no longer. Blades fell, necks were cut, and heads were rolling. Some were gutted, some simply received a cut to the jugular, left to bleed out. Only one former world noble was not on the pedestal, getting killed. He was the only one who had treated his slaves like people, the only one who didn't subscribe to the ways of his fellow celestial dragons. Don Quixote Myasgard was his name. His world had been changed by his time spent in the Fishman Kingdom in the past, and that was the only reason for his survival. His ability to change had shown everyone that he was just human at the end of the day. But the others were too far gone. Only the children would be spared, those that had not the time to do anything wrong yet. They would be closely watched by the Marines, to make sure that nothing would happen to them, and that they would not attempt to regain any of their past glory. Such was the end of the former world's nobility, but it was also the start of a new world. The movement of Enal's army was swift as the celebrations ended. A new world republic was quickly formed, and they established their base in the very land they fought on. The Holy Land of Mary Joyce was quickly redeveloped, and it was aptly renamed that same year to the Land of Liberty, Liberterra. It became a sprawling city made of machinery and marble, housing both the Palace of Parliament, one of the largest in the world, and the Punk Laboratory, which was the new residence of Vegapunk and his satellites. And of course, unlike the gigantic structures previously standing on that land, nothing was restricted to outsiders following the rule of law. Everyone was invited to visit it, to lay their eyes upon the many tombstones that littered the Hall of the Greats. There lay what remained of the bodies of the many heroes who had fallen in that massive struggle for freedom. It told of their stories, their dreams, things that people who knew them best had written down. As for the rest of the world, the giants, after refusing to join Enal's army and fight against the world government, they were somewhat sidelined with news of the Sky King's victory. But they were mostly a closed-off country, so things didn't really affect them as much. Life went on as usual. Wano was somewhat different. Despite not being in a state to join Enel, they all celebrated when he won. Regardless of the fact that Wano was not too affected by the world's ruling power in its closed state, they still considered Enel, Luffy and their merry bands the saviors of Wano. A victory for them was a victory of Wano by proxy, so Momonosuke pulled no stops and celebrated for an entire week, opening up the pantry of the noble clans to feed and get the entire population drunk at the same time. As they were celebrating, the New World Republic quickly spread its influence through the world with the help of the Neo Marines, led by Monkey D. Dragon. With overwhelming might, they quelled any and all piracy across the four seas for the time being. They also set up blockades throughout Paradise, the first part of the Grand Line, something that had been somewhat unheard of previously. This allowed kingdoms to thrive and communities to prosper. Prosperity was further enhanced by the fact that Vegapunk's technological advancements were now allowed to be spread to the world, and used for the good of the people. Many no longer needed to go hungry. Previously tribalistic nations were now having their horizons expanded. But most importantly, people no longer had to live in fear. After so many months of fighting and rebelling for a cause they saw just, they were now finally getting closure for it all was exactly what they all needed. Countless lives were lost, but at the very least they had won. They were now able to move forward, remembering those who passed whilst also looking forward to the new things in their lives. Unfairness was always going to exist in the world, same for crime. But at least now people didn't have to worry about an oppressive tyrant constantly breathing over their necks. With the now unrestricted technological growth spurred by Vegapunk, regular criminals were also much easier to catch thanks to camera systems becoming more widespread. As for Enel, the man who had spurred everything on, the one that had thrown down the gauntlet first in front of the world government, the man that had carried victory in his mind and his back through it all, he was finally free to rest. Rest was the one thing that Enel had little through his journey, and as soon as matters were settled, he decided to depart from Liberterra and go his own way. Francisco wanted to follow him at first, but Enel left in the middle of the night, leaving behind only a note. In the end, Francisco would go off to join the Golden Lion Shiki. Slightly disappointed but not quite, as he still got to spend time with his friends in the New World. As for the reasons behind Enel's departure, he had seen countless things previously, but not often did he have the time to enjoy the things that truly interested him. The many wonders of the world. Stunning views and ancient architecture that few eyes in the world had the pleasure of witnessing. Enel wanted his eyes to gaze on them all personally, not from a distance through his godly senses. The flying Viking boat became something akin to a legend in a few months that Enel had traveled alone. But he wasn't going to be alone for much longer. One day, as he was visiting some ruins of a forgotten kingdom deep within the New World, he received a visitor. Right upon his ship, a person was knocking on the tall door of his room. He was still going to act surprised when opening the door. At least he planned to, until the doorknob grew a hand and punched him in the gut, with hockey. The Emperor sighed as he felt the vibrations of that hit reverberate through his abdomen. Still, with his best smile, he opened the door. Robin, it's been so long, he didn't even get to finish as the archaeologist stormed in and kicked him in the shin guard. Shut up, you ingrate. How dare you just vanish like that? As some might have guessed, she was a bit mad. I needed some time to decompress after everything. Another kick interrupted the former emperor. This time he was starting to sweat a bit, his calm facade breaking. Okay, maybe she was more than a bit mad. Decompress? We all needed time to process everything. But you just up and vanished as soon as Liberterra was built. Robin's annoyed voice seemed to bounce off of Enel's fake smile. Okay, maybe I was having a bit of a midlife crisis. The emperor finally admitted as he took a deep breath and analyzed his surroundings. Obviously you were. Robin pulled on his earlobe, dragging him on the deck and pointing at the ruins he had been examining closely for a week. Nothing more than a broken down stone archway with some scribbles on it. That's what you've been doing instead of spending time with me. Enel blinked a few times, looking in between the stone structure and Robin. Yeah, it's kinda stupid when you put it like that. Enel scratched his blonde stubble as his royal blue eyes now focused more on Robin. The straw hat archaeologist was about to complain a bit more, but Enel's next words stopped her in her tracks. Say, how's about we look at stupid stones together from now on? Kill two birds with one interesting stone monument, or whatever the saying was. The lightning god immediately leaned down, his arms wrapped around her as he spoke. Robin's eyes widened slightly before a smile rose to her lips. Should have said that from the beginning, you brute. Robin's own arms ended up wrapping around Enel's muscular torso. It was the start of their own adventure now. Off to the side, Morgan's blimp was still hovering in the vicinity. The Underworld Emperor had finally done his job reuniting the two lovers. This is going to be big, wholesome news. The Birdman cackled as his team of editors looked at him with concern. The news teapot floated away after Morgan snapped a few shots of Enel and Robin hugging. Enal couldn't help himself but flex slightly when he felt the photos were being taken, doing his best to look as handsome as possible, an attempt that was definitely felt by Robin, who immediately raised her arms and pulled on his cheeks with annoyance in her gaze. "You damned show-off. Who are you trying to look good for?" Robin's faux rage was only really betrayed by the happy smile stretching across her lips. Enal himself couldn't help but smile widely as well. He then lowered his body even further and kissed Robin. It was a long and passionate one, surprising even Robin. But as the former emperor stood straight and looked into the horizon, confidence brimmed within him. Finally, time to no longer worry about time, Enal sighed, before clutching Robin's hand tighter within his own. Now with the best company possible as well, as the sunset had reached its peak of beauty, the only thought in Enal's mind was, life couldn't be any better.